Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel
welcome to the LEC. We are live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. My name is Shax, and today I'm joined by Goldberg and a special guest, Medic, and I'm so happy. I don't know if I've had this desk configuration or not lately, at least.
No, I don't think we've actually ever been the three of us on a desk before. And I do want to say, before we get into the show today, there's a very special thing happening this weekend. Obviously, Faker was announced in the Hall of Legends. We have a legend in our own midst. It is Athea's birthday today, so happy birthday, Athea.
Thank you.
It's been great to work with you on the show for so many years.
Thank you. And it's always great to be 28. I love that. Anyways, as you say.
27, right?
Yeah, sure. Yesterday, we, of course, already had our first day of the LEC. And I feel like for me, there's a lot to talk about because I had some expectations coming into the week. For instance, KC on the up and up, wanting to see if they could keep that going. Unfortunately, weren't able to yesterday. Will Vitality get their first win? Luckily, they did. So, Medic, what for you was the biggest takeaway?
I think Vitality, even after their disappointing week one, showed signs of promise, and yesterday they became a little bit more realized. Hylissang and Linsus were definitely on the same page, and if they can keep that momentum, I look at them as probably a top 4 team in our league if they continue growing the way that they're doing, even though right now they're tied for 7th.
Yeah, and it's the halfway point, right, of the regular season already, GB. So 1 and 3, you're thinking, okay, start winning more.
Yeah, but this is absolutely where you have to turn it around, right? And you were talking about KC as well in the beginning. We got to see them with their first 2 victories in already week 1, which is usually where they are. And hopefully they can continue to grow from there. I think what they lacked in yesterday's game was something I'm probably going to be talking about a lot with our team. It's pace. It's finding that early aggression. Because I think they did great in their very first game, but then some of the victories had to come through their comebacks. And you'd like to, well, ideally not have a comeback victory, but also just a clean from start to finish, right?
That's true. And also when I'm looking at this, I see Giant X 0-4. And again, yesterday, I saw good things from them. I saw a game that actually they were supposed to win. But G2, who were also struggling, GB, managed to turn it around. And unfortunately for Giant X, keep them at 0 wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every time you go up against G2, even though they're in a slump, they're always going to be better at mid to late game than you are. The communication is still going to be there. What's really been bad for G2 lately is the fact that their individuals are not shining as bright as they usually are, and that's making it very difficult for them. But I will say, in terms of GX, their progress is showing. They're not just stagnant and just sitting there with horrible gameplay. They are showing up from Jackie's. Antonio has actually had good Rumble performances, and the rest of the team is slowly but surely getting up there, but they don't have time, and they need to hit it soon.
Yeah, I was going to say, Aaron, that's what I feel like is the sucky thing here, because of course the Antonio came in, the jungle changed as well, but now you're at 0-4, and very quickly that door is closing.
Yeah, usually we look at about 4 to 5 wins to get you into our playoffs. For Giant X, it's a very tricky road from here. You basically have to win out to be guaranteed a spot. I do think Jackie's is really performing well, and yesterday you saw just a couple of errors from the team, you know, a little bit of over-aggression.
The Barons.
The Barons, yes.
The Barons.
The Mikhails as well, when there was nothing really Mikhailsable on the opposite team. I think if they can correct a few of these issues, maybe they can start picking up those wins.
Oh, you're such a support also, because you've been thinking about that Mikhail non-stop.
I think
the reason I'm thinking about
times.
it, like people say that we sugarcoat things for our players, and we
Yes.
are doing that a little bit here. The Mikhails was diabolical. Like, there is no reason you should be building Mikhails in that game. All you're getting out of it is a heal. Everything else is suppression or airborne, which Mikhails doesn't work on. It was an awful decision, and I'm giving Giant X the benefit of the doubt that perhaps they can go to LOLshop GG and look to see what the items actually do.
Starting to think you should have just made a segment about this, mate.
Yeah, maybe.
I think so too, but when it comes to the state of the league though, it is SK and Fnatic that are reigning supreme. SK opened up the day yesterday. Their bot lane looked even better than they did last week. I mean, it was phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, in general, both teams are still showing up. I think for SK, while a lot of people are giving them credit, specifically for their bot lane too, I think it's very important that you cannot forget they're not fully clean yet, right?
No.
They still had to come back from that Baron against BDS. Had that Baron gone over to BDS, maybe they would have dropped their first game in summer yesterday, but they're still going, and they're still showing great promise.
Fnatic, on the other hand, look really clean. It's such a surprise to go through a Fnatic game without having your heart broken at some point, right? Like your pulse 660 the entire time, your blood pressure isn't skyrocketing. They look really good. The learnings they've taken out of MSI are really proving it on the stage.
Yeah, we showed the stats yesterday for it as well, but it's just that kills to death ratio that's really coming through from Fnatic, where they're finding way more kills without dropping deaths. So they're still aggressive because they're still fast-paced, but they're just not flipping it at the bad times. They're finding the best moments in the game to go for it, and that's beautiful to watch.
A lot more efficient. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that bot lane matchup later. And speaking of SK's bot lane, Lore had the chance to talk to Rahel and Luan yesterday. Let's hear what they had to say in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby.
A 3-0 finish to their first week of LEC. Fnatic are sitting high. The new bot lane of SK. How far can it take them as 3-0 on the first week of the LEC?
I think starting good is very nice, of course, but in the end, it's only playoffs that matter. With our new bot lane being like so disciplined, so humble, I think that will help as well.
I don't think they're super strong. I think they are fine.
Noah and June are trying to prove that they are the best Koreans in the bot lane.
I think for our bot lane it will be important to beat the Fnatic bot lane. I think for the ego it's huge.
I think our bot lane will stomp them.
If we play the same way we did this week, I have no doubt that we can beat them.
I think we are top 1, top 2.
I think Fnatic is still the best team in Europe right now. I mean, I don't think we have a positive win rate into Fnatic at all.
Accordingly to our scrims, they have no chance against us.
Playing against them next week will be an actual final test if you actually improved or if they're still way ahead of us. Beating them, you have to play very clean League of Legends.
SK Gaming's bot lane has been popping off in LEC summer so far, so we have to talk to Rahel and Luan after this fantastic debut. 에리시에 환영합니다. Thank you so much for joining me today. I want to know, how has been your debut with SK Gaming so far? We heard from your other teammates and how easy it was to integrate you guys, but how easy has it been to work with them?
라일이가 동생답지 않게 약간 저랑 비슷하게 해주는 것 같아서 좀 좋은 것 같아요.
처음 왔을 때부터 팀원들이랑 스태프분들이랑 다 너무 친절하게 편하게 할 수 있게 해주셔가지고 적응은 쉽게 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
You guys have been so dominant in the LEC so far that I feel like maybe you have been surprised by the level of the other players. What do you think of the level of the LEC in general and especially bot laners?
LEC 보트가 좀 약간 못한다고 해야 되나? 약간 그래가지고 쉬운 것 같고 지금은 프나틱 보티가 좀 잘하는 것 같습니다.
생각했던 것보다는 쉬운 것 같고 그리고 여기 있는 한국인 다른 바텀들이 잘한다고 생각합니다.
And has Niski been nice to you? Because we saw some tweets. I know how he can be. So is he taking care of you guys?
니스키는 참 말이 많고 약간 유머스럽다? 약간 그런 것 같습니다.
일단 사람이 되게 정신 없는 것 같고 되게 일단 시끄러운 것 같고요. 네. 근데 장난도 많이 쳐줘가지고 편하게 대할 수 있는 것 같습니다.
I think the relationship with your jungler is also, of course, important. Does Isma talk too much?
이스마 참 말이 너무 많습니다.
A lot of players and a lot of the public is discovering you in the LEC. So do you want to give them a message so that they can know what they should be looking forward to when it comes to your bot lane in the future?
꾸준히 잘해서 9대0 한번 내도록 해보겠습니다.
일단 저희가 많이 이기긴 했지만 아직 부족한 점이 많다고 생각해서 부족한 점 보완해서 꼭 월즈에 진출하고 싶습니다.
Guys, thank you so much for coming after your game. It was amazing hearing you from the first time. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
And best of luck in the LEC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was awesome! Niski is too loud, Isma is too loud, they're hella annoying, but the bot lane thinks everything's easy. That's what it was, right?
It suddenly makes sense why Niski been saying that they've been quiet and just doing their thing, because Niski and Isma is probably just yelling all the time, so they feel like they're mega quiet.
That makes a lot of sense. When it comes to the matchup though, we have Fnatic versus SK as our match of the week later on, so give me a little teaser, please.
I mean, it's a battle of the bot lanes, right? They said it in the interview themselves. The only other bot lane that is playing consistently consistently well in the LEC is the Fnatic bot lane, so I'm very excited to see how that matchup goes, especially since I think Noah's been having a little bit of an easy time of it recently. He's only played into Senna so far in the LEC, and as much as, you know, you can play well into a Senna matchup, it's not the most aggressive lane usually. You don't get pressured 2v2. I'm a little worried for Noah. I think that Rahel and Luon are on another level right now.
I mean, I'm just going to say I think Noah's going to be just fine. I think Noah's been coming back and really finding his spot lately on the Fnatic roster. I know a lot of people was probably very conscious about him in terms of his MSI performance. But coming back, I mean, there really isn't anything you can point your finger at him. He's been playing phenomenally.
I expect you to juke this out later for the match of the week.
Absolutely,
we're ready for it.
But let's get into our first game of this day.
You don't want the smoke, Mikkel.
No,
you do not want this smoke.
Yeah, I know. You're like double the size of me.
Vitality. They're up versus Team Heretics. And as said already, they finally won. And that is absolutely great because they were due a win, I think, with the way they have approached their early games, but they just couldn't figure it out. And there were some oopsies still, but they made it work.
I think there are always going to be oopsies when you have Hylissang on your team because of the way he plays the game. We've seen much more of the mad side of the mad genius recently, but this week I think really exemplified when he's on the same page as his jungler, he really excels. When the team understands how he's going in, where the engage is, the team can then rally behind him and actually set up these really good plays.
Absolutely, and I think one of the reasons why Vitality has been so frustrating to watch is because you know what their individuals are capable of, but they haven't delivered on that end. The only one who's been very goddamn consistent, even on a losing team, is Kasi, as you can currently see on their stats too. But I think the issues are very easy to fix. Don't die one by one when an objective is about to spawn. I think Vitality, it's very easy to quantify what their weaknesses are.
It is, and for the opponents as well, so let's see what Team Heretics can do with that. Talk to me about the Team Heretics ADC in Flakked and how he's been doing. It's quite an interesting one because he flies under the radar, but he had that time on G2. Obviously, now the re-entry into the league, how do we feel about him and how does he match up versus Karzi?
I think I actually underestimated Flakked a lot when he was on G2. I looked at that bot lane, and although they won the LEC, I didn't see any great shakes from them. Flakked recently, though, has really been performing to a higher caliber, especially yesterday. Had a great performance, I think it was on the Varus, really excelling. And I think if you can get that synergy for the rest of the team around his pressure and around his style in fights, they can really begin to level up their game. I do still think, sorry, very quickly, Mikkel.
That's all right.
I do still think Heretics lack a bit of identity. They tend to play slower games and then suffocate their opponents until they make a mistake, and they don't have as much proactivity as I'd like. But overall, signs are looking better for Heretics.
No, absolutely. I agree with that. I think when you look at the way that they play the game, sometimes it becomes too stock standard, where it is just, let's wait for an objective, let's win the fight. Oh, are we ahead and do we have the setup? Cool, we'll take the dragon fight. But then it just keeps going slower and slower and slower, and the downtime in between these objectives, they're just not doing much, and that's really where they have to improve on their gameplay, because they can up the pace for sure.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like a good thing or a bad thing versus a Vitality, because maybe they'll int into you if you take it slow in the mid game. Is that a strat?
I mean, it definitely is. It worked for a lot of teams in week one, right? Like the reason that we saw Vitality going 0-3 was they were just over-aggressive. I think they've started to course correct that, and I wonder if they'll be that aggressive today. For Heretics, I think you really need to focus on one key point on the map. I think VTO, although he got ahead yesterday, struggled a little bit to really have impact after that point. If you can target him, often you do see Vitality start to crumble a little bit around it, and a lot of weight then sits on Karzi's shoulders to be able to carry.
Yeah, and I absolutely think that Karzi should just be a point of attack. You already have Trimby, you have Jankos. These two work well together with each other when you have Trimby on engage, and I think you should be looking to leverage a mid lane priority into just keeping bot lane under pressure. I think the main problem for that strategy is, of course, that Karzi is so versatile and can just lock in an Ezreal. He does so well with so little resources, and Vitality also have Photon on the top lane. So I think Vitality, all in all right now, while they've looked a little worse than Heretics in general, I think they have stronger players to play for.
Pound for pound, they should be the stronger team, but that doesn't always play out. We'll see if it does. Let's head over to our wonderful casters.
Ooh, wonderful. We'll take that. Rob, you're very wonderful. I want the people at home to know that. I hope both of our teams are also wonderful today, or at least as wonderful as our guest.
Where's Keanu Reeves? Can we just have him yell? What was that? I can't remember yet. You're beautiful. Was that what he had at the game?
You're
Awards?
beautiful. Oh yeah, the game. I was like, which of the many Keanu Reeves references are you trying to make in this example? For the Cyberpunk,
You know what he said
was the
that one
Matrix?
time in the Matrix?
Yeah, that
movies.
one thing. I'm the one or whatever. Yeah, sure. Got it. We'll see. I mean, 80 carries for the story. We'll see if one of them can step up, become the one today. Right now, it seems like it's Carzy, but I think as highlighted on the desk by Medic and GB, Flakked obviously looking really solid this split overall, and kind of a nice little light of hope for a Team Heretics lineup that right now is lacking an identity, but potentially some room to play around him as an individual, set him up to really be the star of the show, the person getting the resources and the priority in picks and bans to start to take over.
Yeah, I've definitely preferred when they tried to enable Flakked, but I think I agree with what Medic was saying in the desk, is that this team kind of lacks an identity, and I think giving that, you know, cross the bear to Flakked is going to be the best room for improvement for Heretics. But we'll have to see as we start to get into the draft, because already he's been targeted a little bit. Senna gone, Varus gone. Do we get the Corki gone as well? Because at least after that we saw him drift down into things like the Jhin as his last option to play.
And the Jhin, not a pick that I'm a super big fan of, not a pick that usually carries games, right? Can obviously do a lot of work, but much more about the utility that it provides. And in a meta with so many tanky picks, I can't imagine it coming through. But yeah, well, they're very clear where they are targeting, and it is Flakked. Do not want to let him be comfortable whatsoever. And on Team Heretics on the opposite side, because you're seeing all these 80 carry bans, they're put in a position where they just have to ban away both of the premier top laners. Yesterday we saw a lot of Skarner for Rumble trades with mixed results. Today, Team Heretics banning both, as well as the Tristana.
And it means we'll probably get the Taliyah along the lines here. Although, actually, yeah, so I personally think the Taliyah is really good because you keep that flexibility where you can put it into the jungle, you can put it mid, but with the Ivern coming through, we've seen a lot of teams prioritizing this. It's kind of an LEC special, but has worked out relatively well, so we'll have to see how it does up against the Vi, though, who's often one of those other champions that we see taken away.
Vi, obviously, simple, straightforward, reasonably powerful in a lot of circumstances. At Worlds, the pairing, at MSI, the pairing of Taliyah and Vi was perma-banned, both on stage and in scrims. Still obviously pretty powerful on this patch, even if there have been a lot of small changes to the game. So simplicity for the jungle mid duo on the side of Team Heretics, and Vitality unsurprisingly going to lock in the Ezreal. The question is, do they have some sort of either bruiser or scaling hyper carry to pair with this Ivern to get the most value out of it? For now, Carzy picking up the Ezreal, and again, Carzy's been looking clean on it. Pays brought it out, which is hugely, validating. Clearly is a champion that, yeah, if you're good at this pick, it's kind of like the Lee Sin of 80 carries, right? It scales with player skill, and if you are good at Ezreal, this is a pick who does, and a champion that does so much. But if you make mistakes, if you're not hitting your Qs, it does absolutely nothing. Zeri, gonna need a few more items, gonna have a lot more reliable impact as we get into those late stage team fights.
Yeah, and that's the thing, unless you are Pays and have the tower dive, you usually kind of get a bit of a free lane against an Ezreal, so Zeri going to be able to scale into that kind of more crit-orientated build that we start to see pop up, so Flakked are going to be very happy, and you still have options as to what you want to pair this with. Because you already have that engage tool in the Vi, you could always go back towards something like the Lulu if you want to. We've also seen Rel oftentimes as an answer into the Leona, unless it's going to be taken away here.
Would be a decent thing to ban. Of course, for Trimby, 3 games on Nautilus, 1 game on the Rel. Hylissang has not played the same champion twice. Leona will be the first, his second game on the pick thus far. And I like already that we're seeing a combination of the Ivern and Leona together, something we talked about earlier, Rob. Hylissang and Linsis both doing some good things on their own, but haven't really seen them group up and play together, which is going to be important, especially against a team like Team Heretics. While we talk about them lacking an identity, one thing that they fundamentally have been doing reasonably well, both at the tail end of last split and now in this split, is Jankos and Trimby are usually on the same page.
Yeah, and I think this is where I want to see how, 1, Linsis is going to pair with Hilly, but 2, also how he pairs with Video, because you can already see a lot of focus on towards these more AD oriented picks in the mid lane. With the Ivern being there, you want to try and go for some sort of AD pick, but Triss gone. Maybe this is a Jace angle coming through for Video in that mid lane, but we will have to see, as Vitality are still waiting to see what their last pick is going to be. But you have a lot of poke you could opt into here, and then you've got relatively short range on Heretics, but they do have a nice engage tool with Jankos on that Vi.
Relatively short range, perhaps a prediction pun? No, okay, Rakan, a little more conventional. And I will say that double 80 carry with the Ivern has been the pretty standard pairing. Again, popularized when Tristana mid was really strong. Tristana mid still very strong. But is there another AD pick? The VTO wants to bust out. Jace is the one that we know
Kaisa
from him.
could be it. That was a bit of a video special as well. So I think it's still kind of leaning in towards that like more poke oriented style. At least you get a mixture of AP in there, but could be the call.
Could be. Sounds a little hard against the Taliyah Vi, but then again, when I think about it, I don't know really what sounds easy against a Taliyah
Yeah, that just
Vi.
matchup just sucks. You
Yeah,
don't have a good time.
Degrees of terrible is really what it is. LeBlanc, definitely one of the better options. Always have the freedom to dash out when the Vi goes in, at least try to stop the potential flick back follow-up. So a little bit more agency on VTO, not quite able to get the double AD carry pairing, but do get a bruiser on the top side. Again, you really want one champion that's going to pair super well with that Ivern, whether it's a hyper carry or a bruiser, doesn't super matter, but having that Renekton there alongside Liliana makes this pick feel so much better.
Yeah, Ivern definitely helps the Renekton and enables him in that, hey, you can get the Q off, then Renekton's able to follow, get the slice and dice, and it works out very well in trying to solidify quick picks. And I definitely feel like that's what Vitality are trying to go for here. Yes, you have some consistent damage in Karzi, you can try and play forward, but realistically, it's a lot of burst damage from the Renekton, from the LeBlanc. So try and burst out the Zeri, burst out someone like Zvyro, and then try and carry the fight from that position.
That said, Poppy now brought in 4 Wonder on the top side of the map, a neutralizing matchup, but a champion that we've seen if it gets a lead can take over even in the 1v1, and a champion that's just going to be incredibly frustrating for Team Vitality to play against. Again, this is a team that, when they're on the same page, when they're clean, look really good, but Poppy and Vi together, Rakan, there's so many tools on Team Heretics that if we see Vitality show any of that weakness, any of that inconsistency where a single member oversteps, Team Heretics are more than equipped enough to punish, to find those kills, and to take Vitality out of this game.
Yeah, I much prefer Heretics draft. It feels like you've got strong mid jungle, you've got great scaling in this area in the bottom side, ton of engage tools to close the distance onto Vitality, and as you already alluded to, Poppy just great into a lot of what Vitality want to do. So we'll have to see if Heretics can try and find that early game success, because that's kind of been where Vitality have come alive in a lot of their games, is in the first 15 minutes, and then it's kind of been after that where it fell apart from yesterday.
Yeah, the mid to late game has been the Achilles heel of many teams here in the LEC domestically. Yesterday, we saw really good looks from the side of Team Vitality, perhaps a resurgence after that 0-3 start to the season. Team Heretics have also been a little bit quiet, but managed to take down KC yesterday. We'll see if they can repeat that here today with Team Vitality. First game of day 2. Ready for an explosive early game, no doubt. Let's get into it. I have never noticed that we can just hear the galloping sound. This is the first time we've just listened to the galloping sound. It is very soothing. I believe that's High Noon Leon for those who want to hear more out-of-base gallops.
I did actually play with Shox the other day, who was very happy that she had a horse on the Leona.
That's the best part of those skills. I don't like High Noon Senna at all,
No,
but
but
every
I do
time
with
you
a
just
horse.
mount up on the horse on the way to base, I'm like, all right, maybe it's good.
I am better than you, you peasants down below.
That's the most medieval hierarchy class. I have a horse.
That was I ride through.
I've never wanted a horse in my life till right now, Rob. I am a horse girl. I can never go back. Of course, for Karzi and Hilly, though, need to see what this bottom lane 2v2 is going to look like. Again, before first base, when Ezreal usually is, you know, depending on the build path these days, there's usually a tier in the mix, there's a Sheen in the mix, which, while it does give you damage via the Q procs, isn't a lot of effective combat stats otherwise. And so pre-first base, Ezreal could do a lot of work in that 2v2 lane, but really need to make the most of the champion kind of being this threat early on, because it's very easy to just get pushed out and do nothing.
Yeah, and usually, well, sorry, not usually, but sometimes we do see Ezreal's trying to press the attack into matchups like this, so then you can go a little bit more aggressive and use the press the attack to amplify your damage in that situation. But going for the Conqueror is more of a, hey, I'm going to try and have opportunities to weave in auto attacks with my Qs when we get into those later fights, and we're kind of helping that later portion of the game, which is amping up that damage a little bit more. And I think it's a good call when you're looking at, hey, chances are Jankos, Wonder, even Trimby are all going to be within auto attack range. I'll more than likely be able to get a lot of value from this Conqueror as the game goes on.
Definitely does make sense. I mean, you look at all the people jumping in onto him. Need that additional healing. Every little bit counts, as well as just the scaling AD is going to feel good. Zvyro Nice bit of push there for a brief moment. Lane is relatively even in mid, but he does manage to get the vision down to at least loosely track what Linces is doing. Obviously, always a bit tricky with the
Media
Ivern.
also missed all 4 of that CS underneath the tower, so that's just a little bit heartbreaking for him.
We don't talk about that. No, I'm kidding. No, that sucks. That is definitely not what you want from the start of your lane phases. Photon luckily gets level 3 first. Not sure what the cooldown is on Cold Meek. 3 seconds remaining, so should be able to heal back up. This is one of those extended laning phases that's going to be obnoxious. Hylissang, nice connect. Knockup is there, but Aftershock still procced. Even though Hylissang doesn't have the extra resistances from the W, does not matter. Aftershock makes sure that that trade isn't too punishing.
Guardian going to help out in that situation as well. But again, I don't mind you trying to go aggressive into this matchup. Oftentimes, the way that you want to try and play this as Leona into Rakan is getting those more aggressive trades and seeing that if Karzi can't follow up with like the arcane shift forward, get into a lot of damage. But still, Heretic's fairly healthy. And Vitality look like they want to try and get some action onto this bottom side.
Ward set to cover. Hylissang can go in. Again, knock up there.
Karzi.
Tower shot there. Karzi getting caught out, an immediate cleanse. But now the follow-up is coming through. Instantly over the wall. It's VTO and Linces to try to finish the kill. Flacca getting taken down. Karzi picking up first blood. So far, nobody has dropped. It's a perfect tower dive. It should have been a disaster. Karzi took so much damage, but Vitality make it work.
Yeah, I don't know if perfect is the word to give to it, as Karzi definitely did not want to take that tower aggro to begin with. But good juggle after that to get rid of that aggro and make sure they're able to pick up the 2 kills.
Look, some people say journey before destination. I say destination first, Rob. All I see is an A, you know? It doesn't matter. Did you bribe the teacher with $50 to give you an A? You got an A, man. I'm not here to ask questions.
Fair.
We can see here the circumstance a little bit questionable.
Yeah, nice job by Trimby, though. Kind of baits out the auto attack from Karzi, but there's just nothing you can do. 4 people down here, a ton of damage, and as soon as Karzi drops aggro, he's able to go underneath the tower. So 1 kill to Karzi, 1 kill to Linces, which isn't the best, but you'll be more than happy the fact that you now have that quick Sheen purchase for Karzi in the bottom side.
And this is where it gets scary, right? Because normally this first back, it's not going to feel too great, but when it's Cole versus Sheen tier, Karzi now gets to spam to his heart's content. He is the kind of player who will jump up, who will get in Flackett's face, and look, in an even lane where nobody's doing anything, you're very happy to be the Zeri Rakan. When you're put at a deficit, it gets really tough really quickly, as Hylissang just is tankier, has more reliable C early on, and the slipperiness of Trimby, the playmaking that we so often see from Rakans in mid to late game, it's going to take a lot of time for him to get there.
Yeah, at least for Heretic's side, you do have that kind of point-and-click CC on Jankos to try and lock down Karzi, and you have relatively nice follow-up, but Jankos may need some help now.
Wandering in, root there, immediate chain, the flash coming out, but still gets rooted anyway. Vitality, again, aggression in the early game, just as you mentioned in picks and bans. This is the identity of the team, but really clean. Just these small individual advantages. Taking the flash away from Jankos. He hits level 6. He's not going to have access to that flash. That's devastating.
It's really nice to see Video getting involved in these plays, though. Like, he had a good game yesterday in the early stages where he was able to get something, but kind of became relatively quiet as the game went on. But him linking up with Linces, getting into the face of Jankos, this is kind of what you wanted to see from Linces joining this team. Adding that aggression in the early stages and bringing some life to Vitality that's just outside of Hylissang trying to roam around the map.
Crucial. And also has been on the same page multiple times with VTO and with Hylissang on the bottom side. So good indicator of the development of this Vitality lineup. On the opposite side for Team Heretics, once they hit that level 6, really we're going to have to see what they can do. That Vi ultimate, crucial. Feels like such a reliable way to find any kills, to find any picks. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, though, Yanko's still pretty far away. And Spyro, looking like he's in trouble. Linces, don't think he's going to overcommit on this one. Does not have info on where Jankos is. Slight suspicions as Jankos now seems like he has priority access to the grubs, having spotted Linces out, seeing the cooldowns burnt mid lane.
I thought we might see a Dragon take coming through from Vitality. The fact that Spyro had no flash, Video could have played pretty far up to deny him access into River, and with the push on bot they go for it, but looks like Linces not fully confident that they'll be able to go for that just the moment, so Jankos will be able to get the grubs, and Spyro burnt his flash, but not much else at the moment.
Wonder now wandering down just to make sure he keeps Photon engaged, while Jankos, you can see in the picture-in-picture, is just picking up the grubbies. Won't be contested there. Shouldn't get a notification till the third grub. And now Spyro, nice back step on the root. Nice side step as well, but there's a third man. Hylissang here. The first two pieces of CC do not connect, but it does not matter because Hylissang brings the third.
Yeah, third time's the harm in that one. Spyro ends up going down immediately, and there's just nothing you can do. It's so much to try and get away from.
Yeah, it's really tough when the footwork is clean. You dodge one, you dodge a second, and there's just a Leona standing behind you. Yeah, again, the quintessential Indiana Jones moment where he just shoots you after you've been waving your sword around, dipping, ducking, diving. Yeah. Leona does the work, and Photon slowly building advantages here on the top side, just keeping Wonder forever pushed in. Wonder not able to do much in the lane phase thus far, and you can see bottom of your screen, look in the middle of that scoreboard, all those blue numbers. Every single position for Vitality is ahead. It is a 3K gold lead before 8 minutes. This is incredible stuff from Vitality early on. We've seen so consistently from this team. The one consistent portion has been that early game. But today and yesterday, they just feel like they walked away from week one unhappy, and we are seeing it very well represented here, exactly who the team that they want to be.
Yeah, now you can get the Dragon off that push and bottom side, just continue to extend this lead. And I mean, let's be real, this has kind of been where Vitality have looked incredibly strong. They have had no problem getting the early game leads. It's just been a case of having that continue forward as the game goes on. Now, yesterday, if it was any indicator, it feels like those times are very gone. But we'll have to see as this game continues to go on, whether Vitality can continue to keep up this pressure and keep extending their lead.
Nice timing there. Finished the Drake, immediately grabbed the Scuttle Crab as well. Did not sweep the Tri-Brush though, so still good information for the side of Team Heretics. Spyro and VTO. I mean, tough for Spyro because you really just cannot be the proactive party in this lane. Always need to be responsive to the LeBlanc, and VTO just could continue to harass with the first strike. This is annoying as hell for the side of Team Heretics, Rob. They're at a massive deficit, again, so early in the game. The only thing they got is 3 grubs, but they don't have push anywhere on the map. It's not going to do anything.
And Heretics will get stronger as this game goes on, right? Spyro gets a couple of items, but Hyenkos needs to make something happen in the early stages if he wants to try and stop the bleeding, and it looks like topside going to be it. He wasn't spotted moving into that bush, but I think it's more to just let Wonder push out this lane rather than actually go for any sort of play here.
Wonder backing up. Photon just trying to keep control of the lane. Looks like set up a freeze for himself, potentially. See what Wonder gets when he does finally recall, if this is something to help balance out the matchup a little bit. Again, Trimby shows himself mid, but was spotted by VTO, so a lot of the plays that Team Heretics have fished for, set up vision for, really have not come through yet. And now Photon's zoning Wonder off. That sucks. Hyenkos was right there, but they just couldn't fully get the wave, and I feel like they just assumed that Photon was going to respect it, and he did not.
This is spots at Trimby, though. Help on the horizon. Linces, our video, just moved across to help Linces.
Ooh, double dash in and just jumped right back out. Again, Team Heretics feels like they're looking in the right spots, but they're just not quite all on the same page to pull the trigger. Trimby gonna dash back.
I can understand what Heretics are doing, though. They're like, hey, chances are with 40 seconds until Grubs, we're going to see the reset from Hilly, move top, try and make the play off the push.
Forward flare, hang on. Going Warrior. Spyro, again, dodges 2 pieces of CC, Hillisang.
They should be
not going to throw another one.
It is TP. But yeah, they want to try and make a play on the opposite side to Void Grubs, but it doesn't quite work out for them. So now Vitality kind of going to respond in kind, move into this bottom side. They should try and contest for the Void Grubs. You don't want to give 6 across to Heretics, but looking at maybe a potential dive on this bottom side again.
And I mean, again, Carzzy, this is not the strong point for the Ezreal. He hasn't finished the Triforce. He's on bits and pieces, he's on components, but he's still just so far ahead of Flacket, it does not matter. And when he does hit that item break point, you know, no one is really that tanky on the side of Team Heretics other than Wonder. These Qs are really going to hurt around a fight, around an objective. EP back to mid lane, coming in from VTO as Carzzy just continue to harass Flacket. Does not miss, except for that ulti. Wow, Caster Curse, real time. Photon has TP as well, trying to get a bit of extra damage done on Wonder just to make the lane favor him that much more. And Wonder sadly not going to be able to do much other than get that ranged grasp proc courtesy of the Poppy passive.
You have got the teleport coming back in for Vito in the mid lane, and you can just see how far ahead he is. Already that Luden's Companion completed. You get a second reset for Spyro there just to finish off his lost chapter. So you're in a very good position as Vito if you want to try and contest for some of these objectives. But Hyenkos again with all the interest Vitality shown on the bottom side is now going to start up Grubs, but steals 1 and he's happy. Now you get the Void Mites for yourselves.
Yeah, and once this is here, he's going to finish the objective, but now that the buff is off the table, now that Team Heretics have already hit that 4 threshold to start spawning the mites, it's some gold, it's some experience. It doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot, right? Will help the push. You've seen Photon already has been a terror. He's now been assigned to the bottom side of the map to keep that push up as Carzzy and the rest of the team ready here on the top side. Of course, Team Heretics are in position to respond. Did already get the Void Grub buff that they came for, so Blacka getting to the lane a little bit later shouldn't cost them much of anything.
Looks like they were considering moving Spyro up to maybe fish for a play if Vitality were going to overextend on that top side, but with mid wave now cleared, both teams just going to clear it out. But yeah, Wonder was very late on the reset, so
Wonder was very late on the reset.
Photon.
Photon was so far ahead on the reset, he didn't even have to TP. Walks bot lane, gets a couple of plates too. So while Flacket didn't lose out a lot, Wonder lost out a ton in that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, now nearly 1,000 gold for Photon, and essentially you're getting into position. Oh, actually, Fatality, gonna look for this in the top end.
I think they're just happy to zone them off. Hylissang following up, good damage onto Trimby, but again, zoning them away, denying so much CS, getting more gold over to Carzzy. The character development that has happened in a single week of time, Rob, is insane. Hylissang, though, caught out. Nice punish attempt from Trimby, with the redemption already built, already completed from Linsis. Stops that potential punishment from coming through. Trimby now down in ultimate, still has his flash, no cleanse on Flacket. Carzzy should just be able to recall and pick up that Trinity Force for himself.
And one of the biggest criticisms I had of Vitality last split, though, was that they try and make these plays when they had no vision on the map, but like, look how good they've been at just setting up across the board where they can spot out people. So the reason they went for that topside play was they just spotted Jankos clearing out his bot side jungles. We're like, cool, we have numbers advantage, and even if Spyro comes in, we still have the opportunity to just take that play. So it really is a step up from Vitality when it comes to not only the consistency of what they're finding their plays, but how they're just covering their bases before they try and get these setups as well.
And while the game isn't over yet, thus far, while it's only 3 kills, it's still a massive gold lead. 3.5k. Flacket getting a couple plates back. But so far, Team Heretics have not really made a single play on the map outside of Jankos going for both grub spawns, right? An attempt at a punish topside from Trimby, otherwise a very quiet game, and it's just credit to Vitality for limiting so many of these opportunities, so many of what very well would have been potential windows against Vitality in week 1. Team much cleaner here in week 2, not giving those angles to Team Heretics, as it's going to be a Drake for Herald trade. Hylissang hovering around might cost him. Knock up there, flick back there, good damage. Ezreal coming across, not going to steal it. Hylissang still standing for a brief moment, should just be able to grab the kill. Photon not able to zone the rest of the team away, and well, right as I say it, Hylissang does get caught out. Herald taken down in the bottom lane. VTO continues to harass, but Team Heretics happy to have the Herald and a kill to boot.
Yeah, yesterday we saw him being in useless that these objectives pay off, where he kind of bought enough time for his team to make it there, but this time around it comes back to bite him now. Photon up against Flacken and Trimby. Jankos is on this top side, so I'm curious if they just go, hey, we're going to plunk this Rift Herald down and try and get this top turret, but I feel like you kind of want to crack open this mid lane turret a little bit, so then you can open up the side lane plays for Ezreal.
It's also just tough for them to die. They really do need Jankos there if they're going to go for it, or at least Trimby's Ignite to be off cooldown. A lot of healing coming in from Photon, early Black Cleaver as well. Powerful itemization, and Renekton, of course, notorious for turning around those 2v1s, especially against, well, a Flacket who until a moment ago had bits and pieces. Luckily now has finished the static ship, does mean the wave clear will be that much faster, offers a bit of additional damage in team fights as well if you're able to find kills. So, good signs for Team Heretics. Need to stop the bleeding, however. For Vitality, just have to keep their foot on the gas without giving it all away, which is, we've talked about multiple times now, was really their Achilles heel in week 1.
Yeah, but again, like, look at their lurings here. You got 1, 2, 3 wards that are popped up here. Now Video is going to kill Trimby thanks to that vision.
Dash forward, Trimby dashing out. Second follow-up, Celestial opposition, mitigating a lot of that damage, and VTO wasn't able to get a cooldown there. VTO now has to be careful. Spyro waiting right here, however, the control ward giving him all the info he needs. His Team Heretics finally starting to clear out a bit of these vision.
But it just makes it very hard for Heretics to make these plays, because their Vitality are always a step ahead because they just have more information to play with. I think that's been the biggest upgrade for Vitality over the last 2 days. It's just been how good their vision control has been and being able to play off us. Hylissang linking up now with Video, so then they can become a big threat. And when you've got so much CC and just outright damage between Video and Hylissang, it becomes very difficult to play into that.
Definitely, especially when Hylissang's packing Ignite, right? There's not a lot of champions who are going to be able to stand up to that burst rotation. Already seeing magic penetration come in as Hylissang looks like he's been once again caught out. Nice knockback from the side of Team Heretics. Ulti going wide. Hylissang looks like might have just jumped out of the redemption, not where he wanted to go. Hylissang still lives though. He's still alive, and I guess it was all just a bait. Photon TB and VTO on the back line. Uncontested Flacket deleted in the blink of an eye. The LeBlanc already doing so much work. VTO just gonna hop back to the distortion mark and take out another. Vitality taking the fight with confidence. It looked like it might have been an in, but that man was making a hell of a lot of space for VTO to get it done.
Well, the TP committed from Photon to make sure he could get in there, and some fancy footwork from Hylissang means the Vitality are able to get the play, get the mid lane tower for themselves as well. And I mean, Heretics, they just look dizzy after that one.
I was dizzy. What? I mean, surely that should have been the kill, but Hylissang now already Warmogs completed, Blood Song on top of that. You can't be 100% confident anymore. Unless you've got the damage to instantly delete Hylissang. It might be a bait all along, and this time, well, we'll call it a bait. I'm not sure what it was, but it worked out.
It was sick moving from Hilly, though. Immediately walks towards the bush to bait out the Rakan's knock-up, so dodges away from that. Then ends up in the middle of everyone, but Photon TPing in, forces Heretics to move back. Video had already got pushed on top, so he's able to join in. And just as the little heals and shields coming through from Linces is able to keep him up with some nice footwork. And Video's just following up so well then onto the rest of the kills. And Karzi on this Ezreal as well. The mobility just playing such a big factor in chasing down the members of Heretics.
And Heretics, when they're at this kind of deficit, if they use those cooldowns and don't immediately have a man advantage, they're going to get picked apart. That's what we saw there. It still took time, right? V2 had to dash in. He had to wait for the chain to expire. When we're at a later stage of the game, he won't have the luxury of that time, even if he has a bit more damage. But Team Heretics can't afford to be this far behind and also make mistakes on top of that. Overcommit resources to try to kill Hylissang. Even if they had gotten that kill, it would have cost them so much.
And now Vitality in a great position. You've got the LeBlanc, who is incredibly strong, and going up against Fire, who just can't really match against her right now. So Video gets to play with a lot of freedom where he can push in these waves, and that's why Trimby is here to try and help. But there you go, that's the thing. Video dashes away, Yanko's going to move up, but this opens up now numbers advantages mid. They don't really have to push on bot side right now, but with Dragon in 20 seconds, this many members of Heretics being up here is just disastrous.
Well, now they see Yankos, they see Trimby there, and it's just permission for them to do whatever the hell they want on the bottom side, and what they want to do is to kill Wonder. Hylissang taken out of the equation, but that's a massive chunk onto Flacket. Wonder now down already. Flacket can't afford to step up. Karzi on a rampage, and Spyro, with the support of Yankos, they're going to get this tower back. They're going to get this bounty, but likely to lose at least a bit of damage on the tier 2 on the bottom side of the map, and certainly the Drake, as Infernal is up and available for Vitality.
Trimby just trying to keep away from Hylissang and Linces. They don't realize the Video's there. Might just come over the wall and try and pop out Spyro, but 3v4, I don't think he got this.
Trimby locked up, should just die here, does manage to use the ultimate, trying to lock up BTO. BTO not going back, does get caught out, should just get shut down here. Big for the side of Team Heretics, a bit over eager to find that punish. The Drake does go down, but Vitality getting a bit ahead of themselves, wanted to make the fast play, wanted to stop the counterplay from Team Heretics, and instead give up a shutdown and give up another objective bounty.
Karzi was on the Dragon, it was just 3 versus 4. Photon wasn't in position to try and follow up, so as you say, Vitality just that step too far forward, and might actually try and catch someone as they look over the resets here.
Linces. Spyro backing up.
Hilly wants this.
Yes, he does. You can see Linces take a back step. Hylissang did not take any back step. Hylissang hunting. TP coming out. Daisy on the way in. Solar Flare. Hilly takes his sweet time with it. Anticipations, Spyro. Oh, his hands had to be shaking. Just wanted to make it out to safety, but Hilly does not let it happen.
And Vitality now set their sights on a Baron. I don't know how you're supposed to try and deal with this as Heretics. Like, you have so much control here. Video just gets to take pop shots and maybe, I was about to say, take Flacket below her third HP.
I mean, if the chain had hit, that would have been 75% of his HP gone. Baron is there. Yankos about to have Smite up. 8K, Wonder with the ulti. There are tools to stop this play from happening, but Vitality more than happy to just start the fight. Photon in the midst of the entire team. Baron no longer the objective. All of Vitality ready to go for the wall. But Wonder, a beautiful knockback onto 3. Flacket immediately get all the lightning crash coming through. Hylissang gonna get taken down, and that Baron stopped dead.
Wonder with the home run play. Everyone at Vitality thought they were going over the front wall, but they're sent out the back door instead. Great from Wonder. Pick and also denying that Baron is huge for Heretics.
And obviously losing out in the lane phase, losing out in the 1v1, but this is the utility the Poppy can bring to bear.
Yeah, and you can see, Wonder was thinking of sending a Photon, but I don't know, actually, was that I think the Baron stunned them up right as the ultimate came through from the Poppy. And then Hylissang is the one that has to go down as the rest of Vitality are sent packing, but really nice job. You can see Linces a little bit heartbroken with that one.
Bit of frustration. If a pro player ever touches their nose, they're frustrated. We learned that one from Otawamne. The nose touch.
You'd read that one book
it's
from
shared.
The CIA
it's been
agents.
shared. They touch anywhere near their nose. No, I mean, it's not conclusive, but, you know, a lot of evidence to suggest. Not a scientist. That said, Vitality holding on to a massive lead. 2 minutes and 30 seconds until Soul will be on the table for them. The good news for the side of Team Heretics, of course, you still have an immense amount of playmaking. You saw what Wonder can do. Trimby on the Rakan, no stranger to making game-winning plays. But it's going to be a tough one. And a lot of it's going to come down to how well they can protect Blackett, how well they can allow him to do the damage necessary. He is the carry on this team.
But he still needs another item.
Yeah.
He's just not quite there. And as you kind of alluded to, Carzzy in a great position. He's already completed his 2 items, working up towards a third. Hits onto Blackett as Vitality, you can see the confidence that they have stepping forward. They're kind of just taunting Heretics, saying, come at me.
And it's so tough because not only do they have the goalie, they've got the Ezreal who's just going to Mystic Shot and ulti every midway that he wants to, stopping Team Heretics from pushing too far forward. Trimby almost caught out there as VTO just jumps over the wall. Celestial opposition. Going to get procced. Trimby backing up, but again, you have to be careful. The first LeBlanc combo may not kill you, but the second one surely will if VTO is able to find the connection. And he isn't in a rush. Again, this is the LeBlanc poke mage we talk about. Bad LeBlancs, they get over eager. You know, they just try to do one combo. They want to live that assassin dream. But in pro play, you have the vision advantage. Jump out, do 50%, walk away. That is a win for the LeBlanc, for the side of Vitality. Team Heretics really do not want to let that happen.
But even if you don't get the kill, you're still pulling Heretics to the threat of Video, and it's giving Photon the opportunity to push in bot waves. You're losing a wave there. Now Video goes back into topside. You're going to start to put pressure on towards the tier 2. Vitality are still getting plays elsewhere on the map alongside chunking out Heretics. And with a minute now until Infernal Soul for Vitality, they need a pick, but their entire jungle just feels lit up by blue wards right now.
And I just don't know. One pick is a good start, but if it's a pick and the rest of Vitality are here to start a fight to follow up on it, might not be that favorable. You can see now that even walking into the darkness here feels like a threat. Team Heretics don't want to engage on Hylissang. The shielding coming in from the Ivern already super hard for them to deal with when they're behind in terms of overall damage.
It does feel sad when you're trying to stake set and all you hear is woo! Trying to build the tension.
This has been like a Foley artist's dream. Those are the people who make like sound effects. You got the clothing. We've got the woo! Oh, woo! Fight starting off. Trimby already getting chunked out. And again, Vitality don't have to overcommit here. Wonder really wants to start something. Carzzy dominating, sniping them from behind. Blackett starting to get cut down, but he manages to get his way over the wall. The rest of the team set up to body block for him. But VTO waiting off to the side. But VTO isn't about it. It's about Photon diving in, calling the meat. Carzzy playing cleanup. Vitality obliterating Team Heretics in the fight. It's a double for Photon. They're going to donate this one over to VTO. Hell, no, they won't. I take it back. I forgot who I was talking about. You remember Soaz? Well, this is a second generation wonder. Out like Houdini. Does live, but the price of his life is going to be the Infernal Soul.
Heretics didn't even know where to turn in that fight. Carzzy's coming from one way, Video another. You got the rest of Vitality in another direction. Nowhere is safe. Trimby ends up getting sniped off the back of this by a great ultimate from Carzzy, but on the bottom side of the fight, you can see Linsas, Hilly, Photon are all doing work on towards Blackett, and as Viru tries to black away, he runs into Video, so he's got to flash over the wall, and Photon then gets into a great position here, flashing forward, gets Q off onto multiple people, keeping himself topped up. And now, Trimby in the pit. They might have found Wonder.
Wonder is not tanky. Again, early Crypt Bloom. That additional magic penetration on top of now an Infernal Soul. And it looks like in that last fight, 3-man Daisy knockup, allowing Photon to double dash through, to find that angle into the back line. And again, if you're Team Heretics, there's a world where you stall this game for another 10 minutes, get another item, and you find a way to fight front to back. But that world is not this one. CC's coming in from Hylissang. He's just going to keep walking forward. Patience on the Zenith Blade. Doesn't want to get caught out by the minefield, but you can see every Q that hits from Carzzy, taking massive chunks out of those health bars. Rush being set up by Linsys, and Team Heretics, this has to be just such an infuriating match to play. 1-0-12 for Linsys. Didn't opt for an early book. I respect that. A lot of Ivern straight to the book. This man, you know, he's taking it serious. He remembers week 1. Doesn't want to risk giving away 1,000 gold worth of stats with a death as VTO. Again, will not be caught out.
But you could just have 1,000 gold worth of stats. You know? Odds and ends. Swings and roundabouts.
Look, I'm a big fan of reading in the game of League of Legends.
I do like death books.
Yeah, it's good. Whatever you're about, you know? The book is the right choice, not the lost chapter.
And it feels fitting with the start of Ivern. Not the end part, you know, just the first portion of it.
Yeah, I think it lines up nicely. Fairy Tale. That said, And
it's pretty grim.
Pretty grim. The Ivern lore. Don't look it up. It's very weird to think about how he ended up this particularly happy Bob Ross-esque character. Is 7K, getting lower on the Baron. Yanko's hoping to find a way into the pit. Yanko's into the pit, but they've stopped. They pulled away from the Baron. They did the damage that they needed to do. Carzzy now legendary. Spyro has taken down VTO. Team Heretics, maybe they can get out. Could be happy that the Baron has been taken down. Knockback coming through from Wonder. Yanko's off to the side, 1v1ing versus Daisy. But he doesn't want that fight. And Vitality, they're scattered, but they're still standing. Only VTO will drop, and that means they can just turn right back to the Baron.
Yanko's trying desperately to clear out that wave on top side, make sure there's nothing for Vitality to chase on, but it only buys about 30 seconds until this next wave arrives. Carzzy tries to snipe him over the wall, but won't find him. But still, Vitality should be able to crack the base now with this Baron buff.
Yeah, at this point, they can't be making plays that buy them 30 seconds or a minute. They need to be making plays that buy them an Infinity Edge. Or a 5th item, you know, more money. Because right now, Wonder can't even step up again. For so much of this game, he should have been tanky despite losing out in the individual 1v1. But Carzzy's starting to hurt. Armor Pen coming through. Magic Pen there for VTO. 2.1k individual gold lead for him. 2.1 for Carzzy as well as he finishes the Lord Dominix. This is brutal.
And I love the Spirit Visage purchase from Photon. There's actually a ton of magic damage that comes out from Zeri, especially when you're going for the static shield build, and then like her ultimate doing increased magic damage as well. So the value you get from this purchase is insane, which is why you're kind of seeing the Mortal Reminder coming out, because not only do you get the increased healing, but that magic resist is doing so much work for Photon.
I mean, he's already just so hard to kill. Sterix on top of that, so much tenacity, Ninja Tabby to mitigate the little bit of damage the Yankos of Blackhead are doing to him. For Team Heretics, it's really the classic situation of push out of your base as much as you can after you've picked up your waves. You can see Hylissang here doing a Hylissang classic of just standing next to the creep wave, empowering it, daring Team Heretics to overcommit onto him as he moves up with the sieging minions. VTO, poke onto Blackhead. That's nice. Knockup is good. VTO now flick back. The change CC is good, and they manage to take him down. Team Heretics. Signs of life. Have to be careful, though. The fall from Vitality. Hylissang now coming in. Carzzy ready to keep this one going. Redemption over the top of the entire team. Photon hasn't even gotten involved yet, but they managed to take down another. Carzzy still hasn't been able to find the kill, however. Vitality pushing into the base, looking to break the back of Team Heretics, but Team Heretics standing strong, taking out VTO, taking out Hylissang. Vitality overcommitting. How much more will they lose here? Backstep, arcane shift from Carzzy. But again, Vitality seem undeterred. They want to keep pushing.
Defender's advantage about to come in clutch, though, for Heretics. Yankos gets the reset now coming out, so you still have 4 members of Heretics versus the 3 of Vitality. How confident are Vitality?
Incredibly confident. Wonder stunned up, Wonder deleted. Carzzy continues to walk forward. Now he's the front line. Photon double dashing through, getting the double. Following up, there's nothing left for Team Heretics. Carzzy now legendary, 20-7 the kill score. A massive, massive gold lead for Vitality. And just like yesterday, they're showing us perfection in the mid game. Still telltale signs of the classics. Still a few oopsies here and there. Still a bit of aggressive maneuvering. But ultimately, the win is theirs. And Team Heretics really did not get to participate in this particular game of League of Legends.
And that Croc's about to get a movie series after that massacre at the end of the game. Incredible stuff from Photon and Carzzy, and this is incredible stuff from Vitality. A lot of people kind of looking at them after the first week going, hang on a second, lads, this is not what we signed up for, but the fans definitely going to be able to rally behind them after an incredible performance this week.
And I think a win, an excellent start. Of course, vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Linces, Carzzy, or Hylissang are your options. But Linces and Hylissang, the 2 guys I want to mention, because while you can be happy with the wins as a Vitality fan, you'd be happy with a cleaner mid-game. The other big thing when we're tracking team development is Linces and Hylissang working much better together with this particular pairing. Video coming in as well, so team synergy across the board up on the side of Team Vitality, and it's paying off. Of course, on a separate note, you can pre-register for pre-sale access to tickets for the EMEA Masters and LEC Finals in Munich, now at lec.gg/Munich. So be sure to do that. Leave a round of applause to the victorious Vitality. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, Linces is going to stand by, have an interview with Lore.
Red Bull gives you wings.
can make it. We win.
Go Poppy.
Talia.
I go. I follow you, Vito. I follow you, okay? Yeah? Well played.
Poppy.
Go flash, Poppy. Well played.
I think I just ult someone. All on. Jumping on Renekton. Go Leon as well.
Okay, kill Leona and then get the wards.
We are chilling.
We are chilling.
It's fine.
Really nice Wunder, okay? You are the god.
Okay, Talia is up with flash, okay? And I don't give a I will one-shot him as he's flying in, bro. I'm Faker.
And welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in for the very first time in the LEC Linsas. Thank you so much for joining me. Hello. Welcome to the LEC, I guess.
Thank you.
Amazing turnaround after week 1 from going 0-3 to being 2-3 now. What has been the work that you guys have done backstage to get these results this week?
I mean, the first week went kind of rough.
I think we did a lot of good things, but we were struggling a lot in mid-game. And I think we had a much better mid-game this week, so that's something what we're working on and that we need to keep working on.
It must not be easy for you, especially playing your first LEC games. Tell me about the experience playing on stage and everything, and also grabbing the first wins this week.
It's been really exciting, actually. It's really, really fun. I was a bit nervous at the start, especially like the first game, but now I'm really enjoying it, and it's really, really fun.
How much does the rest of the stuff has been helping you? Because I know that you're really close with Mac and Pat especially. I also know that working on your confidence is something that is really important to get the best success out of you. So tell me about the work that has been going backstage to reinforce this confidence that we saw today.
I mean, I've been working a long time with Pat, and he's my individual coach now, so he keeps improving me every day, and it's going well, you know, and I get the confidence from that, so.
When you think of the other junglers you have in the LEC, of course, there's a really, really high level, I think. What do you want to prove? Where do you want to stand out? What kind of player do you want to be?
I never really thought how to stand out, but I would say that I'm a pretty versatile player. I mean, it's been really fun to play against like the highest level junglers, and I'm especially hyped to play against Razork, actually. So, I mean, I lost against him, but hopefully I can bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you learn, of course. And right before the interview, we heard the mic checks. Of course, Karzi being really loud and vocal, as always. How are you finding your marks within the team? Because I feel like you're with a lot of vocal teammates, but what is your part in that?
I mean, mainly I help a lot in the early game, because that's usually the jungler's job. And me and Hilly try to work together a lot in the mid game. So it's something that we are working together, but we have a lot of voices in the team, and people always give their inputs, and we look into that, and I think we're working really well right now.
All right, are they being nice to you?
Sorry?
Are they being nice to you?
Yeah, no one is mean so far.
No worries? Okay, fantastic. Nice to hear. Ninsas, thank you so much.
Thank you
Again,
so much.
welcome to the LEC. And Shox, over to you with Hilly Sang at the desk.
Thank you. And maybe I just ask Hilly immediately the same thing, but from the other side. How has it been playing with Linchas?
I mean, I think it's pretty fun to play with Linchas. I think he's a very vocal guy and has very strong opinions. So we have to like, we need a bit more time at the beginning to like really understand how we play with each other, because to play with me it's maybe not so easy, and it takes a bit more time than usual. So I'm really happy that we got a bit of time this week to like focus on like really what our problems were, and I think we're matching very well. I think we're playing on the same page, and we see the game more similar now than last week as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow up to that, because obviously the big takeaway from Vitality in week 1 was like, oh, they're really good, and then it falls apart. So you think this is really a lot to do with the way you imprint the game and the way he's getting used to things and in getting to play with you?
There's some mixture of like both things, but I think to be honest, I underperformed week 1 like very hard, and I think I didn't communicate like a lot of things that I knew in the game, so it was not so easy for people to see it how I wanted to play some situations. But we really worked hard on this week on these things, and everyone is putting so much effort like in the game and in practice. So I'm very happy it shows.
Yeah, I think I really see that as well, and at least in terms of what we saw from week 1, because it often felt like one guy just went in and then died alone, and that's not necessarily you every time as well. I think the entire team was really discoordinated. Who is it that really steps up coming into this week too as well? Because it's obviously a team effort. So is there a main voice suddenly that you guys have decided is just going to pull the charge? Or are you all just getting together and finally knowing what each other really wants to do?
I mean, it's not like it's one voice like dictating like everyone what we should do. It's more like if one guy makes a call, everyone is dropping what they're thinking and like looking at the guy that like is making a call. And it's more like a habit. It's not. I think it just comes from like bad habits from like solo queue, and like it's a first week a bit more like we're more stressed and we're playing for first time with like a new player, right? And we're not really sure of the meta, and like some champions don't fit the personality of other players. It's everything combined, but I think I mean, obviously, I think Kazi like played pretty good games, 2 games of Ezreal, and I think it's very easy to play the game when your carry is like kind of like 1v5 every fight in a way. And I think Vitio gave him a lot of space with LeBlanc, which is props to him as well. And yeah, I think it's quite easy to play when your carries are playing well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Key player of the game is Carzzy. I think you were saying it beforehand. You're like, it's going to be Carzzy. Even before Ezreal's getting buffed, so that's positive, I guess.
I mean, Carzzy's Ezreal's been always like comfort, and I feel like he's one of the Europeans Ezreal that actually knows how to get the best out of this champion, and when he has to dash forward and like challenge the enemy to use spells on him, and he's very confident on this champ, so it works great for him.
It does. I'm really happy that Vitality has been able to find your stride, because I feel like a lot of people have very high expectations. But now we're going to turn our attention to G2 versus Rogue. Goldborg, there is a silver lining for Rogue, right?
Absolutely. And let me preface this by saying Rogue are obviously not doing very hot right now, and with the individuals that they have on their team, they could be doing better. But the silver lining that you're talking about, Eve, is of course that Rogue in 2024 haven't lost to G2 Esports. 100% win rate. Didn't lose in winter, and they didn't lose in spring. G2, we know it, they were a little bit in a slump. Rogue, they're Rogue, but they can still do it.
Yeah, but for Rogue, it's like, yeah, they haven't lost to them, but then they've only played like those best of ones. It's not like they've played them in a best of 5. Right?
I mean, okay, so they started with they're 2-0 for 2024 right now, so that's pretty much a best of 3.
Okay,
if they win today, they've won the best of 5.
The glass is half full. Mine is always half full, especially...
full on copium right now.
Exactly.
So
anyways, Hilly, yeah, if you see anything interesting, let us know.
I think Senna is open, and I think Rogues love Senna.
They're first pick course?
Yeah, they will first pick Corki, I think, and then they'll 2-3 like Senna lane out thing.
In that regard, what do you think of the Senna? Because the Senna we've seen in EU has not been very successful at all. Do you think it has something to do with how we play it? Is it stronger in scrims? Like, what's the whole Senna thing right now?
I mean, I think Senna is very strong, but I think it requires completely different playstyle. It requires your basically AD carry to play support, and your support to play a top lane in a way, and it requires a lot of map movements, and I don't think we have studied that too much, maybe, just to know how to play it. It requires a lot of...
That's fair. Oh my. Calm Caitlyn as well. Now this used to be a classic for the guy. We've been seeing Calm default back to a lot of comfort picks. The Ashe was there, and he's been looking solid on that too. Now having a champion like the Caitlyn, where he used to play it with... Complin. He used to play that with Lux when Trimby was playing that too. Like, they always had a good 2v2 to make this work. I'm curious to see what Rogue is going to pair that up with Zoelis.
Hey, Hilly, do you think that for Rogue to perform, we need to see old school comp again? Is that like the most important thing, or?
Yeah, I think like scaling mid that is self-sufficient, and just to like either top jungle or support jungle top to be like dog champ in a way that just gives space, just give space and let them play. They'll need some AP damage though. I'm not sure if this Maokai is gonna be first strike AP or aftershock.
Yandra's build.
Yeah,
we have seen a lot of that lately as well, but I mean, there's still a lot
on the
of
other side
options.
though, the Tristana is true. I mean, it's been really strong, and specifically for Caps also.
I mean, we look at MSI, right? When Caps was playing this champion, he was looking unrivaled, solo killing Faker, and just being the one who takes charge. I mean, he had that one moment where he got caught in the best of 5.
That's fine,
but we don't talk about that because that was literally the only mistake I can recall from that tournament. Outside of that, he was stellar on the pick.
He was perfect.
Now, Lux is being banned out as well, so we were talking about just taking away some of the Lux-Caitlyn pairing. And Caitlyn is an interesting AD carry, right? Because while she is building a crit build like most other AD carries, she's not really that reliant on an enchanter. It's more about finding the CC to play around your traps and really play around your headshot passive. So you really want to make sure that they don't have a comfortable 2v2 in that bot lane.
It is kind of annoying, come to think of it, if, you know, the Maokai together with the zone control of the Caitlyn, with the traps when it comes to objectives, it, you know, if they get the setup, it can work.
For sure, I think Maokai Caitlyn is a good combination, just because somebody has to tank that ult, and then there's a lot of follow-up. I wonder if Mick is gonna go on like Lulu Milio type of train right now, or is gonna like pick like, I don't know, Braum or something.
What would you do?
I'll pick top here, something like maybe.
Sansa still open.
I mean, I think they'll need AP damage. Maybe Cannon, I don't know, something Gragas. Something like more AP damage, and then like you can't pick support, or you just pick Milio.
I'd love to see the Cannon.
Yeah, it's Milio.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the bans from Rogue, I think Finn is just going to go straight onto the Cassandre because Renix is out of the place, right? They've banned the TF, they've banned the Camille. It just feels like a straight blind pick, and now you finally have the counter pick for the bot lane as well. It's actually the Gragas to come through. I'm surprised about that as well. So let's see what the bot lane's actually going to be to set up with this Caitlyn, because this has to be the power bot lane. This has to be what you play through when you have the Caitlyn in the early game.
Blitz sounds very good. I don't know if he's going to pick... Yeah,
Ooh,
Blitz is
let's
good.
go.
I think Blitz is really good. I think... So, about Blitz, he is very good into like range bot laners that are immobile, and he also, it's a good pairing with Maokai because it requires them to block the hook, block the Maokai ult, and then you just hook the first guy and then you get a pick. But let's see, I don't know if what they can last pick, maybe Ornn can save this draft, but then they're 4 AD.
Yeah, the Gragas pick away is actually also intelligent.
It's really good, it's really good. Take away, I don't know, maybe Kennen, but I don't know if Kennen is going into Gragas as just another tank, and then you 4 AD and Maokai goes. I mean, I'm not sure. Both teams are very AD heavy. Not sure if Gragas can go AP.
I mean, I think that Rogue is actually quite happy with the draft that they found themselves in, right? G2's happy about having caps on the Tristana, but just holistically looking at that composition from Rogue, it's very clear that you can play through the bot lane, you have a strong Corki in the mid lane, and then you have the front line through your top sides as well, and they all make sense in terms of the CC they applied. You have the engage through the Maokai, but also disengage through the Gragas, so I think Rogue actually has a good composition to play around the space that can be offered through Caitlyn.
You think they have a lot of synergy?
I absolutely do.
And so does G2 have anti-synergy or not? I don't think so.
I think they have good synergy between the champs, but I think it require like Caps to play on the edge a lot because he has to bait the hooks, he has to like buffer the hooks, and if Yike is not having a really good game, then it will be hard. Actually, they have a Cassandra to block the hook with W, so it's...
And Broken Blade has been playing really well.
Yeah, Broken Blade is a good Cassandra.
He definitely is. But yeah, you're right, and it's going to be a lot of a confidence game as well, which I think makes this, like some other day you might say, yeah, of course G2, but now the question is, will they have the confidence to pull it off the way that they should? We'll see. Rogue, can they keep their record spotless versus G2? Let's find out.
That is an excellent question, Shox. Thanks so much to the desk, Shox, GB, and Hillisang for breaking that one down. Rogue sounds like favored in the draft overall, certainly comparable front line, but with more magic damage. And that Gragas against an Ashe, if Finn is on point, that's going to be tough to play team fights.
Yeah, I am really curious to see what the builds are going to be from the Rogue top side, because I feel like we saw yesterday from Wunder going into that Roa, then the early Warden's mail. He kind of just became untouchable for a lot of the AD threats that were coming through in the opposite side, so could see a very similar build. And then the question is for the Maokais we've been seeing, not only Andrew's Anguish into tank, or do you just go straight tank here instead? But we're going to be heading ourselves on into the game. So we're going to have to wait to find out exactly what's going to happen.
Time to see as we head into game. Of course, bot lane, naturally just going to be an explosive point on the map. Anyone tanking a hook could be devastating. But as we get into game here, it's important to celebrate a momentous motion in one man's career. Mickey X, 500 games, woo!
Very serious looking Mickey for
on Splice 2016. After their first disastrous split, he came in, managed to make second, lost to G2. Now he's on G2. Funny how things work out, but huge history in the league. And maybe in his 500th game, he'll find a win. But to swap over to the maybe not so exciting side of the G2 stories right now, they've gotten their wins, but they have not been convincing.
No. We kind of had a Caps at MSI, now we have Caps at home.
But we're at home.
Yeah, we're at home. And it hasn't been as clean. But we'll have to see if he has the same performance. Like, his jumps on this Tristana at MSI were absolutely sick. Like, he looked phenomenal, but I'll see exactly what the plan is going to be. But it does rely a lot on Hans Sama, you know, getting some of these engages off alongside Yike with that ultimate. Try to see if Caps can then be the main source of damage. And if Broken Blade, who's kind of been the shining light for G2, can continue.
On to Mickey. Ooh, Piltover Peacemaker going wide, though. Makes that trade much less positive than it should have been. Nice volley on the back end of the fight as Caps continuing to try to get satchel charges, stacks down onto Larson. Fully stacked, is going to get the pop. But Larson, not afraid, just continues to trade back. Flash forward, avoiding the boss bomb. Caps going all in, level 1. Larson still with the flash. They've traded even now, but Caps is just taking so many minion autos.
Yeah, and you've got a little bit more with the healing coming through from Larson there. Pot popped on both sides. Cap's going to hit level 2, so could try and go for the jump. That's why Larson is playing very far back in the lane after that's hit. But suddenly mid lane becomes a focus point for both junglers, I feel like.
I was just about to talk about how I think it's harder to play Tristana right now because of how oppressive Corki is in the early game. But hey, if you're willing to all in level 1, doesn't seem too bad quite yet. That said, Larson gonna pretty comfortably catch this wave. It was just a flash for flash trade, and Caps returning the lane. Always gonna be a bit tricky. Does have the luxury of a bit of extra sustain courtesy of the runes, whereas Larson gonna do a bit more damage, get a bit more income. You can see 79 gold lead despite relatively close CS numbers.
Waiting to see how Rogue want to try and play this early game, because it has been kind of the focus point for a lot of people is how do they interact with each other on the map. And if you can get push on bot side for comp and Zoe, at least at some stage you can start to roam mid, try and make plays around Caps, but it will be a little bit more difficult. But it definitely feels like that is the way I see Rogue trying to get the ball rolling in the favor, because otherwise I think you just end up in a position where Mickey and Hans Simon continue to push down. And even with this bounce back, Yike now covering for them, looks like they want to try and punish Rogue's bot lane.
Hansama walking forward, not afraid to tank the hook because he's got Yike on the way. Power Fist coming through. Aftershock proc. Comp now dashing backwards. Good bit of follow-up damage. The kick coming in. The first blood to G2. Zoelis managed to find the hook on the Yike. Yike getting lower and lower, but the blinking health bar, 26, 27 HP, does manage to walk away.
Just not quite enough there from the Rogue bot lane to finish them off, but nicely done by G2. Zoelis had cleared out a ward, but they knew that there was nothing else placed there, so they just wander on into the bottom side and managed to pick them off.
And overall, nice angle there. Rogue just a little bit overconfident. And that's tough. Now Ash able to grab the boots too, makes the hook that much less, or more or less reliable. Less reliable, excuse me. More or less reliable. I'm just a lot of unnecessary
It is reliable
words.
more or less, but I'd say it is now less reliable.
Yes, thank you, Rob. Eloquently summarized. And at this point in the game, normally I was going to talk about, you know, hey, if things are going good in the early game, look, you've got Maokai for free vision control, a Blitz who can abuse that free vision control. But when you start to fall behind, it gets a little bit harder, right? Hawkshot from Ashe already going to give so much free information to the side of G2. And Blitzcrank, a champion who can always hit that God hand hook in the right moment in late game, but always much prefers to find those early advantages to really start to take over.
It's just because when you get to that later point, you always run the risk of hooking a Cassante or a Sejuani instead, right? And they are not the target
You throw
to
the
bring
hook and you're
overall.
like, please press W, please press W. And then he doesn't, and your Cassante's in your back line, and uh-oh.
Yeah, suddenly you're just delivering Broken Blade into your backline to yoink comp back over the wall you just pulled him from. But I think the threat of that is kind of where more so you're going to be trying to buy space with Rogue.
Yeah. Gets a lot of room to play. With Finn just continuing to trade blows as Marcoon quietly clearing up to level 6. There's been a ton of kind of creativity in terms of jungle picks in the first week. I feel like it's calmed down in week 2 comparatively. Yes, there's some Iverns, but a lot more Maokai, Sejuani teams, I think, returning to, you know, some of the things that just work, that are just reliable. And we've seen the Maokai, you know, builds of Warmogs, build of Leandries. You're pretty reliable no matter what you opt to go for here as Caps gets aggressive again. The explosive charges here just doing so much work onto Larson, stopping Larson from really just standing toe-to-toe with that Gatling gun to try to balance out the trades. But now Caps is in the middle of the entire team. Does manage to buffer the W, needs to sidestep with the flash. The knockback is good. The hook still gonna hit Rogue, gonna find the kill. G2 now trying to follow up. Stun on the Zoelis is good. Mickey X with a super mega fire kick, but not enough damage, and Rogue gets the pick. G2 just too late to the play.
Nicely done by Rogue, but this is what we were saying, like getting Zoelis out, working on this mid lane, had to invest the flash to take Caps down, but Mickey trying to freeze the wave now for his mid laner, actually going to be able to get it, nicely done, but still Rogue get an answer back in the mid lane.
Yeah. And good patience coming in, right? Input buffer out from Caps, well timed on the twisted advance. So at least make sure that he walks into melee range, gets the power fist to the guaranteed piece of CC, and then of course Caps still locked up as the rocket grab comes through, nothing he can do to dodge it. So you're expected to get the kill there. You have so much CC, but that diligence and execution paying off for Rogue. Not in position, however, to contest this Drake though, so still gonna cost them a little bit here. And G2 still holding on to a small gold lead despite first blood going over to Larson.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes on Zoelis' boots just to see if he wants to go for those symbiotic boots. We haven't really seen them thus far, but they are super nice if you do want to try and roam and even cheat a little bit of tempo with the fact you get the enhanced recall permanently when they upgrade. But still, looks like he's just going to make his way up towards Warmogs instead, not having quite the money that he wants to finish off one of those boots.
And I always love it when there's an item in the game that just gives you everything you want in a single item. Right now, it's supports and tanks who just get to build Warmogs and live their best life. For an entire year, it was top laners and core drinker. So here we are. Yike going for the dive on the bottom side. The climb's coming out from Comp, but it does not matter as the kill will be there. But it does matter! Because they totally fumble it. Mickey dies. Zoelis then hits a hook. And now it's a double kill for Rogue. They delete the carry. That's the good news, but that was not clean.
Not clean from G2, but still kind of worth, because both kills went to Zoelis, so you don't get the wave and you don't get the kills as Comp, so you're still seeing that gold lead extending in the bot side.
Charge again as Captures continues.
Wait a sec.
Trying to get this done, but Larson has the bone plating. And, you know, not afraid to just stand still and take the fight, but this, where does this go wrong?
So I think Mickey ends up tanking up, but he tries to play on the edge. Comp goes deep, but Mickey just tanks up that one too many tower shots, and then because Hans Sama was underneath the tower, Zoelis gets a nice hook to keep that tower aggro on towards him. So just unfortunate timing for G2 with both Mickey taking that one too many and Hans Sama just not quite having the damage to finish off Comp before the reset comes through.
Now Zoelis with the Swifties, Marcoon level 6, they're ready to just keep pressing on the bottom side here. Hans Sama going to be forced to retreat, Mickey going to take the long way around. And Dagda, that's the thing about G2 this season, right? Is yes, they're 2-2, they've gotten 2 wins, but the context of those games, you know, there was a time where you didn't need the context. A G2 win was, you knew what you were getting. Now, well, there's a lot of context. One of those wins was incredibly scrappy. You know, yesterday we saw. And the first week win was Broken Blade on Camille, get late enough in the game, eventually win the game. And that's really not the position you want to be again, especially against a team like Rogue, who, you know, by all accounts shouldn't be able to beat G2, but they're the one team that consistently has.
Yeah, and it's kind of been these sloppy mistakes like we saw on that tower dive that have come back to bite them pretty consistently, or, you know, Caps TPing onto his ear into the Baron Pit immediately dying. So there's definitely moments where G2 have been lackluster, but they're going to need to show up here as Zoelis spot on the mid lane with Yike. Will force Rogue back.
And Larson really not willing to take too much crap in this matchup. Trying to make the most of the first strike, trying to hold on to that gold lead. Cole for Cole on both sides, clearly scaling. Still the name of the game. Of course, as you get later, Tristana, easier for her to find those free autos with that additional range. But you know, as we've seen so many games this season already, the Corki burst, always something that has to be reckoned with. As the lane swap's coming out, G2 ready to dive Finn.
And Finn gonna struggle here. Force the flash.
Mega Fire Kick not going to hit. 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the Permafrost. Arrow to follow as well. Can they kill this Gragas? Finn backstep. Yes, he will eventually fall. Knocked down by the Freljord duo there as Broken Blade locked up for a moment. Not sure if he has the Pathmaker, but he does certainly have the ult, trying to get away from Zoelis, going unstoppable on the hook. Wants to dash out. How much longer on the footwork? Just another second. Broken Blade with another escape. Ulti comes in, but the shield just too much. He's already got the chain vest. Clean movement coming in for Broken Blade.
And it slows down the push on the top side, so Comp won't be able, will get still some turret plates, but won't quite be as quick as Hans Sama. Rogue, though, kind of realized, look, this bot lane is going disastrously first. We need to rotate Comp around the map. Otherwise, he's just going to fall further and further behind. So this is the call. They don't quite get the kill, but at least they are getting some resources into Comp. It's just been struggling because of it now.
Yeah, and despite a lot of positive moments for Zoelis already, right? 100% kill participation, 2-0-1. Comp just has died so many times in situations where it means losing farm or losing experience. 1,000 gold deficit as Hans Sama's gotten the support of Yike. That trio finding 3 kills on the bottom side of the map means that Hans Sama is very much accelerated. Yes, Zoelis can still fish for these hooks, can still look for these angles, but this is going to be tough for G2, or for Rogue, excuse me, for the next few minutes, while Comp is pretty far behind.
Especially with Kraken Slayer now completed for Hans Sama, and they're trying to look for a Void Grub spawn now in just a couple of seconds. Multiple members of G2 on towards this top side. No TP for either of the top laners, but with Wave pushed in on top, looks like Rogue going to start up, but Comp is resetting, so they may have to back off this fairly quickly.
G2. This is a tough contest because ultimately they need to steal every single grub to make it really feel worthwhile. So instead we're going to have a pretty common situation these days, which is enemy team already has 4, they're just going to leave and we'll take up the consolation prize of 2 grubs.
I don't think Rogue should be sending Comp back topside though. I think at this stage you send him bot and try and play for an early dragon off the pressure, right? Because we're G2 a position. You can even look for a trade on turret plates as he goes there, but I think with sending Comp back up towards his top end now, Hans Sama and Mickey should just be able to push on this next wave, get the quicker reset, and then play for drag and the tier 1 on bot side because of all the damage that's already been done to us.
Nice posture bomb coming from Larson. Super Mega Fire Kick, or Ultra Mega Fire Kick, but now a good hook onto Mickey, caught up under the tower. Yike now trying to follow up, but the flash out from Rogue keeps him safe. G2 tried to punish there, but didn't find too much. But with flashes down, there's just no way that Rogue can stay. Comp still wants to try it, knowing that Marcoon is on the way. G2 realized something is amiss. We'll just start backing up. Wave deleted. Rogue holding on for now.
Caps is reset in the mid lane though. Rogue don't want to overextend here because Caps
Release.
can TP onto the top side. Good hook.
So-
Oh, just short.
But that was a perfect read on exactly where Mickey was. Just needed 5 more range to make that work, as Larson really starting to win out in the trades here. Wants to walk into tower though just to get the plate. Mites are there too, so won't be able to punish.
So the Dragon up and available. Cap's going to have the... Oh, Finn doesn't quite hit BB, but Cap's going to move to reset now, come back in with a completed item. A very deep TP from the mid laner G2, but it is going to be the Dragon focus as they start to move back down. Yike no ultimate available, Hansama no ult.
Oh, Caps is about to realize this might not have been in the play. He was... Oh, so the reads from Zoelise are so good. He's just consistently 1 or 2 pixels off.
Gives the control to Caps though. He gets the push in. I still think there is maybe a window where Rogue could contest the Dragon, but looks like they're not interested. Instead, they're just going to try and keep up this play with Comp consistently on this top side. Try and funnel gold into Comp because he is just so far behind on this Caitlyn that he needs every little bit of help he can get.
And when we talk about the itemization changes, reducing what we would have looked at historically as a power drop for Caitlyn, she's still very weak when she falls behind the curve. As the hook onto Caps is going to work, and, well, tower shot will not connect. I cannot believe he got out. I thought he was just dead for sure, but the spacing between the tower shots means he'll be just fine. Zoelise there to shadow to make sure. Larsa can recall. As Finn keeps the fight going. Zoelise on the way in. Santa trying to make Mickey's life hell. Flash away from the hook. Now a TP back in the mid lane. Caps needs to back up. Larson coming in. Marcoon off to the side. Rocket jump up in time for Caps to walk away.
This nets them Rift Herald though. Rogue just keeping that pressure up, so even though it looked like G2 getting the win, Rogue have actually stuck around and pushed them back far enough that they'll be able to get another objective for themselves. So at the moment, at least, Rogue, even though it's a gold lead for G2, are keeping good control on these top side objectives.
That's what matters, especially if you can accelerate the game even further again. Space being created by the Blitzcrank, a big discussion on the desk. We've talked about it in cast as well, but breaking down mid lane tower, a big part of that. And with Herald, it's a much, much easier task. As now they've sent Caps down to the bottom side of the map instead, positioning Hansama in mid lane.
Comp going to continue the threat on this top side. If they move Marcoon up here, maybe they could try and get the top side tower off of this next push. You don't have to invest Herald into that. And Finn can do a relatively good job of just clearing out this bottom side push instead. So I think you've got options here, but again, Comp looking for the reset. So Rogue not trying to over push in towards the lane swap scenario that we've kind of seen at the moment. Looks like they might want to just try and match mid, although Comp changes his mind again. It looks like Rogue a bit unsure about how they want to try and approach this.
A bit of hesitance here. Zoelise, I like when he's given a champion that enables him to be proactive. That said, caster curse on demand. Zoelise steps too far forward, not ready for the sheer amount of G2 players hiding in that single brush.
And now Comp might be in trouble. Mickey will spot him out, but will also be spotted himself thanks to those saplings. But it just kind of feels like Rogue aren't really putting pressure onto the map where they should be. You can see Finn is pushed in too far, so Zoelise is trying to threaten onto top end, but G2 have already shifted, and it's just that kind of slow pace, the indecision that we're talking about from Rogue, buying time for G2 to get back out onto the map, and now Comp is under threat on this top side.
Could be the 4v4 on the top side of the map. Maybe even 5 is Rogue, send everyone they have, but decide better of it. You can see Finn on the minimap really debating where does he want to go. Does he want to go bot and cover against Broken Blade? Are they going to make this play on the top side? Hesitating against G2, not where you want to be. G2's gold lead just starts to grow here.
Because that's the thing for G2, it kind of feels like there's, even if there's individual errors, they're still making map plays that are very good for them. It kind of feels like riding a bike, you never really forget it. And for G2, the slips they've had have netted them some issues in this game, but rotating well around the map with Hansama, keeping Caps into good positions, and even Broken Blade just making those shot calls on this bottom half of the map now. You can see they're starting to get these small tower advantages for themselves. We've got a top tower very low, and I think they're going to open with Hansama and Mickey on the top, and actually Caps going to go up and collect that wave. So they're just in a position where they're going to start collecting these turrets, and Rogue not really responding anywhere on the map when these movements are made.
Yeah, the G2 side laners right now, Caps, Broken Blade, These are situations they're incredibly comfortable playing out. Yes, we've seen Caps get over-eager once or twice, get caught out, die where he doesn't need to, but if he's ever left unattended, the Tristana push is incredibly tough to deal with, and you can see Rogue, their answer is to kind of just get Zoelise to shadow where he can, to hope that they can find these hook plays to really give them an avenue to make, you know, a more aggressive maneuver on the map. But for Zoelise, if he's ever caught out, you can see he's got Bloodsong Mikhails, so he's very, very squishy, all things considered, for a Blitzcrank, so still has to give that respect to G2, as you can see their diligence on setting up around mid.
A lot of vision on this top side, which means that Marcoon might get caught. No! The ult just going wide from Hansama. That could have been a tree going chopped down very quickly.
There's a lot of Christmas theming here, I just realized. Marcoon's got the Christmas skin, Finn's got the Christmas skin. Not everyone got the memo, though. That's what's
Yeah,
that's what we're missing. That's the line that Rogue are missing. The Skinergy not 100%. As Caps is just going to continue to get pushed back here. Larson is still a very big threat, not opting for the lethality crit build thus far. It looks like Trinity Force second. But Rogue, again, they use their pressure, they set up a bit of vision, but they really just can't push the vision line too far forward. They don't have good information, and the looming threat of, you know, Sejuani waiting in the brush backed up by one of these 80 carries is just too much to contend with.
And it kind of feels like Zoelise is trying to make plays in this top side consistently, because they can break up in the tower, but you have to do it in the next couple of seconds, because otherwise G2 already setting up for the Dragon in a minute's time. They just want to keep that boat rolling, and Comp being zoned away from the mid-turns.
Well, and don't forget, the Rogue have the Herald. They don't really have an avenue of attack. G2 are just walking up and taking mid tower. You're not supposed to let that happen, but Rogue just completely outmaneuvered on the map. Again, G2 only have a 2k gold lead. It's not like Rogue are catastrophically far behind. Hansama is very strong, but he's also very vulnerable. That said, the threat of the Milio cleanse, or not the threat, but the safety of the Milio cleanse, just makes it so hard for Rogue to do anything.
But we haven't really seen Marcoon try to shadow any of these lanes. He's been farming in his jungle, but every time Rogue have tried to move up, like if Zoelise shifts towards top lane, you kind of need Marcoon to answer to cover Comp, but he hasn't really been there, and now with that push in mid, Rogue starting to slip further and further down. And yes, you have the Rift Herald for this Dragon in a couple of seconds, but where's the wave state or the lane state to let you really get advantage of this? TP in mid to try and brute force it now, but Cap's going to be able to match, and we're just going to have all 5 members in the mid lane.
Larson 2 items. If he gets in range to auto, he's going to hit hard. Herald now summoned. Full 5v5. But G2, really much better tools. That's the Herald. Half a tower, that's really all it is. Rogue grouped up now. Finn stepping off to the side. But they have to keep their eye on that arrow from Hansama. Finn hoping to find that angle. Comp very far forward, but not too scared, knowing that he has the Mikhails from Zoelise. Zoelise backstepping, good vision now coming in from the Scryer's Bloom. Finn in the midst of everything. G2 taking their time. Arrow gonna hit. Broken Blade ready to go forward. Instantly jumping onto the team. The Maokai ult to disengage, but it's too late. Caps now sitting over the wall. All but uncontested is Finn. Now gonna get knocked down. Still a blinking health bar. Flash forward. Back to finish the job. Zoelise tries to find the knockup, and slowly the Sejuani will fall. Comp grabbing one back. Larson trying to go crazy. Finishes off Hansama, but Caps turns it right back in his favor. Rocket jumping over. Looking to land some damage onto Comp. The traps are there, but they're not trapping anybody. Rogue cleaned up off the rift.
G2 just playing off of so many different angles there, making it impossible for Rogue to fight the front to back that they really wanted. And G2 get a commanding win off the back of that.
G2 playing with a lot more confidence in the fight. And it's a 2-item Tristana now. Caps, you can talk about little hiccups, but it's still Caps at the end of the day. He's going to play those fights clean. We take a look back here, and you can see the arrow really what starts things.
Yeah, because it ends up onto Zoelise, he's not actually able to keep himself out of harm's way. Mikhail's actually going on to Marcoon, but I don't watch as we start to come in. The fight that starts to open up over this side and down here means that Comp has to try and back up into behind this line over behind here, but he just can't really do it because the constant threat of BB makes it impossible for him to step up. So he's just in no man's land, not really able to get any of the damage that he wants to off, which means that Caps is able to consistently deal with Rogue as they dive in, having Mickey to support him, whereas Broken Blade is just trying to play keep away and keep Comp interested as the rest of the fight goes on.
And it just felt so disjointed from Rogue in that fight. Broken Blade ults Finn, and everybody turns to protect Finn when the carry line is standing there exposed. They don't opt to dive onto those threats, instead trying to feel for the Gragas, and you know, maybe they have some context in that situation or an angle that they're looking for, but from a distance, it just looks like a little bit of a mess here. For Rogue, they still got Larson scaling up. He's now finally gonna start building some crit up. But 2.5 items for Ashe, for Tristana, like ease of execution now heavily favors G2, given that Rogue weren't able to find an early game lead that it really felt like they were set up for.
But this also isn't the same Corki of last split, right? This isn't a Corki that scales incredibly well. He kind of hits his 2 items and then starts to fall off. So Corki kind of hitting his stride now, but doesn't really have the oomph that he needs to carry these fights, especially when Broken Blade already sitting at 2 items. He's just prioritizing the armor because he knows Finn and Marcoon really aren't going to be able to take him down in a fight.
Yeah, and again, you look at the tools available to Rogue to set their pace in the game, and it's really just the Blitzcrank hook, maybe a flash twisted advance, you know, body slam flash, and a cask from Finn. There's some good options, but most of what they have is super defensive. Traps, Maokai ultimate, all much better reactively used as Marcoon reacting to Yike coming through. Blast Cone goes out, looking to lock Mickey X up off to the side. Broken Blade coming over the wall. Nice stun coming in from Yike. Comp with an ulti. Han Sama now deleted. A good angle from Rogue as they keep things going. For now, Larson still standing. Q3 from Broken Blade. Where's it going to go? Mickey getting 1v1 by the tree off to the side, but now Caps has come to the party. Killing spree coming through for him, and he can start to just clean this one up. Finn taking down another reset on the rocket jump, and all of Rogue scatter. They want nothing to do with this, but Cap wants to keep the train going. He's got a ward in the bush. Taking his time, tick, tick, ticking. Larson, how's the calculation? Caps his math. That might need a little bit of work, but Larson happy to have the opportunity to escape.
Gonna have to TP out of that one. G2, they can turn over towards the barn if they want to, especially with Larson TPing out, and that may just be the call. Broken Blade not just gonna spot the reset coming through from Zoelise as well. And now G2, they win the fight, and they get the objective.
I gotta say, again, small question marks here and there. A messy dive early on, an overstep here or there, but generally G2 playing mid to game, late game out cleanly, outmaneuvering Rogue on the map. Leo Q to disengage. Broken Blade stepping up to stop Marcoon from getting in the pit. Still the tree tries to walk forward, but again, the ulti's still available for Caps, and now G2 can set their sights on the fight. All out from Broken Blade. Ready to dash in. Zoelise frontlining. 3 traps in the brush. Broken Blade after expertly sidestepping as Yike now wants to keep going with Finn there to disrupt. Arrow coming in from Han Sama. The Ash uncontested just continues to free hit as much as she wants, but the burst damage from Larson is big, as it is from Comp. Arrow now coming in, or ulti, excuse me. Ace in the hole. Larson manages to kill one. Nice sidestep coming from Han Sama. The Milio just doing so much work. A cozy campfire for G2 as they set up home in the mid lane.
But it's Rogue that is burning off the back of it as G2 continue to keep the threat. Mickey is chasing. There's a shot from downtown, and Mickey suddenly wants to go home.
The cupcakes. You can't eat those cupcakes. They're not for you, Han Sama.
He just wanted some s'mores, man.
He just wanted a treat. He felt like he earned it after that fight. The good news for G2 is, yeah, they're still 7K ahead, but a bit of a mess there at the end.
This is just messy from Rogue, though. Look at where Comp's position. They go for this engage because they see the moment, but not everyone is on the same page. They get the TP from Finn, but Rogue is still trying to play catch-up. So even though this looks like such a good fight, G2 are able to buy enough time, even after Han Sama goes down, to let Caps join in. Caps with a great flank, then immediately pops Comp. Larson's gone for the hills. So Caps is just having a field day now with this tank frontline, being able to continue the threat alongside the Milio. It was unfortunate Han Sama ends up going down, but we get to see it in this replay now as they got engaged. They were waiting for Han Sama's ultimate that just ticked over off a cooldown, but Han's trying to play as far forward as possible, but that turret doing a lot of work to try and keep G2 at bay. Yike ends up falling, and then we just get to see as Han Sama steps forward, just ends up just into the trap and gets punished for it here. Looking elsewhere, man.
And no matter how much we build up their macro, there's still a lot of content in the micro.
Yeah.
I think it remains safe to say. Comp laughing, happy to have that one.
You know?
Yeah, Silly Billy syndrome. There. He's a Silly Billy. He knows it. But now he's a Silly Billy with Ocean Soul. So G2, again, still favored here.
Yeah, so you can heal up past the damage.
Yeah.
That is,
And I think the thing that's sad for Rogue is it finally felt like we saw that instance of very good reactivity where they punished or attempted to punish in the fight, but then even then they overstep a bit, they give too much away, and it's really only Han Sama stepping on the trap that even makes that remotely favorable for them, as it does mean a shutdown for Comp, who's now at 2.5 items. Luckily, they've also got some armor coming through on the side of Marcoon. It is just crit, so we'll do a lot to mitigate some of that damage. Sadly, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Ocean Soul means that most of your poke effectively meaningless. But there's not a whole lot of poke to speak of. Again, the Corki, really more of an all-in champion these days.
It's the big issue that Rogue are going to face as this game starts to continue on is that you just don't really have Larson who can compete with Caps in the side lane, so Caps will get the push. Hans has that ultimate, so if Comp ever tries to step up to contest the wave, you can immediately pull the trigger there, especially with Yike in tow. So G2 get wave pushed in, get to keep Rogue in their base, and then trying to contest, Elder Dragon or anything like that that's going to come up becomes very, very difficult. So even if G2 want to try and play this slow for the next few minutes, it's just about keeping Rogue contained and making sure they can close out this game.
I think the other big frustrating thing is Yike is going to get hooked up. Not a whole lot of damage there. Ocean Soul and Red Buff means the healing comes through. Marcoon ulti off to the side. Broken Blade unstoppable. All of G2 stepping forward to looking to kick this fight off. Broken Blade now knocked back. Healing now coming up for the Cozy Campfire. Yike frontlining. Caps retreating. Permafrost stun on Defin is there. They're going to slowly burn down the tank, but he manages to back off for now. G2, one cannon minion, all they need to push in and try to break this tower down. Volley and the charge coming in from Caps. They'll open up the base of Rogue. Either side losing a member. Lots of low health bars, but G2 again with the Ocean Soul, the war of attrition. Normally would favor Rogue, but not so clear anymore.
Especially when Rogue can just go back to base, should help them out. So G2 going to step up here once more. The red buff and that Ocean Soul doing work for G2 to get those health bars back up. And lower cooldowns for G2 as well going to help as Rogue try desperately to defend.
Body block from Broken Blade. Q3 not going to hit. Poke from Comp is decent. Unstoppable now to mitigate the hook is Zoelise. This is it's a slow, controlled little battle. Poke back some volleys, some rockets.
And these are all just nice little extras for G2. I don't think they were really expecting to crack the base with that push. They were more like, hey, get the outer turrets down. Let's play for Baron in a minute's time. So we're getting the reset through now. The fact that mid turret goes down just kind of creates another point of pressure that they can look to leverage into rotating over towards the Baron. And Rogue now in just an awful position. You don't really have the items that you want on towards Comp to really be a big threat. Larson can't get through Broken Blade and Yike as easy as you'd like. And you can see from the damage on your screens just how much Hansama and Caps are doing in these games.
Caps just waiting. Just waits for more information again. Hawkshot shows him generally where Rogue are. As soon as Rogue commit anybody to walking into River, to pushing out mid, Caps can just show in bot lane and start forcing that wave.
Also, just to highlight the amount of TP opportunities that someone like BB can have if given the moment to get in behind Rogue as well. So you've got to be very, very careful here as Rogue that you don't overextend, because G2 will happily pull that trigger. We've seen it oh so often with this team.
No. And some uncertainty is where Caps is on the map. If you look on the mini-map, you see question mark pings on the brush closest to Larson. G2 fighting for mid priority here. Comp obviously with a decent range advantage, but Broken Blade, you mentioned how both sides are pretty heavily AD. Broken Blade probably the happiest about that. The only champion in the game who's going to be able to turn all those tanky stats into, well, more damage when he does decide to go all out. Broken Blade harassing the slows there. Again, volleys don't do a lot of damage here, so Broken Blade normally would be losing out, but the Ocean Soul really helping mitigate the poke that's coming through from Rogue. Comp has to be careful not to get caught here. 90 caliber net used.
Instead of Caps on this bottom side, Rogue not really able to get a position where they feel comfortable fighting in the 4v5, so Caps going to be matched by Larson on the bottom side. G2 now shifting over to start up the Baron. Caps should be able to walk up here, but maybe he fancies his time against Larson.
Rogue, are they confident in the 4v4? Mickey standing off to the side, trying to be that bouncer. Finn, a body slam, a potential to make a play. Nice hook coming in from Zoelise, immediate fall. Comp sees one hand delivered. Now on a killing spree, the Caitlyn ready to pop out in this fight. Nobody is moving on to Comp, and Marcoon just uses the ultimate. Broken Blade now going to be in trouble. Yike running, Mickey running, but Caps won his 1v1 in the picture-in-picture, and he's looking to end the game right here. Knock up onto Mickey. All of Rogue pushing through, trying to finish off Yike. Finn has to be the one to save it. Finn has to be the one to defend the base. Caps happy to just keep pushing. Rogue, do they want to start this objective? It's kind of psycho. Yike is still alive. He's going to start healing up shortly. And Caps just ready to end it. But the wave gone. Finn doing what he can, but another wave on the way. And Caps just wants to delete this Gragas. And again, we talk about those little moments, those little hiccups from Caps, but here he is, happy to just win this game single-handedly. All of G2 determined to just end the backs of G2.
He's just done it.
It's not explosive, but it's a win. Or is it? Zoelise on the way, the body slam, the full commitment. They desperately need to kill this. Yordle, but the Yordle's gonna finish the job. It's goofy as hell, but G2 win it.
Look, with this split, That's what you need to expect with G2. It's going to be a goofy free-for-all to get the finish, but Caps on the Tristana has the damage he needs to finish that one out.
Look, sometimes they're silly billies, sometimes they're a silly billy club. They're just gonna beat people over the head. Caps, it was a psycho play, but he 1v1s 2 rogue players back to make it work, and that's why he's on this poll. Player of the game at LEC on X, Yike Caps or Han Sama. Again, G2 feels like starting to ramp up as we get deeper into the season. One final bow here from the crowd in Berlin. We're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, Hollow Legends quiz. Elyoya and Karzi coming in. Let's see what they know.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
inducted Faker into the Hall of Legends, and we want to celebrate that with Faker's Facts Face-Off. I've got the analysts here versus the pros. These are the rules. So you can buzz in when I am reading the question. But if you buzz in, I will stop reading and you have to give an answer.
Okay.
You can answer if you buzz, but if you answer incorrectly, the other team gets a chance to answer as well. If both of you are incorrect, I will give you a hint to the answer and you can go again.
Okay.
That makes sense? Okay, question number 1. We'll start with a difficult one.
No, hands behind your back.
Okay, hands behind the back, cool. How many times has Faker solo killed players from the LEC?
What?
I'll make the question easier. I'm gonna accept any answer within a 5% margin of error.
5%,
But
that's
you
a
have to
huge,
buzz, right?
that's a big number.
Okay.
So okay.
60.
Incorrect. Oh, you're so close.
What? You're not allowed to say that! No!
Okay,
Why
it's
would you
fine.
say that to
We go
them?
for more, right?
We go for more.
That's a little bit of a clue.
Okay, we go for less.
Okay, how much?
Yeah, we go for less.
Then it has to be like 50.
We go 54.
Correct.
What are you? What?
54?
It was actually 56, but that is within the 5% margin. Question number 2. What instrument is Faker famous for playing?
I don't know, piano.
Correct!
Yes! I mean, I knew.
I was gonna flip the same, you know? I was
That
gonna
was
say
actually
literally the
crazy. You
same.
didn't know?
No, of course not.
He's lying.
Next one, it's some ancient history. Which team was the opponent in Faker's first ever Worlds match in 2013?
What?
Lemon Dogs.
Correct! Oh my
New
god.
Dog played Swain in that game.
Correct.
I will always remember it.
Yeah.
That's why you're an analyst.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
They're actually doomed.
Question 4 is rapid fire. It's a question that has multiple answers and you will get 1 point for each correct answer you make. Excluding Lemon Dogs, which EULCS and LEC teams has Faker faced in his career?
HTK,
Go on.
Yes.
G2,
Yes.
only LEC, Fnatic,
And LCS, no?
EULCS or LEC? 3,
Misfits.
2, 1, correct? 3, 2,
they can have some.
1.
Go try,
Okay,
Karate.
so they guessed 4. They guessed G2, Fnatic, Misfits, and H2K.
Mad Lions.
Splice.
Correct.
forgot about
Mad
Mad
Lions,
Lions.
correct.
How can we forget about Mad Lions?
Say something random fast.
2, 1. No.
Never played us, bro.
I don't know, bro. I just had to say something.
So you got 4 points, and then you got 2 points. Question 6. How many MSI and World Championships has Faker won?
Do
So
you know
everything
it?
put together.
Okay, Garzi, say it.
Wait, what?
So how many MSIs and World Championships has he won together? You know,
Go
like for
say
a
it.
total number.
5 what?
6.
Yes!
Yeah?
That was correct, 6. He
Worlds
got
to
there. I'm
MSI.
gonna
I knew
give
you
them
know
a
it.
point.
I
Such
knew
a
you know
flipper.
it. I knew you know it.
So, fake or faker? In a moment, I will reveal a category about Faker and a list of facts. You have to buzz in when you hear something that is fake. Not Faker. Category 1, fake or Faker's international achievement. Most world championships.
Wait,
So you have to buzz if you think it's a fake.
It's fake,
Oh.
so
Yeah.
don't buzz.
First back-to-back world champion.
That
World's Royal Roader.
What does that mean?
we're not familiar with
First
narratives.
3-time consecutive MSI champ.
That's fake.
Oh.
Correct.
Where's your APM? You're supposed to be
I was still
faster.
lagging from the Royal Road. I'm like,
Oh my god.
What is the Royal Road?
I don't know what
all I know is all roads lead to me, and that's it.
Yeah. Category 2, fake or Faker's music video appearances. Star Walking. Rise. Phoenix. Take Over. No, he wasn't Take Over. I am going to read the list one more time for the pros.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
We take those.
Okay.
Pro analyst.
Star Walking. Correct, that's fake.
Could you make it more obvious?
Thank you.
What do you mean?
What?
All right, next
obvious.
category.
it doesn't appear
Faker's
in
champions played at Worlds.
Okay.
Okay.
Rise.
Wait, what?
Akali. Champions he's played at Worlds.
Oh.
Zed. Syndra. Wei.
No!
Yeah, it was
Yes,
good. It was
correct.
good.
Yeah!
It's new one, bro. You flipped
They are
it.
not even trying in their Faker's current or former teammates? Marin,
Wait, this is still fake or Faker? Okay.
Daryl.
Yeah, that's right.
Correct, that's fake.
You're literally sitting with a hand here.
That's because you went under my hand.
Before we head into the final question, it is time to reveal what you have been playing for. And obviously, since it's Faker and Hall of Legends themed, it's something you all want.
Don't say it.
No Hall of Legends title,
It's the golden
but it is
broccoli.
Golden
legendary.
broccoli.
So, while Faker is known for his flashy moves across Summoner's Rift, he is no slouch IRL either. Recreate this most...
No, you're not. You can't read. Stop. He busted. He busted. He didn't know the answer.
I'm
I
not
baited
reading
him.
anymore.
Come on, Kazi.
Wait, can you repeat recreate his most?
Yeah.
That was his
Do you want to try with this information to do, and also with the context clues? Do you want to try and do?
Oh,
maybe
yoga.
what-
Oh, no, you have to do the thing, the flip. You know that he did to go into the stage.
Oh, he
Yes,
did
he-
I can't do it.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
rigged because he's
Do
kept
it.
reading.
I can't do it. You can't do it, bro.
Well, you have to do it 10 seconds or they
Kazi,
win.
come
10
on.
seconds or they win.
It's the golden broccoli.
Yes!
Now I see why it's rigged against analysts. Will never have a chance in this game. It's rigged for the pros.
We get those.
We gotta let them win in something.
The golden broccoli. Hey, you get it.
Was it?
Yeah, you won.
You need to
Correct.
bite it again.
His iconic roll.
My
They
back
win.
hurts now. GG.
There you go.
You can hold it, you
Bronze
can
or
hold it.
golden broccoli. Congratulations. Of course, we hope you bring home the World's Trophy one day, but this will do in the
will.
interim.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And
We
the
are about
pros
to do it.
are much smarter than my analysts.
Thank you.
Absolutely love it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the casting desk. Aragon and I will take over for the bit of the Golden Broccoli, an absolute honor in esports, you know. I feel like a lot of people are increasing their vegetable content up this week by about 25%. So props to everyone who's eating more green stuff this week. Is it? I mean, you look at his hair as well, it kind of looks like broccoli. I mean, Kazi's an absolute legend. You know, oh, Yo as well, let's not forget. Those guys used to be on the classic Mad as well, the one that took us all the way. Now, for GX and Mad, it's a very different story this year, and we can walk you through that journey. But first of all, let's see what we get through in pick and ban. LeBlanc taken off the board first, and Skarner feels like a must-do on the red side as well.
I immediately look at the OPs for each team here, and the first ban I really think Giant Tech should take away is the Ivan. I think they love their tanks like Sejuani, and Elioya has been B1ing Ivan, and Ivan's very good into these tanks, so take that away, take away the counter, and I expect that on the third ban. If not, that could be a very big pain in their side.
It's just crazy, you know, coming off watching LPL, LCK this morning had a banger in Gen G T1, like, priorities are completely different. Tristana B1 is something we're seeing, Varus B1 as well, the Rumble is a B1, I think Mad Lions are still seeing it as a possibility since the Antonio has now moved off tanks and especially onto that singular pick. He won't have the same option this time around, so I am curious which direction they go for their top laner on this blue side, as Ashe also has been blindable on the blue side too.
Yeah, the question is now, what happens to the Ivan? I imagine Elioya will snatch that up if it goes through. What else do you pick? I see a lot of OPs that are left available. Tristana Corki Handshake is available there in the mid lane potentially, as Flex is down to bot as well. Talia, Ashe is off the table now. Varus is up as well. And that Varus Flex is something that has potential for both Jackies as well as Mervin and Super.
Really good point as well. It's not something you'd think of, but yeah, Varus in this series should be huge, as Juhan is just going to set us up on one of the other junglers left up and available. You can see high presence in this patch as well. As for Ginex, now that they've got that jungler, you already mentioned things like the Corki come up. The Ivan is still available as well. The Tristana. Mad Lions have a really strong OP R1, R2.
Yeah, I mean, they've banned out a bunch of champions and they've left up the Ivan, so Elioya snatches it up. You could go for a nice pairing in the Tristana plus Ivan if you want to. You have a bunch of different options. Let's see what they pick. Let's see what their choice is in priority.
Breskowie hasn't picked it just yet. It has been along the lines of the Corki, so interesting to see that Super gets priority with this Jinx that hangs around here in EU. On the other side, though, let's start talking about pairings, because we know Vi is not a one-man show. What is going to be looking towards it?
Yeah, I think I quite like Vi with different champions that like to synergize, stuff like Talia, stuff like Ahri. These things work really well with Vi. You want a lot of point and click that can capitalize on the instant R that Vi has, and Talia's excellent just like one of those.
So Aragon, a bit of a classic thrown up into Giant X. Now,
It's just about the question of AD carry, right? AD carry or support. We've seen a lot of hard engaged supports in this meta come through as well. You talked about this Varus pick too, which can be a major flex for Mad Lions, but we know over towards Jackie's, it has been such a good pick. But with Taliyah already there, the Kai'Sa instead, another bump up.
Kai'Sa already the building blocks of a dive composition for Giant X.
Oh,
you
yeah.
press R, you go on a single target, you blow them up. Kai'Sa can follow up on that dive as well. They hovered Varus. That's a taunt for sure. I think Jackie's is taunting the Varus mid lane, asking if Frescario or Mervin want to pick it up as that flex. Let's see if they do it. Let's see if they let it go through down bot side as well. I think it could be a good pick with the Ivan.
Well, for now, we're just going to let it pass through, aren't we? Ivan alongside the Cassante here, so we've got our supportive jungle with the tank front line here. Already the building blocks, let's just talk about Mad Lions, trying to set us up for front to back.
Yeah, already really easy to go on the front to back here. I think you have different roles locked in for either team, right? So for the side of Mad Lions, you can pinch top laners that you don't want for Cassante to play into that fit the theme of the dive. Ornal on top of Vial is very good. That's why they've taken that away. Gragas could be another consideration. For Giant X, you pinch mid laners because you have the Taliyah and the enemy team don't have mids. Hui could be good, but usually you want an AD pairing with the Ivan.
Yeah.
So, you know, what AD champion do you have with the Ivan? Corki is there. I think Jace is also an option, but Jace doesn't really like Vitally as a combo.
And I guess Giant X are like, well, we're not going to start banning it out. We're going to get rid of some of these supports that can link up with Jinx as well instead, because there's too many mid laners. You already highlighted a few that could work with the Ivan mid. Renata taken away with the Malphite and another one of the top laners in the Ornn as well, you just mentioned before. Let's see what the round out is for Giant X.
I think Yone is also really good into Taliyah and also is a great pairing with the Ivan. So I wonder if they'll take it off the table here, but I haven't seen Frescawi play it before. Not really a him sort of champion, but you know, he's been busting out different kinds of styles. Maybe he has it in his arsenal.
We're going to find out, aren't we? Because again, another pick that's just left open. So Yone, Corki, Tristana still up and available here. And we know globally, a lot of these champions are taken into Taliyah. There's only a certain few that are seen as resistible when going up against that mid-v-mid matchup. Let's answer your question there, Aragon, because again, we also don't have support on the side of Mad Lions. Koi, let's see if they want to look towards composition or get an early mid pick here, and looks like the answer is get Frescawi on the Azir.
So what they're doing here is they're saying, you know, I can play the Azir into the Vi Taliyah, which is typically not that great of a matchup. It's really hard to deal with the in-your-face kind of nature that Vi Taliyah brings. That's why I don't really like it here. I prefer something like Yone. But Frescawi loves Azir. Now, I think on the other side, Giant X, Gragas is looking fantastic for me here. In the context of a front-to-back and a dive composition, you can layer the Gragas ult on top of the Vi ultimate and then bring that immobile AD carry into you.
Are you worried about AP damage though? We've seen Kai'Sa with flex builds with Nash's built in.
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, if you really are worried about it, you have the alternatives. You have Gnar. You can just do sort of an isolated counter if you want to for AD damage. Renekton's up as well for the single target burst. Renekton Taliyah is also a combo, and it works pretty well. In general, Renekton as a champion works pretty well into the Cassante. It's really up to what... Oh no, of course, the Antonio. There's no way, right?
Just wait.
That's the Mervin classic.
Yeah,
He's not going to do it.
Let's just hold and pause because again, going into the top lane, that ain't his egg, that ain't his bag.
That's no.
We're just going to wait and see. I mean, the Antonio has been a tank player, and as we look back at his historics, is all his time in the ERLs, we know that for this guy, he's been comfortable on tanks. Poppy, another version of that. I guess against the Azir, there's a lot of functionality there as well.
It's also a good isolated matchup into the Cassante. You don't see it very often, but it is good. And of course, the Antonio loves his tanks, so that is the option. I think Gragas was the alternative, but he locks in the Poppy instead. Now, Giant X have huge amounts of dive into the backline. Rel ultimate, Kai'Sa ultimate, Vi ultimate, and Taliyah layering on top of it. Yeah, whereas Mad Lions Koi, they have a lot of front-to-back team fighting. They're very, very bog standard. We have front line, we have a major mid lane, and a front line in the Daisy as well, and a Jinx. Let's play off those resets, but front-to-back versus dive is the dynamic.
Does this feel like a winter composition from Mad Lions Koi from you?
A winter composition?
Yeah, like feels like earlier in the year we had a lot of front-to-back composition. We had a lot of, you know, these Cassante built comps where it felt more simple to execute is better in League.
Honestly, I quite like compositions that have a lot more agency. I think they're easier to pull off. I think pressing R on a single target's very, very simple, and what Giant X have pulled together. If I was on either of these teams, I'd prefer to play Giant X.
That's interesting again. I mean, the question about where the time slot fits in Mad Lions' composition is an interesting point in itself, but I like that because a lot of people don't take that angle. They don't take the angle of like, well, point and click, like pick targets, you know, utilizing snap engage and getting these great lockdowns is easy to execute. A lot of people have different opinions. I'm curious to pick your mind going into this game because Giant X are on death's door. I mean, 0-4. If they lose this game, it is going to be so hard to come back. It is pretty much impossible. I mean, 5 wins. Talking about it with Vedius before, it's pretty much a lock-in, if not a guarantee.
as we go through. 0 and 5, the opposite end. And for Giant, what a hard season when Jackie's has been playing so well, when Juhan has come in, this ex-world champion who, yes, sat on the bench as a sub, but still contributed. The Antonio, a change-up in topside. Giant have gone through some trials here, and it looks like the tribulations aren't over.
And you really want to see Jackie's pick a win. I know the whole team probably wants to, but there's been so many games where they've gotten so close. Even yesterday versus G2, you know, that Baron throw was an absolute travesty.
Yeah.
Getting so close to winning and not being able to close out the game, and a lot of these games have been really miserable. So hopefully, you know, Jackie's can pick up a win here, and so can the rest of Giant X.
I mean, it has been a great debut year for him as well. It's only been going up, and we want to see what Giant X can pull off. If this is going to be their last stand, or at least they're going to be their last split for the year. No season finals for them. It means that we're going to have to see what Giant X look like towards the start of 2025 as well. That's the lead in. Now we look for a little peek here from Super and Alvaro, just trying to get some vision in enemy jungle, but no lane swap, which is great to see. I mean, I was thinking about it this morning. Lane swaps have been dying down quite a lot. They've been late, less of, maybe as a response for grubs, but apart from that, we are pretty much away from perma lane swapping meta. I think we're all better for it.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? I mean, who doesn't like seeing actual 1v1 action in the top lane?
Yeah.
And top lane is not having 0 CS at 5 minutes. That's pretty good, isn't it? I mean,
is nice.
having them run mid lane and gold card on TF as their most useful function, pretty bad.
I mean, getting to see tanks versus tanks again, I mean, it's weird for me to say that, but it is quite nice.
I mean, take a look at the blue buff right now. Leoya's got some funky pathing. He's marked a bunch of camps topside and ran straight to the blue buff, but Juhan, he sniffs it out, and immediately he's gone from red to blue to cover off any kind of invade. Ward down as well from Leoya, but he's going to go back. Mission failed.
Yeah, we'll get him next time, and we'll clear out our camps for the meantime as well for Leoya. It's going to be a quick clear thanks to the root caller, and note that that ward that's come through from Giant X is in the know that Leoya is pathing up towards his top side. So again, information is traded off.
Yeah, and generally, this kind of composition from MDK, it's very slow.
Yep.
You don't have any playmaking in any lane, no setup topside until 6, and even then Poppy's a matchup that wins into the Cassante. Mid only has a play in the scoop post 6, but even that is not that consistent, and bot lane has no setup either. So it's really, if we're going to see any action, it's going to be on Giant X. You have the really nice engage from down bot side, and also the mid 2v2 in the Vi and the Talia setup one-shot combo.
But I feel like we start looking and talking about level 6s then, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of that engage, a lot of that, you know, snap lockdown from Juhan, from Jackie's using his semi-global is going to come through then. As Frescowi takes a hard trade, but at least gets something back. Mid's getting a little bit dangerous, but again, to echo the point, level 6, that all in, those ultimates, feels like when you started talking about dive comp, that really resonated with me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a little bit of action coming in. Juhan, much stronger at this stage of the game.
Yep.
Alongside Jackie's with that combo and the spells, if they manage to layer up that CC, it can be absolutely brutal.
Candy Crush Ivan just hitting away as he does. Again, doesn't he? That's a skin where he eats all his friends as he backs, isn't it? The absolute monstrosity. Someone had a sick mind and was like, oh, let's put in something dark in here. Absolutely love it. I mean, he's a friend of the forest after all, so it's a good balance to his old nature if you know the lore. He's on the bottom side for now, Leoya just picked up Scuttle Crab. Top side is there for the taking, but as you can see, Juhan is still clearing down towards his bottom Krugs himself, so both junglers now hovering down this bot side of the map.
Yeah, Prio seems pretty even down mid, down bot side rather. Wonder if we'll see any action. Juhan's going to try and sneak into the bush down bot. If you look at the mini-map, and Leoya's on the way as well. Now, any kind of skirmish at this point in the game, Braum is very potent in them.
Oh, yeah.
So, depending on how the marks land up, it'll be bloody, but I think in general, when you're playing a sort of Vi composition, like we said, 6 is very important. So often you only see a gank if it's really free, and outside of that, you play for your level 6.
Crash. That's annoying as Jackie takes a quick trade through mid. I mean, this is hurting him a little bit more. Cameraman, not wrong to go there. Knows that something could happen as we get the Gall Age, but the Crashdown comes through. Braum, again, we talked about, it's going to be rough as Ignar's the first to get stunned up. Leoya providing support as Super looks for the re-engage. The flash on as concussive blows stack up. Winter's Bite secures first blood for Alvaro. Out with a little Vault Breaker, but Juhan ain't out of the woods yet. He gets poked on his way through as well. And for Giant X, losing their support, they thought they had the play.
Smart from Leoya, often the catalyst in the early game for the side of Mad Lions Koi. Cancels his recall just in case there's a gank. They see it coming. And those Braum marks that we talked about also doing work in that team fight. Now 3v3 down bot side, MDK come out on top.
It's like you've played against this before, you know, just spotting out Alvaro and, you know, whether it's level 1 or just early levels. It's a great thing about Braum, isn't it? You got to think just outside of the shield. You think about what he does in small skirmishes, especially when there's a lot of attack speed on this comp as well.
Yeah.
Always loved it with the Jinx pairing. So
First blood does go over Alvaro, and you'll be a bit upset it doesn't go on the right carries, but it still sets up for the push that comes through, and at least giving them a nice reset timer down bot, while as well giving a nice early game lead for Mad.
Dragon being taken by GX here. Now, there is no grubs to take on the other side of the map because of the different spawn timers for grubs. They got set back a minute.
Yep.
Usually what you would see at this point in the game, maybe about a couple months ago, would be a trade of Dragon for grubs here. Instead, they're going to look for a topside play. They're actually swapping, and this is really nice. They're swapping Jinx up to topside before the grub spawn. Now, because of the mismatched timers on the Dragon spawn and the Herald spawn, Juhan potentially has time to come and contest these if he wants to.
Gonna pause though, because it looks like Mad is setting up a play. He's trying to get the push in, and Aragon, he does so successfully, but now he has to get out of there. Ulti, all right, yoinky. See you later. Super just has to walk it back, and a nice ult to disengage before he gets caught out.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no Jinx there, there's no damage, right? Ivan, Braum, not exactly the most potent combo. Ping's coming down from blue side onto the grubs. I do think their champions are a bit stronger right now. There's the sweep.
Oh, he tries to go in. I think the Emperor survived. It's actually Flash Jackie's nice timing on that as well, but Frescowie now without a summoner as well. Igna looking for the crash down, a Shattering Strike, not even that. Ends up moving up, and Patrick is now here as well. Noting that Mirwin doesn't have TP to get to top.
Yeah, Giant-X are investing full 5 numbers here. If it's going to be a 5v4, if there is a fight, MDK have to be careful. Any kind of play has to be fast. Otherwise, they're going to lose.
I've seen games lost over grubs here, Aragon. I've seen games swung about as plating goes down on the bottom side. Thank you, observers. It looks like for Mad could be caught with their pants down. Patrick looking to chase up. No level 6 here, but the Antonio just used his. Hammer shot down, nothing to gain. Pushing them off the grubs is the small win here for Giant-X. Noting that they want their early game to really capitalize as much as possible.
And I have to say, I don't really like this trade as much for Giant-X because they can't really use grubs with this comp as well as the other team. So losing a bunch of waves on Patrick, you can see he hasn't farmed up any waves in a while now. A bunch of XP, a bunch of platings down bot side as well because of that demolish from Mervin. It's going to be kind of rough in the 1v1 top side as well as for Patrick.
Nice to see the shot call though at the very least, you know, especially since Dragon goes down, they move up their bottom lane after the push as well. A bit more resilience from this team who have really struggled all year long. I mean, for Giant-X, the change through the top jungle, that's what took my interest the most coming through in this split naturally. And especially when you have someone like Juhan in who adds experience into this roster. I know there's a lot of people get triggered by it who go, he's a world champion. It is a fact. He has a skin. He ran the skin yesterday. I don't know if you saw.
I actually didn't.
We saw the DRX Maokai skin that came through yesterday from Juhan, and I think there's a lot of potential for this guy to grow in this region. Alongside the Antonio's finally getting his shot. Now, as we get our objectives down, we have a bit of a timer now. 3 grubs in full. We're taken up in that top side while we look 2.5 minutes for our next timer.
Quite interesting. Swapping back. I feel like MDK are ahead of the swaps here.
Yeah.
Sending Jinx down bot side because the Dragon respawning in 2 minutes 30.
Does this count as a lane swap?
Look at mid. Ult on Juhan.
Oh, Vault Breaker comes through. Cease and desist rather. Sets it up onto the Ivan. He ain't got too much steadfast for instance to Bounce House. Elyoya unable to move in the end, and Giant-X chain CC perfectly.
There's the single target CC that we called out with that level 6 on Vi. The Antonio's going to beeline topside to catch that wave, make sure there's no cross-map play for plates on Mervin. I will say in this entire time, though, Mervin has been getting a lot of resources. This is going to be a really tanky
Kazante, yeah. I mean, he's just going full on full. I'm not sure if he took Demolish here, Aragon, but at the very least, 3 plates, I believe, in total from both bot and both top now. As Alvaro getting deep in the enemy jungle here. Ignite one away, but just waiting to see if Juhan takes the engage. Yes, he does. But again, that ult was already burned in the previous exchange, so Alvaro feels confident getting deep vision.
Super has tier 2 boots, so he can get in and out of these fights, back down to bot side if he wants to pretty quickly. Going back down bot, but look at it, the game pushed out of the jungle. That's a red buff now for MDK.
Super, as soon as he pushes this as well, can move alongside it too. Smite comes through, instant takeaway from Elyoya, and he's also got 6 now as well. Daisy's here to play.
Now, coming down to bot side, no ultimate up for Juhan, so any fight really isn't that Giant-X favored. And in these all kind of long kind of all-ins, unless they're bursting a single target, the DPS from the Jinx really adds up, and the all-in is very MDK favored. So Giant-X gonna have to wait for those cooldowns. Juhan just gonna farm up for now.
So the game goes back to lulling about a bit, doesn't it?
Yep.
I mean, mid is just Frescowie favored for the time being. If you haven't noticed, as we move the camera there every time. Elyoya likes sitting bot. I'm sure Juhan will get there shortly, as remember the Weaver's Wall adds a bit of context into this bottom lane as well, Aragon. I mean, Jackie's, we saw at the previous exchange, but doesn't have that up and available either. So MDK, it'll be a flat 3v3 or 3v2, depending on who walks in. Root Caller's there. Concussive blows are going to follow through onto Patrick. Immobilizes him. He gets the cleanse out and flashes as well. But now with another Winter's Bite, Igna is sent packing too.
There's the follow-up, and MDK aren't stopping yet.
A little bit of miscommunication, it feels like, but Frescowi's going. There's a rocket coming in.
The rocket flies through. Frescowi does his due diligence, and Igna is sent right into the Candyman. Elyoya picks it up, and just like that, MDK moving further and further on the board. As a nice sidestep from the Antonio. In the meanwhile, Vault Breaker's going to flash. Mirwin needs to be taken down, though. The cease and desist is not enough, and the Steadfast Present comes on out, but you can see Mirwin has to go into ulti, back on out for the tank stats, but eventually it is enough, and Giant X get a response in top.
Yeah, winning across the board. I feel like that trade for MDK was winning down bot side, though. Jinx with all those plates down bot. 2 left to take for First Blood Turret, but in that initial play from MDK, it felt like they went for 2 separate targets. Ivan threw a Q at one target, and Brom ulted another.
True.
So if we get into a replay of that, that'd be fantastic. I think if they didn't do that, they could have burst out a single target if Ivan saved his Q.
As you said, I mean, I thought at first it's very ingenious, maybe about getting both targets at one, but Frescowi actually caught out. Wait, the crash down. This will secure it. Caught out Frescowi. What happened there after great trading through mid? One mistake. And just like that, Giant X are going to be looking at 5-6 grubs in this game.
Giant X definitely feel online now that they have the spells. The Rel setup for Talia W was clean. Should be a free 6 grubs.
If we've learned anything, playing around mid is a success story for Giant X. It might not close them games, but it's definitely how they can set them up. So a kill on Jackie's is well earned, especially after the bullying that he received from Frescowi's Azir as 6 grubs goes down. As you said, you want to see Jackie's ult, and there it is, comes through, double TP. It's a fight in the top lane. It's a rat. Now for Juhan as he runs forward with the knockback there. It's perfect onto Super. He doesn't get to play the Jinx. Immobilized, taken down. And just like that, Giant X keeping their dreams alive at 0 and 4. That double spells a bit of Mad Koi trouble.
Yeah, Jackie's with a proactive ultimate towards topside. They had no ult on Juhan, but it didn't matter. Curiously, they're moving. Actually, TP top, but he didn't have ult because he had the 1 versus 2 versus the Antonio. So he's not able to make a play. He tries to ghost in, but he can't do anything. And proactivity coming from Giant X.
Really nice to see again. It's such a change from the start of the year as we look at this replay again.
Yeah, take a look at this. You can see Jackie's posturing in the grub pit the entire time. I was pointing at you, and TP comes down. Now, where is Mervin's TP? He also TP's in very far away, but he doesn't have ultimate, so he just ghosts and runs around a bit down at the bot side of the fight. But the initial burst is way too strong, and Giant X have won the fight before Mervin can do anything.
So let's reiterate what Aragon talked about. That's you. Earlier on, the pick, the one-man, you know, burst down and take out composition, as we know from Vi and Talia. Perfectly done in that situation. Super doesn't get to play, and when Jinx is just isolated and unable to move, it's a really bad story. 2 kills on this bottom lane. By the way, for Patrick, we've seen a good week of Kai'Sa so far, and I think we're also seeing a very good day of this Vi-Talia combination, as Giant X are also going to be taking the second dragon on top of the 6 grubs.
Yeah, it's really rough. I mean, yesterday MDK drafted a very similar sort of thing with very little agency in the early game for Elyoya to work with, and I just don't think this is how this team functions best.
Yeah.
I love it when Elyoya has setup and plays that he can make generally early on. Last week, I think they played for a Varus top lane, and Elyoya did absolute work, but in this game, like I highlighted before, Cassante has no setup. Azir has a very thin window at 6 where he can shuffle someone in, but that was avoided by Jackie's, and bot lane has no setup either. It's all reactive with the Brom relying on engaging into him.
Lots of point about Elyoya. I mean, I think, again, yeah, where we've seen him be really proactive in the early game, like the Xin Zhao games, are some of his best games this year. Earlier in the year, especially when we're getting aboard the mad hype train. Yo, let's not forget, Cran finalists at the start of the year as well. Mad made that miracle run with this team and have stuck to it ever since, but at this split, we're not getting the same vibes, are we? Giant X look to push them and meet them at the score. There's another pick tool again. You cannot be walking by yourself against the Vi and against the Talia. Alvaro has to get out of there. He burns his flash as well, but what are we doing so deep?
Yeah, Giant X utilizing these globals so damn well.
So damn well.
Kai'Sa coming in from 3k range as well, on top of the Talia ulti. Nice setup from Ignar and Juhan too. Just really clean, honestly.
It is good. 2k gold lead, by the way. I already mentioned the double dragon and the 6 grubs. Like, it has to be said for Giant X. One of their best early games so far, I feel. And, you know, as we look at the replay here, they're being really reactive to what Mad are doing. And like this, Elyoya overstepping.
I mean, yeah, globals just give you numbers advantage, right? Insta collapse. As soon as Elyoya oversteps, he gets bursted. And the idea behind the Ivan is that you could shield the burst that comes through from the composition of Giant X, but you're so far behind that that's just not possible. And now the win con for Mad Lion's Koi feels very thin. It feels like you just have to pray you can scale with the front to back of an Azir Jinx scaling, and pray that your Alioya can keep them alive as well.
How much time are you going to be given? I mean, Patrick is going to... Well, that's how much they need.
They need a lot, yeah.
How much they're going to be given a very different story, right? Is almost an item lead down bot side, by the way, as well as for Patrick. As he starts pushing out with those Ws, Mad think again about doing the Herald. Antonio zoned out. There's a TP from Mad to try and secure this objective. And Aragon, I think they desperately want this Herald to try and break open the map.
Yeah, I think what's really important about this Rift Herald as well is it can be used to secure Dragon, because you can place it before the Dragon, then move into River and secure it. So Mad Lions Koi, they identify that the third Dragon's very important, and they're going all out to try and secure it.
But in the meantime, while Turret goes down top, it's not like they're foregoing it completely. At 5k, Juhan picks his angle. Lenses to let him know as at 2k now for the steal. The poke onto Soup at the back end. It's secured by Mab at the Antonio. Yeets one away, and now with the wall out, zoning them through. A double knockout, a double bounce up, and Alvaro looking to get on out. Won't be accepted. The Antonio now zones out as Super is left isolated from the fight, and Merwin is trying to flip the fight. The all out is good, but again, the Antonio stands in front, and this guy has just developed week by week. Giant X are tearing Mad apart, and this team doesn't know what to do.
The Antonio playing extremely well, securing topside as well on the Taliyah. They just have so many tools for creating numbers advantages. Knocking away on the Poppy, then also having the globals to dash in. It's just phenomenal. I love this draft from Giant X.
And I love the proactivity. I love that Juhan is starting to warm up to the series as well. Sorry, to the split. I mean, Giant X is so much development. I've been big on this team despite the scores. This fight kind of tells you why.
Yeah, numbers advantage is everything, right? Watch the Antonio. He knocks someone away, and then suddenly it's a 4v3. But then it's a 5v3 because Taliyah can also fly in. And there's just nothing you can do because you're missing a player. So, amazing. I really love... Shout out to the coach. This was a fantastic draft.
And I mean, further on it as well, let's not forget, I mean, even though Patrick's getting zoned away, on the other side, the top laner is zoning away people like Frescowi, Super as well. Mad can't operate in the fight, and Antonio does it again. Steadfast presence, a shove into the wall, and a seismic shove at that as well. The Earth does not want Frescowi to live. And the Antonio, man, I apologize for doubting you in the first week.
I mean, he's just so clean on tanks, isn't he? Finding the pick into the wall with the teleport.
But he wasn't this clean on Ornn. I'm going to be completely real. I don't think his Ornn gameplay was great at all.
I don't know what's happening.
He moved on to Rumble, he got agency, he felt himself, and now back on tanks again. Bro on Poppy. That's the biggest yordle I've ever seen.
Yeah, what can the Antonio do with counterpicks? Turns out it's a lot, right?
yeah.
Turns out he's pretty damn good on these counterpick tanks and the Poppy into the K'Sante.
Well, I mean, he got R5 Ornn, remember week one?
That's true.
So it's like, it's a weird change, isn't it? I mean, again, it's been really great from him. I think Juhan has been a lot of the setup here in this game. Again, we had high expectations. Don't really think he filled it in the first couple of weeks either. First week, excuse me. Often forget as we get towards bot side, and Giant X are going to push this turret down now. As this falls flat, you can see the gold lead is starting to go with it as well. 4,000. When we said Mad need time to scale, Giant X are not giving away this early game at all.
Now the question is, where did Herald go? I'd love to know, was it placed up top side by Frescowi when he died up top trying to get top tower? That's a possibility. And then he got collapsed on. Or did they get killed and were they not able to pick it up? Regardless.
Maybe our brains did not register, we'll
maybe.
find out. It's always like, I see it and I'm like, oh yeah, there it goes anyway. I probably saw it and it just flew right out of my brain. Right. Frescowi, in the meantime, going to be pulling this. This is an objective bounty, by the way, that just popped up. So nice for Mad to at least pick up a turret and close some of that gold that's running away from them.
Yeah, really nice to pick it up. Now the problem is, you have 6 scrubs on the side of Giant X, and any kind of side lane play where you're trading evenly on side lane turrets, you're going to have more tower damage for the side of Giant X, so every even trade is winning for them. Now they can just keep playing side lanes, shadowing Jackies, placing deep vision to allow him to perma-push, and he can't really be matched at this point, especially with the threat of the collapse and the Vi ultimate, the snap engage, as well as the engage from Patrick.
Focus as well gives so much information away as a second item too. Speaking of second items, you can see Gwinsu's static picked up by Patrick. He is a dueling machine on hit. Going to start hurting people like Merwin as well. While we wait for the 3 items, we should say, for Frescowi and for Super. And Aragon, as we get towards 20 minutes, I mean, I'm starting to believe Giant X, they're in a bit of a puddle of their own making, right? Every week, every day, we've been complimenting Jackies. It's really hard when last year going from LPL, I'm like, oh man, this series and this week, right? 7 days a week. We get to this point now, and I'm like, man, it's only been 2 weeks.
I mean, this has to be a Giant X win, I think, at this point.
Do you know,
I said this yesterday when I was watching them.
Big shout out, first of all, got to interrupt you. That was the time when Faker won Worlds.
Wow.
So, We gotta throw it in there because the man's absolute legend. I don't care if we're overdoing it. You guys know it's well deserved. You can continue on now, Aragon. Hit me up. What are you gonna say?
So my point is, it's 20 minutes in the game, and yesterday they threw up Baron, but they are so far ahead and have so much Baron damage. Surely, with these 2 items across the board, okay, it turns out I can't write on the screen very clearly.
All right,
They get straight down.
man's been blocked for the reason as Frescowie actually engaged on as well. He gets ulted and he died from the range of Jackie's. Patrick was in there straight away, and the pick continues to surprise MDK.
Yeah, 2 items to 1 is my main point across all the carries on Giant X versus MDK, so any fight is super easy. They pull the trigger with the globals now, Baron start, it's gonna be an easy turn. They still have Ignite with that Rel ultimate. All he needs to do is press R if they walk forward.
Now, Zeragon has been locked out of the magic screen. It looks like MDK, the same situation, locked out of this Baron area with numbers disadvantage, still trying to walk on in. I am indeed, because he has Flash available in the Magnet Storm. Baron's going down real quick at 3K, 2K. Still, it's just not going to be objectified, and MDK, they just have to walk away hands empty.
So hard to walk in if you're MDK. The threat of that Blast Cone. Telbo coming in though.
That's because Antonio is thinking about an angle. He's got Flash, he's got his ultimate available as well. Poppy Hammer out, and who does it send to? Numbers just like that. Again, clean stuff from this Poppy top, and another one bites the dust.
Again, a play. A curious TP, I think. Trying to force a fight, it feels like frustration. After the enemy team secure the Baron, you can't do anything about it. Anyway, Poppy ult comes down, and they force a numbers advantage fight, and once again, Giant X win. It's clean.
Props to the Giant X fan. At the start, when I started this year in winter, I think there were 2. Okay, I think there were a couple of Giant X fans. It's definitely great. It's like the SK fandom. You know, at the start of the year, there was 1, but now there's definitely a lot more. And it's nice to see, especially since, you know, people have said coming off MSI, 1-team region. Well, I don't believe in that, especially with Fnatic's success, SK's success. Let's see how Giant X can succeed as well. Oh, Yoya getting soloed out. Blocked by Super in the end. Thank you, Redemption, of his own making. He also flashes, though, and the MDK jungler is sent away.
Yeah, flashing so Super can block that W is pretty crucial there, but now he has to go down base, and that's a tier 2 terror on my screen. A lot of gold going to be over to Giant X. And there's really not much they can do, because they don't have that much engage either. This team composition really lacks any kind of agency from MDK.
Now, I'm going to guess that you don't like the composition 6
yeah,
times
I've said
now.
That a lot,
6 times, yeah. You really don't like the composition of MDK. You've explained your point. I love it. You just you slip it in there. You really slip it in there.
I do like when compositions can pull the trigger or do anything.
Yeah. But that's why I said to you it's like winter, right? Because in winter, I feel like, maybe spring, someone could paraphrase me. There are a lot of front-to-back compositions that needed time to scale. Remember, like Jinx meta heavily, right? And we had a lot of scaling down bot and mid, and this is the Orianna meta that came through. And I feel like now we're moving to a lot of poke tools, a lot of, you know, like semi-globals that come through, one snap engage comp kind of thing.
Yeah.
A lot of change. So I feel like, I mean, Giant X, this is quite an adaptable comp to the now meta, you know, especially with something like the Kai'Sa mixed in.
Absolutely. I really like the Giant X meta. Now, the problem is, look at Frescowie's items. Don't look at his items. But in an ideal world...
What do you mean? Don't look. I looked.
In an ideal world, he has like a Seekers on top of a lot of items. He just now completed his second item, and it was 1.5 to 3. That's why it was painful to look at. In an ideal world, he has a Seekers as well to maybe dodge out on Juhan's dive and cancel it out and DPS. That's really the thin win condition I feel like they have now, but they're against Chemtexol as well, I think.
Frescowie's had one swoop there, like one good play in the mid lane, which he got an assist for, as Jackie's has had many great walls. It's blocked by Alvaro, though. That's the interaction. Glacial Fishery is out, and Jackie's is rooted in place. With the Winter's Bite and concussive blows, he can't go anywhere, but no one else can reach him. Daisy says, howdy, and as they run into the base for Giant X, they still find the picket. Looked egregious, it looked over the top, but Mad just don't have enough oomph to take him down.
A nice attempt coming in, trying to find a pick onto Jackie's. They catch him in the traps, but then the Antonio's peel onto the Cassante as gets yeeted. But
that's what the ult should be called. Poppy yeet. It made more sense.
It really is apt, isn't it? Good description.
I mean, that or Poppycopter as well. Side note, that's coming up next, by the way. We're also looking forward to that one because Korean bot lane's going head-to-head. That excites me as well.
Which bot lane is the best in the entire league? That is...
Hey, I'm going to go further. The best in the West right now. Bro, I watched LCS last night. I don't care. I know in EU we're very competitive, and I say we now because even as an Australian, I'm technically from the UK 400 years ago, I think it was, coming on a ship. That makes me part of the EU, I think. I think, you know, like Aragon's like, I'm not saying anything. No, there's no way.
I'm going to leave that there.
But as I count myself among you guys, I'm going to tell you one thing, and that is that we are better than NA, okay? I don't care what happened at MSI. I was there. Yeah, yeah! You know what?
I mean,
I'm right. I don't talk myself up. Now we're getting TSM chance. Oh, what have I done? Well, as we get this fight and a choke, I'll talk over it just to make it resilient. As Jackies gets out on a wall, he surfs out of there, and MPK almost finds something out of nothing.
I'm just going to harp on that.
Why?
What do you care about? Wins against the West, West versus West, or do you care about wins against the East? And I feel like G2 and EU clears
that's why, yeah, that's why we're bigger than them, right? We're bigger than North America because we almost, and I'm saying we again like I'm part of the team. Sorry, G2, I didn't really do much, did I? Almost beating T1, that was like better than 1v3ing as Renekton top. Like that was a bigger dopamine rush than anything I've ever played in top lane. That was so cool, and that was so close. Anyway, I'm harping on. I'm going nuts because at this point, it's a 10k gold lead. There's Soul in hand. Elder's coming up in 320, but another Baron to go for Giant X. They're on death's door, as I said at the start of this game, but, you know, finding a win here makes the impossible more possible. Then lead up with Rogue, that get in line with things like MDK here, and as we get another cease and desist lining up through the mid, Ignar's 3-man Magnustorm makes it so. It's an Emperor's Divide that does not send anyone for a glide. And as Mirwan jumps on in, he hopes, he dreams, but he finds nothing but the supreme of Giant X.
And it feels clinical from Giant X from start to finish. A small fumble in the early game down bot side, but outside of that, Drake stacking, Grub stacking. They secured absolutely everything. Ends 15-2, and Giant X, they pick up their first win.
At 27.5 minutes as well, their first win comes so boldly. It was impressive, it was clean, it was a leg up. And regardless of them making playoffs or not this split, they'll look back at this and say, this is what we can do. As Matt Coy sit back near their fountain, they try for their own pick. They've only gotten 2 of them this game, and onto Jackies, they look for their third. It's close, and Super runs out of range in the end. Even that's denied as Giant X come to life in summer.
Yeah, the man on your screen right there, it feels like this is long overdue.
Finally.
Getting a win here from Jackies, it's got to feel good to be him.
Man, finally, this guy has been performing out of his mind in this split. He's been the rookie of the year for me. And Giant X finally get their due diligence. I mean, this was a really good game considering that, as you said, and you harped on a lot, the composition difference here really mattered so.
Coaches, the players, everyone, I think, did absolutely phenomenally. It was a team effort. It wasn't just the Jackie show. Everyone from the Antonio peeling to the diving from Patrick and Juhan early game. Everyone did phenomenal.
And you can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Is it Juhan, Jackies, or Patrick? Ooh, actually a tough one. I don't know, Juhan had a really good early game. I think he had his best game yet, for sure.
I think it's hard, and like I said, it's a team effort. I'd go Juhan personally. A little bit of a misplay down bot side.
But maybe with all the MVPs that Jackie's missed out on in the 4 games, maybe it's time to give it to Jackie's. Ladies and gentlemen, speak of the devil, we are actually going to toss 2 Jackies in an interview after this short break, and I'm finally glad to hear from the legend himself.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Jackies for the first time in summer. 5th time's a charm, I guess. But you were so close even before the previous game. So what was the deciding factor here today?
I think for sure our calmness in the game, because first 4 games we were for sure more hectic, like everyone was talking. But this game, it was complete different team, I think. We were so calm and so composed. And I think it kind of showed on the Rift as well, because I think it was a, okay, not clean game, but a bit cleaner.
Yeah, still, we take it. And a win is a win, and you have to open up the score, especially given how fast the season goes. But you also had to introduce 2 new members to the team. How have you been composing with these elements? And what should be Giant X in summer with these 2 new players? What do you want them to be?
I think we did really well with adapting to the new players. I think Antonio is doing really well. And Juan especially, I think he's kind of smurfing lately. But GX in summer, well, I hope we don't go 8th again. That would be kind of sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we can make it, but we just need to keep working for sure.
For sure, and we see some improvements on the team, and yourself as well, Jackies. You're the key player of the game today, but I think it goes to show everything you've been showcasing so far in summer. It shows in the game, it shows outside the game, the confidence is here. How do you feel right now?
Well, I feel really good finally winning, you know. I felt kind of like sad and on the limit a bit that for the first 4 games, I felt like I did really good. But the win was not there, you know, so I felt really bad, but this win like restored my hope, and now we can do a lot.
Yeah, keep that confidence. Hopefully many more for you guys. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in week 3. And over to you guys for match of the week.
SK versus Fnatic, El Clasico. From a time where we were still warriors, no empowered recalls, we could cancel our teleports. A backdoor was still a backdoor.
All right, Shucks, that's okay. The future is now. SK, Fnatic, El Clasico. Okay, we've heard about that in the past, but the future is now. You were right about one thing, though, and that is Fnatic, fantastic team right now. They had the best medicine for an MSI hangover. They look like the best team in Europe, and you know what? They have the best bot lane in Europe as well right now. They're looking fantastic.
Goborg. Denmark can't even handle spicy Korean noodles. How are you expecting to handle a good Korean bot lane? Rahel and Luan are the best bot lane in the league right now, and you are trolling if you think otherwise.
Okay, but I have video proof, okay? Let's get into the 4K evidence in the back of me right now. Roll the clips right now. 2v3 down to the bot lane. Yeah, that's a man coming down, but we also have Razork. We take that, but it's the fact that Razork knows where the real win condition is. It's down in the bot lane. And as you can see right now on your screen, they know exactly what to do with those resources. Look at Noah. He did what any sensible human being should do. He deleted social media, and look what he's able to do now. Fantastic performance from both Jun and him right now. This is fantastic. We can even get rid of the clips right now. I want to see his stats, because his stats is the most impressive thing about Noah right now. Look at the CSD at 14. What does that say? 102. I've never seen that before.
I'm sorry,
Goborg,
I didn't realize we were allowed to just use stats to bring up a fake narrative. Noah has only played against Sennas. I'm sorry, if you put me against a Senna, I could get 100 CSD at 15 minutes anyway. The people we have to look at are Rahel and Luan. Rahel, especially on the Kaiser yesterday, was a Korean sniper. He did not miss. He has over 800 damage per minute on average, 3rd in the league, by the way. He has the highest CS per minute of any AD carry in the league as well. And he's got 3 solo kills. I'd like to see another AD carry do that. Alongside him, Luan keeps performing. He's showing up at every possible opportunity, fighting against BDS to steal away that Baron. I'm sorry, Noah and Jun are old news. They've been in the LEC for at least a split. They're basically natives by now.
Look at the back of you right now. I'm seeing a negative stat, okay? You know, on the side of Fnatic, we only have positives. There is no negatives for Fnatic. The best team in the league right now. Best
Fnatic are old news. It's all about SK right now.
They're the best thing to go for.
I'm sorry, Luan is just too good.
Match of the week, stop bickering!
Fnatic #1!
Guys, simmer down. It's okay. We'll sort it out on the riff. We'll sort out where the real stuff takes place. Aragon, hysterics, and thank you very much, Shocks. Nice wig. True. I don't know where the cane came from as well, but I'll be needing one of those next year as well. Let's get into it, though, because SK Fnatic, this is where the business starts, as I said before. This is going to be the undefeated team leading us out of week 2. And with G2 in their slump, yes, slowly rising, but still a slump nevertheless in their MSI hangover, we find out who the best team in Europe is at the halfway point in summer.
Best team in the league, the best bot lane in the league. There's so much on the line, I feel like, and pretty much a guaranteed spot in playoffs, I feel like.
It is, yeah. I mean, as has been said before, Five has never not secured a team in playoffs. So we're looking at our first team secured in all but the contingency plan on something like Leaguepedia. It doesn't matter. SK for me, let's just start there because this team has been on the up and up. We've always had early starts for SK this year, but it's never really followed through to them being a top playoff team. The bot lane changes and you're starting to see some insanity out of this team in what can only be described as like, I think the best bot lane that Europe has seen in a long while, consistently throughout a split. It's a big thing to say, but if it keeps going like this, I think it will become fact.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is Rahel and Luon have brought direction. They love playing through bot side in these early games especially. I mean, last series, yesterday, we saw Kai'Sa Alistar, which is kind of a muted bot lane. They scale up and then become a threat later on. And when they weren't able to dictate the flow of the game on something like a Varus and Ashe, I felt like SK were a bit more lost. They weren't weak, they were just weaker. So I want to see how they play if champions like Lucian and Varus and Ashe are targeted from Fnatic.
I need to clarify because I just had a think here. Gee, Summer and Mickey are fantastic. Don't get me wrong, guys, don't get me wrong. I think the most important takeaway is the fact that we have bot laners who not only can compete with that, but look like the sky's the limit with such a huge ceiling. My biggest point is that right now they are changing the way we're thinking about bot laners in this league as we get into pick ban, SK on the blue side, Fnatic on red. Now LeBlanc taken away from Humanoid is the start here, as we also need to remember that these two mid laners are paramount to the league as well.
Tristana Corki, immediately priority. I feel like Humanoid already taken away from the LeBlanc. Skarner priority as well. With Corki off the table, man, Tristana will be priority. But like I said, for Fnatic, I think you have to deny Varus, Ashe, Kalista, that kind of all pairing, taking it away now because Rahel and Luon have looked so damn good on it. And when you give them agency down bot side, my eyes are also on Kalista, Renata. If SK feel like unstoppable.
Yeah, they can still play that. I mean, again, there's more possibilities with this bot lane as well. But Noah and Jun, we can mention them in a little bit as well. I think that the takeaways from them are going to be important too, considering that this duo over the course of this year has also been paramount. Jun especially been one of my favorite players in the whole of LEC until Luon came along. It's like a competition of love, isn't it? Well, first pick, what's it going to be? Corki taken away, Ashe taken away, Rumble taken away. Tristana priority is there for SK, and that mirrors what we see a lot in the LPL and LCK.
Now, Rezok has been on the Ivan hype train as well, but I don't think you go Ivan with the Hui. I think that pairing isn't that great unless you're playing this like really muted front-to-back composition, which I don't want to see. Typically from Fnatic, we see a bunch of playing through mid-jungle. Pairings like Xin Zhao plus Hui isn't that bad for the front-to-back, but there's Varus immediately off the table. That breaks up the Varus potential Kalista duo. And now, what does Rahel and Luon have for us?
I think as well, not only in MSI, but in previous splits, I think Noah's one of his best has been Varus. That's what I'm starting to think of him as well. Hasn't picked it up this split. It's been more about the Corki, Aphelios, Zeri, but you ask the question, what are we going to see on the other side? With the Maokai as well for Isma, also this year has been one of his best champions alongside the role when it was in the jungle. Let's find out that answer now.
Sejuani, Maokai, Rel, these feel like Isma classics at this point. They love to play with Isma shadowing mid lane, and there's
like
the Ezreal
as well.
You were watching Ezreal this morning, JG.
Bro, but Pays was insane. Are we just going to see another Korean Ezreal do it better?
Love to see it. I mean, I feel like Ezreal right now, a bit of a slow starter, but picked into Varus, picked into Jhin this morning by Gen G. See if Rahel can pull it off as well.
I mean, there's a lot more range this time around with the Nautilus lockdown as well. Point and click exists now here for Fnatic as we go towards the next ban.
So now I imagine Braum ban could be good for Fnatic, Alistar as well, but instead they're going to ban away Engage. That makes sense. They want more Engage with the Maokai ultimate to follow on top of that. It's just that Braum and Alistar are pretty good into the Nautilus. And on the other side, you really do want to pitch junglers. Sejuani comes to mind.
But can we just quickly talk about supports, bro? You are saying Leona is so good right now, no matter what the matchup, right? Like, Leona is just far and few between. Feels like one of the best supports of the patch, if ever so hidden.
Yeah, I think the best engaged supports are Leona, Rel, and Nautilus. There you go.
Fnatic Heck
with
no.
the prediction. And now you're kind of forced to go less engage. I feel like Alistair just isn't as quite high tier as Nautilus, Rel, and Leona, but it's good in isolation, and probably pick that up. Or the Braum for that anti-Nautilus, you know, vibe.
As you said, one of the few left available, excuse me. Now, range top lane is getting taken off the board, even though other regions are looking at it less and less.
Yeah, so when you draft these like double AD carry, crit, front-to-back compositions, you want frontline, essentially. It doesn't matter that you're full AD if you have frontline, because double AD carry does not get outscaled. So they're setting up for a Cassante right now with that TF ban, and they're fishing for it. Now, do Fnatic deny the Cassante for Oscarinen? And then what does SK have into that? That's the question.
I mean, for Oscar, he was a big Cassante merchant in previous splits as well. Sorry to use that word, the first thing that came to mind. Razork, if we are talking about people that sell goods, his Xin Zhao, I would buy anything off because it is bloody good.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned right at the start of draft, right, pairings, mid-jungle. Hui works really well with Xin Zhao because he's fantastic in these front-to-back scenarios. Vi also works as well, but Razork on this early game jungle are going to be fantastic in the team fights.
Oh, the Renekton is set though.
That's a great pick, because Renekton's good into Cassante, which is also open.
Sorry, without context, the Renekton OTP next to me, it's 400 LP Masters. That's a great pick. I love Renekton. No, you're right. It is not bad at Cassante. So again, denies something?
450 LP.
Oh, sorry, very sorry.
But now support-wise, what do they want? Braum, Alistair, I think, are your premier picks, and there's the Braum now. I think they lack a bit of engage. That's my only problem with SK Gaming's draft, and that's why I think the Rel and the Leona bans are fantastic. They only have Maokai for engage or a Flash W from a Maokai. Other than that, they don't really have anything. So it's going to be a little rough to start fights, whereas Fnatic's composition feels a little bit more well-rounded. You have the Varus and the Nautilus there. And now what do you have into the Renekton? Gragas is great. I think Kennen's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
It's really up to Oscarinen.
As you said, Cassante, if you want to lose a matchup and win the game.
Cassante, lose a matchup, wins game. That's also another tank for the front to back.
Yeah, another annoying one. Not as annoying as the Skarner, but still for Oscarinen. As I said, this year has been pretty good on it. And for Fnatic, that rounds it out. Now, as you said, build up of a front line here. They've got a good engage themselves. Bit of range as well. Feels like a nice, well-rounded composition for Fnatic, where there's a lot of pivoting that they can do depending what happens mid, what happens bot.
Yeah, lots of plays to be made now on bot side, and it feels like just front to back for both teams. This could be a slower start with Maokai just full clearing and maybe some plays from Razork in the early game, but it will be definitely down to teamfight execution.
Bro, slower start. These two guys are like behemoths of the early game. We're going to talk about that in a second, but man, these guys both love it, and I feel like two of our better, or maybe best early game teams in the league. It is nice to see, though, again, you know, that bottom lane matchup we're talking about, there is a bit of volatility. I guess expecting the Ezreal, the Varus, right? There is a lot of 2v2 actions that can come out. You said slower, but when I look at SK, when I look at Fnatic this split, I don't think slow is the name of the game, is it? I'm excited to get into this one. Our match of the week, delivered by Uber Eats. I am getting hungry for this. Please deliver a banger. I don't care what the fee is, I'm down, I'll pay it. Get off your phone, sir. Get off it. It's time to go into game. Off your phone. And with a beverage in hand, we warm ourselves up. Excited, the crowd came out for this, and honestly, worth every penny for this game. When I think SK early start, I think it falls off. But I'm ready for my mind to be changed this split with a new bot lane, a new innovation. Going up against Fnatic, Noah and Jun. They were the OG.
Yeah. Now, I wonder if there's going to be any kind of level 1 shenanigans. You have Braum, Luon, aggressive support. Let's see if there's any kind of level 1, maybe potentially invading. You have double AD carry. Ezreal's phenomenal in the early game as well, but it looks like it's going to be a standard 5-point. So, kind of disappointed in that. If we were going to get early action, it would have been out of that. So.
Sure, it would have been as well. So let's kick this off by talking about what these teams do really well. And I think early game Aragon is where we have to start, right? Because while these teams, historically, whether it's mid-jungle and like Fnatic, whether we look towards bottom lane for SK throughout where the attention's been in the past 4 games, we need to look at where the success lies and how good their early game is, however skewed.
Yeah, I mean, so the big thing is that I wanted to bring up stats for Rahel in particular. And the reason for this is it's not just that he looks really good. It's that the whole of SK give him and funnel him so much damn farm. He has by far the highest farm percentage of any AD carry in the league. It's like 36% of all the CS on the team goes to Rahel. The next highest in the league, I can't remember exactly who it is, but it's 30%. It's such a big jump, and now, of course, there are all these center dynamics.
Well, that's why it's skewed, right?
It's skewed. But
okay.
Rahel really does get a bunch of CS, and SK do believe in him.
And we are going to start fighting on that. So while we skew some stats and move in the right direction, Isma is going on in Twisted Advance, and SK getting a low jungler. But in our match of the week, we fire off a bullet. It's Niski now getting low as well. I think he's just dead. Bramble Smash saves his life for the time being, but as he flashes away towards a blast cone, he hovers on the edge. Irrelevant as a level 1 Renekton looks for his Fury to help him up. He flashes too, and Fnatic still chasing through. They take a blast cone. They deceive them. They push over and get first blood. A 1-for-1 is Irrelevant. He started slice and dice. He's done his damage. He's done his job. He's been flashes into Oscarinen, both at 1 HP. And Humanoid all he needs is a bit of range, a severing bolt from downtown, and Isma will be no more. Fnatic boil their blood with blood of their own.
It's a 2-for-1. Niski can't finish off Oscarinen. So many flashes burned. They tried to invade with Maokai. Maokai's so good at sealing away the Wraiths, but in the end, it's Fnatic favored.
That's why we talked about early game. I know we talked about bot, but hey, it's the whole damn team. It's on to Humanoid. Niski tries to get something, and it's level 2 first. Humanoid going to be blown away a bit, but remember, he has TP. Niski does not. So Niski naturally with an advantage to get the push out in this lane.
Take a look at Isma. He thinks, you know, maybe I can punish this low HP Humanoid. Instead, he's going to invade. With that mid-prio from the Tristana, he's going to go look for an invade onto Xin Zhao's blue buff. Isma already stealing away, proactively using the priority down bot side and in mid.
And with usual, the Mad Lion spam as well. Paying homage as well towards his mid laner as Isma pushes this away, waiting for the Bramble Smash Smite. There it is. He's going to go for Gromp as well here, Aragon, so the invade continues where you can see Razork is trying to make the opposite move.
Yeah, but take a look at this. They're guarding the cross map. Niski can do a bunch of work here. It's only a level 2 Razork. Now his champion does do a bunch of damage. Will Irrelevant collapse as well? Or is Niski going to give this up?
The wave's in a bad spot. As you said, we're just going to wait and see. Razork, is he coming out of the bush? I mean, for blue buff, no, it's not there. Now he has to rocket jump away. And there will be no follow-up from Fnatic as they successfully get through.
Okay, so let's take stock. I think it's really important. There's too much happening right now. So no flashes for Humanoid and Razork, and no flashes for Niski and Isma, and Renekton as well, Irrelevant. So it's looking like there could be plays around mid lane potentially, especially onto Humanoid, that squishy control major who is very immobile. That's a flash W potentially off cooldown from Isma.
Oh, actually, on his way out as well. No, Razork not chasing him out. Wind becomes lightning is not going to connect, and Isma going to get the scuttle crab here as well. And you can see slight advantage here, 400 gold to build on that as he goes back to his own jungle. He's got a full bot side to clear here, Aragon.
What an odd early game, I have to say. Now he gets his full bot side clear. Only a blue buff taken by Razork in the invade, whereas Isma managed to take absolutely everything else, including the Wolves and the Gromp. So Isma coming out ahead in this trade, and whilst it won't mean that much, both champions essentially just going to function as frontline for their team in the front-to-back scenarios later on. It is a small lead.
Humanoid has a mega wave. Let's just pay attention to this, because any other time I'd say, you know, what can you achieve bot? What can you look at top? Because it's such a chaotic early game, with such a wave that gets pushed out, eventually matching out by Niski. He has to stay in lane, wait for the next. Nothing can be done with it.
Some rough CS prep on the tower there by Niski. A couple minions lost, but remember, flashless Humanoid, Irrelevant Caesar.
Oh, he doesn't have his flash of his own, but it is a slice and dice croc, and here we go. Onto this wave. His painting days are over. Kill is over to Niski, and Tristana now matching out that lead.
And usually you'd see Isma flash Wing on Maokai for that kill, but Irrelevant in this matchup gets priority, crashes a big wave, runs down, sees the roam timer, and Luan also comes. So team play from SK.
I mean, Luan has already been out of his lane a couple of times now as well. Let's not forget the bonus of Ezreal being back in the meta. He's a really good 1v2 AD carry. Bit of added mobility there that can survive on his lonesome. So as Rahel stays in bottom lane with the barrier, bursting Noah, our bot laners are on the move in the other regard. Jun and Luan hovering around mid, going back and forth.
It definitely feels a little bit rough for Razork here. He doesn't really have that many options. His bot side 3v3 isn't winning because of the power of the Braum versus melees. And then mid lane, Immobile Mage, you don't really have that much setup as well. So Razork just feels like a kind of a bit of a passenger in this game, I won't lie.
Fair enough. For the time being, at least he starts the Dragon, right? But Isma's there to match. He's a level up. He's 700 gold up. This tree is literally... I'm sorry to the Lord of the Rings fans. Greybeard? No. What's his name? What's the big ent? You're a nerd, aren't you? Come on.
Treebeard? Is that?
Nice! And even my producer's like, Treebeard, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's been a while. Every year you get to that point where you're like, I gotta watch Lord of the Rings again. Harry Potter fans will know. Every year you're like, oh, you're gonna watch that again. There's just some movies that you just gotta go, yeah, we're gonna rewatch this and spend 9 hours of our life as Dragon. Now gonna be taken by SK. That pressure that came from Isma while I was rambling away is just pressing through, and Fnatic are sent backwards.
And it's mid lane prio as well for Niski here on the Tristan. That's why the pick is so damn powerful. Often Humanoid, or Hui rather in particular, can contest prio with the Rumble ulti-like spell. But because of all the early attention, he doesn't really have it. Now that prio in the mid lane can convert into grubs as well if they so choose. Isma can run over there, but Razor's gonna get there first.
Rahel stuck in a lane that's slowly pushing out to him. As you said, grubs is gonna be the important move here. Luon making the move, and
it really should be SKs. They have Renekton topside and a Tristana. This is just priority central. That crab is going to go down.
It depends with mid because Spiraling Despair. Niski jumps in anyway. Humanoid used the kit, the flash back. Luon's roam is great. It sends up with the concussive blows, and over the wall with the ignite. Niski gets the last hit. That was a clutch play in mechanics with the support by his side.
Luon with the roams to mid lane, leaving the Ezreal, like you highlighted, so good at staying isolated. Now, will it be dove? The answer is no. Rahel playing it safe, and they understand when one lane should play safe so that Luon could roam. Really well played by Rahel as well.
Wave's still going to be able to be absorbed. The least Fnatic get here is a turret plate in the bottom side. So for the kill, if you want to do the Bal's maths, you're okay there. But meanwhile, SK are cheering with a 1k gold lead, 2 grubs in their back pocket, and the first dragon. I've seen this story already before in our last match with Giant X, and it is central objectives that are just being picked up left and right for SK.
Surprised Niski doesn't commit TP here. Doesn't value the grub enough to commit a teleport. I think they could have secured that if he did. Regardless, only 1 grub going over to Fnatic.
Yeah, and they need 4 now. I guess you don't care, right?
Yeah, I suppose you can also pick up 5. 6 is still really, really strong now.
So you can count. That's good.
That's true. But take a look at Luon. He just opens up through mid. There's no dive potential down bot side, so no opportunity for a cross map. Niski takes a huge ultimate to the face, but then the insect comes in. And there's the Q. Humanoid flashes it, but it's too little, too late.
And just ignites over the wall.
Yeah.
Niski hits him as well.
Nicely played.
Absolutely brilliant from the support of SK. I just know, again, been trying to understand the minds of these players. Now, we do have... Hold for this.
아무것도 못하죠?
You can't do nothing. I'm not going to try and repeat that one because already my career's going to be that much worse. We have something special in mind since we had the Korean v Korean bot lane. Thank you for the surprise.
I forgot that was going to happen.
And we've got a bit of a learning experience for people while we learn what this 2v2 bot looks like. Especially with Rahel and Luon moving into the league. We're going to learn in the meantime a little bit of our Korean.
Every now and then, dropping in some Korean phrases.
Yeah, that's right. You can't do nothing. That's right. Luon is stuck with mid. He's everywhere so far. It's only been 3 kills, but 2 of those have been with Luon's help. So, again, as Rahel sits in this solo lane, Luon is always on the move. Only level 5, avoids Jun in brush. And as Jun now has himself an attempted dredge line trying to protect that arcane shift, he can't get the hit.
Nerves of steel. I mean, I have to say, you don't see many playmaking Brahms. I'm going to be real with you. This champion, it doesn't really do that much proactive. But Luon is making it work with these roams to mid lane.
No.
The flashless humanoid on this way. Going to avoid out on the Maokai ultimate. Ooh.
So Spiraling Despair comes through as well. That was for Isma's ult as well, by the way. It's nice for Humanoid to hold his nerve, but he didn't exactly have a flash to get away.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be a roam up to mid from the Nautilus. From Jun, rather.
I just thought you were getting excited because we got a camera on Irrelevant and Oscarinen. You like this lane? I know indeed. Dominus is available. It's going to be used in response. Oscarinen's damage is big, but I'm waiting for Cole to make slice and dice out the flip, out of range. Irrelevant survives.
Yeah, so this matchup, Renekton really beefs the Cassante for a long time. As long as Renekton can double E away, tag the E1 on the backside, then he can always escape an all-in. But if he doesn't have E, then that's where it's problematic. Now Oscarinen is out of mana. It's really rough game state. He's frozen on as well. He's going to have to commit the TP here.
I was going to say, the wave is rough. Look at the CS difference. We're spending all this time looking at the Korean bottom lane and getting our language up. But man, what language does Crocodile speak? Because this dude is 40 up, 500 gold. And as you said, the wave is in a brilliant spot now, equalizing out.
I wonder how much the level 1 affected that lane, because this is a much bigger lead than you should get.
Oh, yeah.
You should go down a little bit, maybe a plate or 2, but not this much.
No.
This is almost doubling the CS here. Irrelevant playing extremely well. 1 item now. It's only components.
Well, Fnatic making the cross-map play. For the time being, as they pick up the red buff, at least getting something here. And remember that Noah's early game has been pretty good. He's got a small lead here. Might not be CS, but it is gold. And because he's picked up some of the plating as well. He's also just got an opportunity. So a big spike here on the one-item lethality virus. Again, for Fnatic, are hoping plays through this early to mid-game.
Fortunately for Humanoid now, he's going to have flash, so any kind of play he is not too vulnerable from. My eyes are on top lane. This is such a huge amount of lead for Irrelevant right now. Any kind of all-in if they could force it. No goes for Oscarina.
He's got Black Cleaver as well now, by the way.
He can just walk up and W if he likes for a big trade.
Does the build-up of Thornmail even matter here? You know, the Bramble Vest, does it actually make a difference?
So the way you should view item thresholds and matchup swings, if an item counters someone, that's great. But if they get it whilst they're so far behind, that spike isn't even a spike anymore. So the Thornmail might come in, but if you're on 1.5 items for the Renekton, it won't matter.
And especially when that Black Cleaver is going to shred armor. Didn't it get a buff in the last patch as well, and now it shreds a little bit more?
Yeah, right. So it got buffed when it was already a really strong item, and it just completely swings
that's not
top
good.
lane tank matchups. So Oscarina might be in trouble, but Fnatic going to pick up a dragon.
Just like Ezreal's getting a buff next patch as well, already being this strong as Oscarina going to get altered on by Irrelevant. Again, showing his fortitude as Dominus comes out and Niski moves up.
Oscarina, this is absolutely brutal. You could see the whole Fnatic is coming up to try and escort him to this wave. Jun is coming too, but Irrelevant is so strong. Now he doesn't have the ultimate damage.
Ooh.
Does have 100 Fury.
Fnatic are going to be there first for the turret plate. Is it going to be worth it? Jun runs into the croc without Dominus, so remember as Oscarina jumps into him first, depth charge, everything in the kitchen sink, and the kill going to Noah. Fnatic there first, that's what we'll remember. As the double knockup for the Glacial Fissure is big as well, the damage onto Noah shifts gear into Razork. A flip back, not what you want because the flash now comes out from Jun, and the concussive bite, the winter blow, and everything. Oh no! Fnatic running for their life. A great counterplay, and when Luon is involved on this Brom, it just makes a different story.
Yeah, Hui is down bot side. All that firepower from your mid laner isn't there. Niski is so damn strong in these fights, gets a bunch of resets, and with everything committed onto Irrelevant, who you might argue overstayed a little bit, all the cooldowns are gone, and Niski just cleans up.
Well, it's farm build for Rahel in the meantime. Good damage from Humanoid. Pacing him out. He might actually have to back away. He's one shot away. But Grubs are going to go to SK after the bounce back from that play as well. So Aragon, that's 4, maybe 5 Grubs here in the early game. SK with a Tristana and a Renekton.
Yeah.
That's a good time to cheer.
I mean, this is a Grub comp if I've ever seen one.
Yep.
The amount of plays you can make now on the 1-3-1 is insane. Tristana unmatchable in the side lane. I don't see anyone holding it. Maybe the Hui wave clear.
And it's something that... Oh, hang on. Let's learn again. We
Jungle
wait.
Chai.
Oh, Jungle Chai. Okay, thank you very much to Rahel. Jungle Diff. Is it a Jungle Diff game? I mean, Isma's playing out of his mind. And Razork, I mean, what can he do with these lanes? I think that's a big question we've been asking you through as well. I'm glad. I mean, you know, I feel lazy because I didn't ask Law. I'm trying to think who else knows Korean in the team. I didn't ask to learn, you know, last year at Worlds as well. I tried to learn some. I know Anna Haseo. I know
that's nice.
Kamsamnida, and I know Saranget, which is I love you. And that's it. The important words to say to my wife. You know, the important stuff. That's why I'm a good husband. All right, let's flick towards the Rift Herald for the meantime, though, because SK are going to be contested here, Aragon, and he just set me up.
Right. So, honestly, this Rift Herald doesn't matter as much. Third Dragon is on the cards, but the engage comes down. Maokai is very strong.
Guess what? They say it does matter indeed, don't they? Niski from an angle as well, but Razork absorbing the pressure. Irrelevant's angle, maybe even bigger. The chains corruption from Nora huge, but it eventually goes to Fnatic. But for SK, they're split far between. Irrelevant left on an island. You said it didn't matter. I believe you, because Fnatic are cheering at SK going to their death.
But Razork there, what happened? He lived for so damn long. That Sundered Sky doing so much work with the ultimate. If we get into a replay of this, take a look at how much healing he does. Niski manages to get out with that buffer onto the CC.
Don't
but
worry,
a massively winning fight.
We'll get a replay. Here we go.
Yeah, take a look at this. Watch Razork. He lives for so long whilst being in the absolute midst of everything. Isma engages. It comes down. All the CC comes through, but he's tanking Ezreal because of the ultimate. It's actually just 1 versus 5-ing.
He really
Razork
is.
flashes the ultimate. And then the flash comes through from Renekton, which is what I gasped at. I thought the fight was over there, but then Razork, he just keeps living the passive healing as well as the Sundered Sky.
We've been talking up Rahel and Luon. Noah's ult there was clutch. It literally in a small corridor hit everyone. At least a threat there from Niski and Rahel at the end was too much to bear. So a scattered fight that leaves SK breathless. I mean, the early game was going good, the roams were going good, but Fnatic, that one window, that hero performance from Razork, I've said that before this year, I will say it again. Razork is the heart, it feels like, of this team alongside Humanoid, and seeing him in that play and that clutch Xin Zhao ulti gave Fnatic a 2k gold lead in this game where it felt like there was no life, or at least life was starting to fail.
Absolutely. It feels like Razork and Humanoid, the heart of this team. Anytime they do anything proactive, it comes from them, and Razork managed to make the play work. Now, I do think SK, it's not all doom and gloom. They can play for sides, 6 grubs, or 5 rather. And the ability to play for sides with this Renekton with Demolish as well as the Tristana means that you can kind of strong side a side if you want to and let them hit with a bunch of vision. See what Maokai decides to do. Isma facilitating this hit, these tower hits, is really important.
It's crazy that those 2 kills and the gold that they got actually put the top lane even. Oscarinin, even in levels as well, he's still about 50 CS down in the matchup, but Thornmail first, Chain Vest on top of that as well. And right now, Irrelevant being matched in items.
Yeah, lots of pings coming in top side. It looks like they want to cross map and strong side top.
Okay.
Now the question is, does Fnatic identify that? Are they going to send anyone to defend? Because it looks like it's going to be Herald into mid, into Dragon for Fnatic, versus the counterplay of cross mapping top side with the grubs for SK, which is a solid play when you don't think you can take the fight.
Well, it's not a trade, it's just a win here for SK as the turret damage is not enough through mid. And remember, first turret blood already went over to Fnatic. That helps with the inflation of gold, but at least some back now as Niski continues to push.
Yeah, is Humanoid going to get caught on the transition here? Now, it looks like he wants to go up there to defend, and he is going to. But Jun accompanies Humanoid so that he doesn't get picked along the way. So, really good solid macro. Humanoid covers the cross map with Jun accompanying him, playing as bodyguard.
Well, Dragon going down at the very least for Fnatic would be good, but the TP play, your nose are correct, because Niski's come to play himself. Razork and Noah on it, but he goes to Noah straight away, disengages, flashes through. Niski in the thick of it. Wow, gets pulled back though, and will he get punished? The question is Razork's 5-man ulti again comes into value. The poke, the range, Fnatic are looking to play it again as Irrelevant is left lonesome, but this time it's not doom and gloom. Rahel keeps poking out. SK do their job this time. They manage to survive the onslaught.
Niski with the hero play, but the health bars are too low. Even though they have numbers advantage, SK are going to have to back off and potentially give up this Dragon. Although they can reset really quickly and get on the map again with these portals. Going to help them cheat tempo. SK can actually cross map at the top side too, but that same point applies to defending top tier 2. They can send someone up top with those portals, and Niski has to respect them.
At least getting the push in is enough, right? And again, Dragon going down didn't actually happen because Dragon's still there.
Yeah.
It was pulled off at a very low HP bar, so SK had the option to start it up again, and we might just do this dance once again as well.
No flashes though. Niski invested a lot into that play. No teleport and no flash. So any kind of play where he's trying to buffer a bunch of CC and make hero insects is going to be a lot more muted. He isn't going to be able to do that as clearly. But look at all those portals. Everyone's taking him over. No one's going to be late to this fight. It could be another full-blown 5v5.
For Irrelevant, as you said, Portal's got to be taken, but he's on the wrong side of the map for now, at least for Fnatic, as they started off the Dragon. They've got more members in a close vicinity.
Yep. Teleport up for Irrelevant, but they're pinging the red buff. It looks like they want to cross-map the red buff instead. That's respawning on the side of Fnatic's jungle, and they're going to settle for that. It's only second Drake.
And as you talking about Niski, right, and his side lane plays, as Rahel meets mid, it might be red buff into a push in top. We'll have to see how Fnatic defend this because, again, with those grubs, with the 2-item Tristana, it feels like top lane is always going to be a threat.
Absolutely. Red buff going to go down to SK. Are they going to be able to defend it? Now, Humanoid is quite strong, 2 items across the board. And those portals are going to help them cheat and get to their jungle quickly.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, it's taken by Isma, though.
Can't outsmite Q-smite on Maokai. It does too much damage to monsters.
True.
So, going to be a quick secure. Niski's going to take all the jungle camps on top side, and the cross-map down bot is going to be defended by Irrelevant. Solid bit of macro, nice cross-map onto the initial Dragon.
I mean, again, like, we don't see a lot of teams once they've started their setup for Dragon disengage, right? Yeah. This is kind of a top team play where I think we've expected, like, oh, they're around Dragon's going to be a fight for sure. The fact that SK could pivot mid-thought and go, well, let's just take everything away, leads them to shorten the goal by about 300-400 in the end. So, as you said, worthwhile since it wasn't Soul Point.
Yeah. I watched a lot of LPL, and they've been picking Ezreal a few times, and it's looked absolutely horrific. Now, you convinced me that it might be decent, but I'm about to hold that. Niski's getting engaged on.
Yeah, let's talk about the Tristanas that are going global. Niski is just waiting for the ulti. He wanted to run into it. Maybe he thought he could. Yeah. Not going to happen in the end. Knows he has to fight it out. The claw's out. The buffer eventually comes through. Severing Bolt out of range. As you said, the fleet is important. It dodges again. Niski, a fancy man in fancy shoes. He should die eventually. Severing Bolt was dodged, but I respect the hustle as mid-turret goes down for it, and bot push is going in as well.
So much time bought by Niski, dodging every single spell, dragging out a play that should take 5 seconds into 20. And they're going to get a crashing down bot side as well. Well played by Niski, but still, positive play for Fnatic.
Man, something in me just now feels like a bit of a Nesquik. Getting a little bit thirsty here after watching that. Look, his side lane pressure's been huge. Irrelevant playing off the other side as well. Gold shortens again. Yes, KC BDS after this. But let's get through this one as well. The battle for first place, the best team in Europe right now.
Isma's alone. This could be a play. I think Isma might be dead
knockup, as you said. Ulti is available though. He bramble smashes, he buys time, and the phase rush comes in handy, but Nature's Grasp is even handier. Used in front of a dragon that doesn't exist for another 2.5 minutes, and Baron might be up, but again, well watered by SK.
SK is surviving a lot of plays onto side lane, a lot of picks, but there's the phase rush on Niski sidesteps and movement, and it buys them time to crash waves, and slowly Fnatic, whilst they're committing a lot of numbers to different plays, they're bleeding out waves on the side lane. It was bot last time, now it's a few minions top for Oscar. But all in all, not too much happening, and it really is about buying time for Rahel here. Where we see Ezreal come online globally at the moment, it really does feel like it's 3 items. 3 items feels like the breaking point where you see, okay, this Ezreal's doing a lot of damage. So it's not quite about the Maroon and Triforce, but for this front to back, alongside this AP Maokai, it definitely is 3 items.
And we got to remember as well, it's a variable range, right? You got a lot of cooldown on things like Arcane Shift at this point in the game as well. Like, that's 7 seconds, I think, from what I could see too. So already back up and available as he used it to get closer towards mid lane. It's things like that with the Tristana ever scaling range too that SK are going to have in their arsenal. And you talked about it in draft as, let's go again, give it to me. Come on.
바텀 차이.
Bottom chai.
Bottom chai.
Okay. Is
Bot
it a
gap?
bot gap, you think?
Is it a bot gap?
I mean, it's pretty
Ooh,
even.
It's
hard.
pretty even, yeah, isn't it? Noah's doing really well. I think the Ezreal is yet to come online, and that might inflate his stats even further. So, Rahel.
I love this, by the way. I absolutely
Yeah,
love
I do
this.
too.
I wish we did this more in the LPL as well, because I know no Mandarin for like League of Legends at all. I know Sha, which is kill, and that's it. Like Wu Sha, you know, pentakill.
Pentakill.
That's all I know. But I'm glad. Bottom chai. Is it a bottom chai? As you said, Ezreal 3 items. We've got Lethality, Varus, and 2 and a bit as well. I feel like both Fnatic and SK are in a position where their AD carries can pop off and carry the fights.
Yeah. My only concern for SK is the fact that their front line is definitely nothing compared to a Xin Zhao K'Sante. AP Maokai isn't quite the same. You're playing more so for poke, and you need that AP threat alongside the front to back of the double AD. Braum is quite tanky, but K'Sante and a Sundered Sky, Xin Zhao absolutely clears in terms of front line. So it's going to be much harder for the carries to DPS, and that's why at this point in the game, with the 2 dragons for Fnatic, I favor them. But all that matters is the next upcoming fight. Item thresholds and execution for this front-to-back team fight on both sides.
20 seconds coming through. It lead to Soul Point for Fnatic. Everyone's thinking they're the best team. We go blue. Windows! Windows, it's getting bluer! Oh no, SK are taking over the game! Oh, less blue. Less blue. Windows 95 had to restart, ladies and gentlemen. It's like a blast from the childhood. SK, they wanted to highlight. Maybe something bad happens. Maybe it's the top play that made it go blue as irrelevant. Hysterix has already popped, and as he gets popped around, he's just dead, but they committed TP for that. So Fnatic are looking top side of the map.
Committed TP, committed ulti by Oscar. Are they going to go onto Baron here? But they don't have the gas, they don't have the damage. It's lethality, Varus. This is kind of slow. I don't see this commit working out.
Your favorite word.
Niski's playing off of the time it will take to do the Nash by taking bot tier 2 before TPing as well.
And they've got poke, right?
It's
Ezreal's
so slow.
So good at poking down, whittling down those health bars. Niski, as he pushes that inner turret down bot side, it's going to be matched by Humanoid, but as he shows up as well, the Baron is pulled off of. Isma's coming through, trying to stop the ports. He's got Nature's Grasp as Niski feels unstoppable. He can move to the mid lane after this as well. All 4 members of Fnatic outside of Humanoid are still up top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a macro chai right now. They
nice.
The tier 2.
You're
I'm learning. Playing off the tier 2 down bot side, huge macro player, but a blunder from Fnatic, not identifying that the Varus with lethality is going to mean a very slow Nash take.
Macro chai, okay, all right. I'm going to get a lot of DMs after this, actually. I'm happy for you to message me and teach me more Korean. I'm okay with that. I like that their alphabet, by the way, apparently was like remade or something, and it's super easy.
Apparently you can learn it in like a day.
Yeah, Orcs was telling me, Orcs is really good, by the way.
I don't get how that's possible, to be honest.
But hey, I learned a 10-minute video on YouTube, and I found out how his dredge line is going to take more than 10 minutes to start this playoff. Rahel takes a bit of a poke, but Arcane shoots back in position. It's the Fisher that comes out afterwards that tries to clear the way, but Fnatic will not be dissuaded. Razork after the play as well, sends out the crescendo, and now just burns down the jungle of SK. Fnatic running through mid. True Shot Barrage is a good dissuader as well, but as Razork gets into position, and the same from Oscar Renan, they're still burning the midnight oil. Niski's angle is the only thing to save them, and Rahel as well. What the hell indeed, as they pull their play back. Fnatic now losing members. The Severing Bolt is a big help with Humanoid. And Noah on the side. The range is good. Numbers advantage for Fnatic. They're clearing out vision on Baron, but they don't have the health bars to do this.
Fnatic with the successful siege into mid. Isma gets absolutely popped with the chain CC. He absolutely vanishes. Niski gonna pick up a consolation prize in the mid lane, but in the end it's a 2 for 2. And Niski coming out on top, picking the perfect time to join the fight with the rocket jump. But again, really nice play from Humanoid as well with the snipes.
Yeah, mid and bot are popping off. I mean, it is so close. It's 2 dragons apiece. Gold is even. Look at this defense again, Aragon.
Watch Isma's health bar. He pops from about 1,000 HP, he disappears. And then watch Niski, he's very patient. He's extremely patient. He doesn't jump in immediately, waits for specific cooldowns to be down. Ulti comes down from way, picks his moment now, finishes off, almost doesn't get the reset. I think he managed to get on Jun in the end. No, it's Oscar Renan, and doesn't get the chain the kills. Recovery from SK, but a nice initiative play.
Oh, it blew again. Again, when SK lose, guys, if the screen's going to go blue, they're not happy at the play coming through. Spiraling Spare, Nature's Grasp as well. It sets us up. The range is coming through from Rahel, though, which is good. It once again dissuades Fnatic, but whoa! Luon flashing away because Noah's also in the picture. Fnatic back away once again while Niski tries to play sides once more.
It's Niski versus Oscar Renan on the side. Can Oscar hold the Tristana? Tristana is so damn strong at this point. He has the Last Whisper completed. He can melt Oscar Renan if he gets uptime on him. That's why Fnatic are making these plays. They're oversending numbers because they know they lose side lane here versus Renekton versus Tristana. They have to send numbers mid, try to force a pick, using them, but then they bleed out inside.
Luon is looking for prey. Isma alongside with him as well. Waves pushing in at 28 minutes. Nothing decided here. Nothing given over. Maybe except for Baron Vision, which is cleared out by SK thanks to the push and pull. That happens naturally in Summoner's Rift. They're going to back off using this timing as well after Rahel pushes this wave. And Aragon, it might just be the play for Soul Point here that could help start deciding this game.
Now the question is, what do SK decide to do? Do they decide to play for top tier 2? That's an easy objective. And give up the soul, or do you try and play for both with the tower damage that you have?
Well, what do you think they should do? Tell me.
I think top tier 2 for now, maybe until soul spawns. You can play to strong side top. Unfortunately, though, Niski is going down bot side, so maybe he's going to push and roam to Baron, because that's the main objective that's up now. It's just about utilizing those 6 grubs.
Oh, Gold has been neck and
that
neck.
Gold diff.
Swung. It's not neck and neck, you know what I mean? It's just swung back and forth.
Between 3K and 1K.
And look, you look at the dragon as well as Isma walking in blind over the wall. That range is coming in handy. And look, Noah from the downtown helps Humanoid. He has been so good on this Varus. I'm starting to realize the bottom diff as Fnatic now with numbers and no enemy jungler can look at this Baron. That's a monster pick.
But they have no Baron damage. Remember,
As
it's the
you
same
said.
as before. They've got to keep playing for these turns, but SK don't need to check. The Baron is very slow, and Fnatic just keep having to force. But look at the side lanes. They're against the clock here. Top lane tier 2 is going to get taken, like we said.
All Sterix down for Razork.
And they're going to try and collapse on Niski here.
He pushes in, he moves away. Ping's still going down. I mean, he's got a TP away, Aragon, otherwise he's dead.
Yeah, now they can turn it on to Nash, can't they? He's teleported up to Nash. They have the damage. Double AD carry, and Tristana actually does do damage. 3.5 items.
Because Dragon's
That's
up.
going to get shredded.
And you thought, oh, Fnatic going to start it. SK pull off it. Not as confident to just start it up, are they?
So much posturing. Dragon already started up. SK no. Or at least they think it. They're going to start it up now. Niski does a bunch of DPS. Can they turn? Luon can tank any kind of engage from the hook from Jun.
Okay, Jun's in first though, but he has wards on him right now. Isma's now respawned too. True Shot Barrage trying to tag out as Noah avoids. There's a TP, making it a 5v5 around the Baron to decide who's the best in this West as Fnatic look for the disengage now, but the Nature's Grasp holds in place. Razork does it again. He tries to dissuade them. The dredge line narrowly missing as that explosive charge blows them to pieces. Fnatic's health bar moving down to half HP. And SK getting the damage advantage, but not a decisive fight.
And in the end, no Baron taken. Dragon is still up, and at most, Razork has lost his ultimate. Still, that's a huge tool for the front-to-back team fighting, and SK might just turn on it again. They have so much damage.
Round 2, as you said, Irrelevant now walking down as well. They've got a ward, seeing that Jun and Oscar in there. Razork doing the red buff, the TP. Round number 2 begins. Luon zoning them off. It's going down so quick. Razork needs a miracle. When becomes lightning, he gets it! The jungle king of the LEC still got it. Jun running for his life. He survives miraculously, but Niski does not. The poke, the range, the Fnatic moves. You ask yourself again, what was that?
Razork with the miracle steal from 2k HP on that Baron, and they're going to convert that into a Dragon as well. SK think they can flex their Warmogs, do multiple re-engages, and force that Nash, but in the end, it's a burger flip, and Razork wins it.
Ismar might be his debut year in the LEC, but Razork's been through this party before. And this is the guy that invented jungle dominance. Yeah, let's hear. Let's hear.
썰은 안 치나?
썰은 안 치나? Why are they not FFing?
After that steal, I understand.
I guess I understand. Well, maybe it's opposite. Maybe he's asking himself, why is my teammate not FFing? It's not over though, let's be real. Baron's taken, it's a massive, massive game swayer as we look at the replay.
So they're all full HP because of all the Warmogs, but Irrelevant gets CC'd. And that's really bad, so he has to dash out. Now he can't dash in, and Niski tries to save the play.
He does.
After Razork with a huge steal manages to take it away. Niski dashes forward, and that's the first big blunder I've seen from him.
And if one target gets isolated like that, like the damage from Noah Humanoid combined, that's one-shot territory. And as we've seen multiple plays time and time again, Noah not only having a good start of the split, I think, after he got criticized at MSI, but Humanoid continuing on the track of being one of the best mids in the West too at the moment. And especially when Caps are slumping, it feels like LEC needs him to step up. Fnatic pushing the base and doing a great job of dissuading this turret from standing its ground. Luon, Glacial Fish is there. True Shot Barrage is good. Razork still has the ulti in hand, though. Nature's Grasp is trying to stop them from staying too long. The inhibitor eventually drops, and SK can't get the range, the lockdown they need. They're going to get out of there with their Baron enhanced recall. The base is in tatters from the Red Bull Baron power play.
And it's the lack of engage coming out. The Maokai ult can just be tanked by the Cassante W.
Ward there, though, Eric.
Some kind of long chase. They have no teleport flank from behind. I don't think this is possible unless he takes some kind of crazy Hextech portal pathing.
I mean, he's on the minion wave. I think Irrelevant could die. No, okay, they get out instead of making the play.
But it's the lack of engage. Maokai can't engage because of the blocking from Cassante and Oscarinin. And then they have nothing. They can't stop the siege, so it's going to be really rough. They have to have a reason to fight. Maybe this next Dragon, everyone's corralled into a certain place they can play with a Maokai ult from Fog of War, but that's the only angle I see.
I see a Fnatic charged and ready to go into summer playoffs as the best team. I see a 5-0, a pretty much playoff lock on the horizon, a 4K Baron power play by the way. And from what was early game of this support diff roaming towards mid, has now changed around to Humanoid and Noah playing their range so well. Razork on a staple pick this year that has been so good in Fnatic's hands to give him jungle priority.
And Noah quietly carrying this game, 5-0-4 on the Varus. The outrange from the Varus and the Hui making it so damn hard to find uptime on these 80 carries on the other side.
True.
It really is a range war at this point. But yeah, Noah, silently, I feel like we haven't even mentioned him at this point.
I mean, I had to, of course, especially when he was blasting Luon a couple of times, when also getting those picks onto Niski. I think the biggest thing as well, this was one of the bigger tests for Rahel and Luon. You know, this was one of the biggest tests for SK who are charging ahead. Like, wow, Noah and Jun, a bottom lane that cannot be underestimated.
It really is a battle of the bot lanes, isn't it? Battle for the best bot lane in the league. And both bot lanes, very poke heavy.
Oh yeah.
However, now 3 items coming in for Rahel. This is where he really comes online. Can he do work? Can he find the damage? Can they find the uptime? Both questions for both teams, I feel like. The only difference is the front line. I mean, and that is definitely Fnatic favored right now.
He's got 4 as well. The Serralda's Grudge going to help out a lot with some of that spacing, but Rahel has been spacing himself well enough. Also farming up a Storm at this point, 370. Doesn't do any damage. Look at the cooldown reduction. Like, hits a Q, hits a Q, hits a Q. Doesn't matter because Oscarinen's not taking any damage. He gets himself out once again with an Arcane Shift as Luon has to be in front. Chains of Corruption hits max range but doesn't hit. There's a True Shot Barrage as well. They get rid of the Edge of Night. Noah spaces that one out too as well. Teleport coming in.
You can see they're trying to engage with Braum. It is such a dire situation when you're trying to engage with Luon on Braum. They don't have the tools to force the fight and stop the sieges. And Rahel, in the meantime,
he's hitting.
You're playing his poke, but you have no engage to close the gap, so you just keep getting more and more poked from Noah. He doesn't miss either.
He's literally got to play dodgeball. Arrow comes out, you know, there's Legolas and there's Gandalf. Like, it is Lord of the Rings, isn't it? It's just a reunion as Rahel's damage is meaningful onto Noah, but it's not going to be enough to seal the deal in front of the Dragon that's coming up in 40 seconds. Scuttlecrab just secured by Fnatic as well, by the way. They're going to have this one locked down, and it's Soul Point Hextech Soul that I think could help define this game.
Poke comp with Hextech Soul, we all know how painful that is. 5v5, I think, is on the cards here. Flash is up for every single champion in the game right now. It's all down to execution.
Noah back to Wait. If SK pull a fight now, it's a 5 versus 4. He's got Hex Gates to come on in, but SK in a choke might find it. Razork's ult's great. Irrelevant doesn't get the way over, though, and it's only buying time for Isma's True Shot Barrage. Gets maximum value. There's the range, and for Fnatic, they need to get their AD carry alive, but they can't. Niski's cleaning them all up. Rahel's taking a while to die as Razork fully commits. They're left in a 3v3. Humanoid still got a mana bar, still got the range, but Niski's still alive. Can he do it? Ulti out, but Humanoid does it better. The lightning follows through. Niski survives for now, but the TP to end. Fnatic can feel that burst in their bones.
And Humanoid coming in with the passive procs at the end in that 3 versus 3. The passive proc AoE coming in clutch, saving the fight, and it looks like Fnatic are gonna end.
I mean, Humanoid, Razork, they buy so much time, and Fnatic, when SK have been the new blood to talk about, it's still about this team that's been with us since the very start. The best team in Europe in summer. Say it with me, Fnatic.
What a battle. What a battle. That was so close at every single stage of the game there, from the early game to even that final fight. In the end, it was a 3 versus 3. Humanoid staying around on that 300 HP maybe.
I never thought I'd say bot chai for Fnatic. You know,
really
I thought Luon and Rahel at this point were unbeatable, but a reality check from Fnatic was huge. As it was a close one, it was, as you said, back and forth. But Fnatic, the resilience cannot be understated. As you can vote for your key and play the game at LEC on X, Oscar Innen, Humanoid, or Noah. And don't forget, you can pre-register for the pre-sale access tickets to the EMEA Masters and LEC Finals in Munich at lec.gg/Munich or Munich. I don't know how good my German is, but that was probably the exact same as English. You can pre-register, there's a link down below. Our match of the week, done and dusted. KC BDS. They'll be coming up after this, but I haven't been told. We are going to get an interview shortly on stage. I just want to quickly summarize, because I think bot was really important to this, but man, I think both these mid laners played out of their minds.
Absolutely. I think Humanoid, as the team fights started coming in, hello there, I think Humanoid really started popping up. I think Niski as well, though, having those insects, there were so many team fights where he was holding the game in his hands. And it was really all Humanoid and Noah.
Bro.
Wow.
Bro, I think the best thing is that skill expression was there, played one of their best games, and it was in the first place matchup, as Law is now standing by with Humanoid in the Marriott Bonvoy check-in.
Thank you so much, guys. Amazing game from Fnatic and really exciting game overall. Marek, congratulations on taking this one. What is your first impression of the game and how close it was? You were both undefeated, and again, it was really close between the two of you.
Yeah, I mean, it was way closer than we would have liked it. I think in the last fight, I was like really close to dying, and then the game would be lost. So honestly, it was just really lucky for us, I think, in the last fight. So yeah.
I feel like most of the fights came down to close execution and placement and decision making. So maybe through communication, you could feel something different with the way you had to approach everything.
Yeah, basically, I mean, it's really important in this game to get the zone first on the objective. I think we kind of failed on that many times, and they just walked in and we let them. And yeah, that's it.
I know that Tim's getting ready for the next game, of course. I know that you don't trash talk after a game, you only trash talk before. And yesterday, Niski said, invite me to the desk when I win, so I can dunk on Fnatic. So I'm not going to ask you to trash talk Niski, because that would not be fair, but what was your impression of SK overall?
I mean, they were better than some of the other teams, I would say. I think they played a lot around mid lane, maybe
you know, maybe people should learn how to play alone. I don't know, but yeah.
I want to take a look at one of the first moments of the game that actually was really messy and involved you guys. And SK, do we have the replay production? Yes. That was a mess. That was a mess when you look at here. How did you, yeah, the screen is here. How did you guys navigate through all this? Because I feel like it's the kind of invades, when you're there, you're there. You can't back down and you have to make the best of it.
Yeah, so basically we kind of knew that they were going to invade, but we did not know if it was going to be bot side or top side, because they are strong everywhere. We were expecting it to be more bot side, but I guess they went up. I honestly don't know how we won. I think I just had a really good position from the side, and I could just hit them, but it was really close again, so yeah.
You are the first team to qualify to playoffs here with 5 wins on the book and halfway through the season. And I know that there were a lot of learnings, especially when it comes to confidence, that you guys wanted to implement after MSI. How are you when you rate the changes that you wanted to implement into what you would like to be by the end of the season?
I mean, I would say that we are for sure way better now and way more confident than we were last split and at MSI. I think it shows both on stage and in practice. So far it's going really well.
Yeah. Any words on the overall level of the league as the only undefeated team we have right now? I know that the community sentiment is that it's a bit messy, not as good as what we saw in spring. What is your gut feeling on this?
Of the league, I mean, I think in every league there's like the bottom tier teams, right, that don't really play as clean. I think the bottom teams in LCK and LPL are also not that great. So I think overall the top tier teams are like pretty good. And yeah, I mean, I think we can compete with the Asian teams. Maybe not Genji, but the others, I think it's free.
I feel like Genji is complicated for the entire world right now. We'll deal with them later. You're the key player of the game here, Marek. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any impressions on the way you played today and the champion you were playing once again and how strong it is?
How strong way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it into Tristana and when I can outrange the enemy. I think it's pretty strong right now with the new item. It got buffed, so I think it's a good champ.
Yeah, looking for adjustments on the champion. We'll see that later. Marek, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Congrats on reaching playoffs and winning once again. And we're going to make a break. Before coming back for the last game of week 2, it's going to be BDS versus KC. Stay tuned.
Flashes 2 and Fnatic still chasing through. They take a blast cone, they deceive them, they push over and get first blood. A 1-for-1 is Irrelevant. Goes to Fnatic, but for SK, they're split far between. Irrelevant left on an island.
Look, I got it. Okay, I flash out, just run and Drake. Okay. Go there. But these guys, I will wait. They're playing against. Like they're playing against the best might in the world. Like I don't know what the f is going on.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a Poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the last game of week number 2. My name is Asterix. This is Aragon. Now, we're very close. There is a reason for that, because we have a very special guest to round out this week, an absolute legend who last game almost carried his team to victory. Come on!
You.
Oh, it's Nisky! Come on!
Aragon, you hinted me in Solky so hard, man. Like,
wait.
I was 1v9ing, and I was like, who's this Renekton? Like, what the fuck is he doing? And then he was like, and then I was typing, I was like, yo, man, like, can you play mid game and whatnot? And then he didn't answer. Like,
I want to be with you. First of all, I kind of remember the game. I think I played against Volleybet. Secondly, I'm always trying to improve, man. Look, okay, and sometimes I go 0-11, and that's okay.
Not really, but okay, yeah.
In fact, I got some clips of that game from your POV on the stream. The problem is, man, you stream in French, so I died, and I went to look at my deaths and to see your comments. Maybe you could give me some pointers. But I didn't understand what they said. So, production, if you could translate these for me, Nisky, is there any constructive criticism?
Okay, so first of all, I'm on Discord with my friend.
Okay.
And he's already flaming you. And I'm saying, what is this guy doing? He's saying, your top laner is getting destroyed. I'm like, yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Like, yeah, it was like that the whole game, but you were running it.
Look, is there any tips and tricks maybe you can give me based on these?
Maybe swap champions, play tanks.
I'm a one trick, that's a disaster,
Bro,
isn't it?
we brought Nisky on to get ready for the last game, and I've just been thrown with this, like, absolute flame that he's come off the game, almost winning out in mid to flaming you.
Okay.
Deserved.
Hey, look, it was Jack of all trades volley. I've never seen it in my life.
It's fine.
And maybe
he's
today...
a Renekton OTP. You can't blame him.
Really?
You know?
That's true.
Really?
I am...
Do you think you played more?
That's embarrassing.
I'm not, you know, I'm kind of a one trick. I'm not very good at anything else.
Okay.
All right, so BDS and K-Corp, Nisky will be with us for the first 10 minutes, and I'm sure that these two have got a lot to talk about here. We'll have a mid lane focus as well. That's something we can talk about. It's kind of like Top Aragon, except it's in the middle of the map.
Well, thank you. I mean, I am a Renekton one trick. Thanks for dumbing things down for me.
All right.
Tell me about the game. I want you to teach me so much about mid that I come away knowing everything about a new matchup.
Okay. I mean, why ban Talia ban from KC? I don't know why they ban Talia when they like it a lot, for example.
Bloody, yeah.
And BDS will probably ban Rumble and Skarner, unless they want to try the Mordekaiser again into it, which didn't work out very well.
What are your thoughts on that? I think it's absolutely terrible.
I think it's terrible. Yeah. Like, Skarner is too broken.
I'm glad.
Let's see what they'll ban here. I know Nuke relax Tristana.
Yep.
So it might be a takeaway from KC to first pick it.
What about the Tristana into the Hui? I mean, I think that's a bit relevant.
Yeah.
Considering last game.
I mean, it's pretty even, I would say. Kind of 50-50. It's whichever side you want to pick, you can play. One is more team fighting.
One of the most OP left over, and Corki is just
Corki is up, actually.
Tristana Corki handshake,
I guess they could trade Corki Tristana, yeah.
Do you think Corki's broken at the moment, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, it does too much damage, too safe, like, scales very well.
Too many builds,
Yeah.
you can go Halo Blade fleet, like...
So Joanniban, okay. So this is probably gonna be Corki or Tristana from KC, I would assume. Or maybe Ashe, if they like the Ashe. Or Maokai.
Okay.
Both, you just handshake both, are you comfortable with either, right?
Yeah. I guess they will get one of them anyway, so they don't really care.
Do you think you want to deny Tristana Maokai pairing?
Yeah, I think EDS might go for like a Ivan Tristana game, something, or like a Corki flex here.
The Share
Corki Trist.
He's been playing a lot of AP champs,
AP
right?
champions, yeah.
So maybe Tristana plus AP champ?
Yeah, but I feel like EU right now, all junglers are going back to like the Maokai, Sejuani.
We had our fun.
Yeah, we had our fun. So this is probably Tristana or Corki from BDS.
For Nuke's most played so far. We've also seen Varus mid from him too.
Yeah, true.
Side note, and Varus has been
Into
a really
me,
good flex.
actually.
Yeah.
Not bad.
What is up with that? Did it just suddenly appear?
I think Jackie's played it, and people realized it was actually strong, and yeah, at least that's how I realized it. Okay, Zeri. So I guess they do not care about the Tristana or Corki trade.
But also, you leave open things like what, Varus? We've got Varus.
Yeah, Varus is up, Ashe is up.
Already up.
But BDS is known for swapping. So like if they go Varus, Ashe lane here, BDS can probably swap.
Okay, true.
What's the idea that you just accept the fact that you get a bigger deficit than before?
Yeah, basically
and then you still get out the
accept that you
matchup?
just don't lane, and then your AD is down like 200 or 300 gold, but then the game is still going at least.
Do you think the Zeri early is kind of sus, especially since you have a bunch of lockdown potential coming in now?
I do. I mean, Vi is banned, Talia is banned. So it does make some sense. Also, I think Ice is a big Zeri player, and Kai'Sa AP. And they don't pick Tristana or Corki.
I think Leona here maybe into the Braum.
Yeah, maybe they counter pick support or they just lock their mid with bans. Depends what they want to do here.
Again, it's weird though, isn't it? Like, you've been watching a lot of LCK, LPL, Nisky? Like, Tristana parties like B1.
Yeah, Tristana is B1, Corki is B1.
Yeah.
It's completely
Rel.
different here.
Also, EU loves Rel right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with that champ, like when it came back.
It was Labrob saying he thinks Rel has just the best engage in the game, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And I don't know, I'm a big fan of Leona. I don't know about you, but like the CC changes, tenacity, just makes this champ unbelievable.
So we talked about support a little bit before. It's already been locked in. So we got bottom lane cemented out. We still need mid coming through. We still need top lane.
Okay, so I think BDS will just look Tristana, Corki, or Azir on 4, probably, is what would happen here.
That'd be a classic, wouldn't it? I mean, Yone, what does that signal?
Corki.
Corki?
Yone's picked a
Isn't
lot
it
into Corki.
super good into the Azir as well?
Azir as well, yeah.
Also pairing with Maokai, right?
Yeah.
So you'd be fishing for an Azir potentially, okay. And then on the other side, KC.
I think KC needs an AD mid if they want to play Kai'Sa AP, because I feel like Maokai plus AP mid plus Kai'Sa might be too much.
Have you played much against Vladdy? He's had a pretty decent debut, hasn't he?
He really has.
Do you think he plays any
a bit,
AD champs in his pool, maybe?
I think he does play the Jace,
yeah.
Does play Trist, does play... I'm not sure about Corki, but these are the two he plays. I would not be surprised if KC bans Corki or Trist here, or maybe they just want to focus Adam more.
Yeah. Okay. Does that signal maybe a Cassante prior with that Camille ban?
Or a TF pick.
A TF pick with the setup? That does look
TF
rough
would be
with the Jax ban.
I think here, in one of both sides. But I feel like if KC picks TF, then BDS would probably swap and pick a tank. Is what they usually do.
Yeah.
Very boring gameplay, but it's okay.
There's the Azir. Like you predicted, nice job.
Maybe Vladdy can go away here. I'm not sure if he plays it. He has the Tristana still up. He also has the Corki.
Are you worried about the magic damage split if you go away here?
You were saying before, you know, you need an AD mid, right?
Maybe you do not need to go AP on Kai'Sa against Zeri.
Yep.
I would assume you can go on it as well. Akali is also
How
fine
is Trist
here.
open?
Yeah, I don't know actually. I don't
Trist
know.
makes it to 4-5, all right?
I wish you could pick Trist on 4-5 ourselves.
Yeah.
So what do we pick here
Blind
for
pick.
Kana?
Renekton maybe blind pick is a possibility. Gragas.
Renekton.
AP threat is not great. Already got a bunch of AP.
Maybe
Renekton?
TF?
TF?
TF is open, yeah.
TF could
It is
be.
Kana.
I mean, they banned Jax. That would signal TF, wouldn't it?
Camille's banned
Let's
as well.
see. Don't tell me it's gonna be like a tank, like a Zac.
Bro, we got a lot of
Come on,
dive
we want to
here.
see something good out of the counter, something spicy. There it is.
Yeah, the TF.
And now,
What is Adam gonna play?
what is
I
an
think
Adam
he
classic?
used to play Yasuo, but I don't know if he's still...
Ooh,
okay.
the predictions!
Wow. Maybe he doesn't.
He does play it. He played it last play, I think.
Yeah, he also has Rel for setup and Azir. Surprisingly, it's not bad. But I feel like they might not look at it.
It's...
Or maybe will.
we'll hold and wait with Ivan as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's into 3 AD carry champs, kind of like TF, Tristana, Kai'Sa, that has the auto attack, so it's not that bad. But I feel like he's just memeing and he will pick a tank or something. Or it's locked in. Okay.
So you would rather have a front-to-back tank to facilitate the carries.
Yeah,
You would much rather do
if I'm playing Azir and I have Yasuo, I'm like, why did I pick Azir?
Why is my front line winnable, right?
But like if you play like Poppy or any tank or something that you can lane into TF, maybe like a Malphite or something, would sound pretty good to me, but Adam on his spicy pick.
So right now, you had to choose a comp to play. What would you pick?
Left side, because
Left
enemy team has Yasuo. and it's not a mid lane they're playing Yasuo, so...
I am told apparently we might need to redo. I'm not sure if that's pick ban. I've just got a bit of text saying we might need to redo.
Yeah, I regret the Yasuo pick.
No, we want to remake draft. We didn't want to play Yasuo. Let's find out. Maybe they couldn't change it. Everyone's still on stage, and yeah, BDS are looking across. I have a feeling that something was not meant to be locked in. Yeah, problem with champ select. Need to redo the lobby.
Okay.
Just the lobby, not the picks.
It's the Yasuo. Well, yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll get confirmation. If there was a problem in lobby, it could be the picks as well. Just lobby. Yasuo top is legit.
Okay.
It's legit. Wow, okay.
Wow, Kana TF against Adam Yasuo. That's pretty exciting.
That is spicy.
That's good, but we'll look at mid lane.
Mid lane.
Because there's a good old,
To be fair,
old-fashioned.
that is like a mid lane matchup in top anyway. It's like a really old one.
I mean, to be fair, you know, I'm sure you can drop a bunch of knowledge on us. Give me the intricacies, man. I want to know like the level 1 through to 5. What are you playing for? How does it work? What are the micro interactions?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that Tristana always pushes Azir until Azir has one item. Because you have regen, you have like a jump that you can jump on Azir, and Azir doesn't have enough mana pool as well. And you're also very like vulnerable to ganks as Azir, into Maokai especially. So I think Tristana will just push, Azir will receive, and then maybe after first base when he gets his blasting wand, he can start trading back.
Okay.
And then I would assume after one item, that's when they will start playing the game. And I think in the early game, it's gonna be Tristana pushing, Azir receiving. Both junglers probably playing around top because it's Yasuo TF. And the thing is that I like it for KC because they do have the mid push, so Tristana could push and move top. So pretty hard for BDS draft, I would say, in the early game.
Oh yeah. All right, well, we'll get in. Niski will be with us for the first 10 minutes, maybe more if he likes the environment here.
Maybe.
Yeah, you can join us for however long you want. We had a bit of a delay. Lobby was remade, but all the picks stayed the same. To roll us out, just a quick reminder, KC picked up a couple more wins in this split. Well, I say that. I mean, they've already got 2 wins. We'll see if they can get a third and get past the allegations is on the other side. I need to remind everyone else that BDS, they've had a couple of luckier wins, I think.
Yeah, they did come back a lot of games.
They had a lot of comebacks.
And I believe this game for KC is very, very important because the next remaining games are us, G2, and VIT. So it's not a very easy game, so I think this game is very, very important for them.
True. Oh, music's back again. All right, we're in the Summoner's Rift.
Okay.
Now, mid lane focus, that's where we're going.
Yeah. I mean, here they're going 5 top because they want ward for the TF so that he can play in between the bushes. And BDS is thinking the same. And I believe the level 1 should be in the favor of KC.
I'd vote KC here, right?
Oh, but BDS will go late probably and sweep with Rel is what will happen.
Ooh, so
or they swap. No way, right?
Well, what matchup are they avoiding? Avoiding the TF, but you want to play into the TF,
yeah,
right?
I'm not sure. I mean, they're all here. Okay, Ice is basing, they're not swapping, nice.
Thank God.
And they're not sweeping top either.
Maybe a bit afraid they stick around, right?
Yeah, maybe they don't want to get chased by level 1 of Nautilus, so they just group.
So let me ask a question for someone who's not into your solo queue games. Mid lane at the moment, I mean, a lot of Tristanas, we're getting a lot of fleet foot work. We're not getting a lot of as much Halo Blades and matchups that maybe are more winnable. You talked about the 1 item spike, or at least the 1 item that can change it for something like the Azir. Walk me through a little bit about like summoner choice here and what's kind of changed with modern day Tristana versus what we're seeing, you know, a couple of patches ago, a couple of splits ago.
I mean, when you could go little tempo Tristana, I think that was when Tristana could actually beat Azir very easily.
Okay.
But I feel like right now you kind of have to play fleet because PTA really sucks.
Okay.
So yeah, and Azir is the same.
On that note, I watch a lot of LPL, and there's this mid laner called Yukal who I think is a dirty inter. He took PTA, Ignite, and had to recall 3 times in 4 minutes versus Corki.
Yeah,
explain that to me.
Yeah, that's not very good, yeah.
What?
I don't know why you would go Igniting competitive, but...
I love no context. Niski, explain this guy. Why did he back 3 times?
I have to know. I needed the explanation. I'm glad that you confirmed.
Bro, you should have prepared another font. I don't know what you're doing behind my back on this desk.
Okay. I mean, as you said, Tristana pushes, right? Azir cannot really defend himself. Just has to give the push. Usually Azir wants to hold the wave towards himself so that he actually doesn't have to trade that much. And it's kind of what Nuke will do here.
Would you say it's a very easy matchup for Tristana? Or
yeah,
like,
I think it's easy
so
for
even
both
if it's
sides.
Faker on Azir, he never holds the wave due to skill diff?
Yeah, I mean, in even Caps solo killed Faker, so it's...
Okay, true.
Okay, Tristana pushing, Ivan farming top. I'm not sure what's going on top. I think both are still full HP. Bot lane loses push. And as I said, KC has 3 lanes of push, so that's pretty good for Maokai. Oh, the cannon.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Adam is actually winning this matchup pretty hard. He has a wave of like 5 minions coming and he's already up 1 CS.
Can it? Gonna be able to farm the wave, Adam.
Okay, we'll just pause. Stretch line comes through, and no any early trade that comes either. I mean, this Zeri pick, we had a lot of questions in draft, right? Like both of you were kind of wondering why we got to this point. Now, our mid lane is in the top lane. Kana sidestepping, trying to get away from the Steel Tempest. Gold card is good. Shea waiting for the root caller. Oh, he's out of range. We like that. We like the ghost as the all-in comes through mid, shifting sands.
Oh, okay, good trade from Nuke. He used the E very well there.
Do you think this is a pretty normal state for the Tristana Azir to be in terms of condition?
Not really. I think Tristana should be full HP and...
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Azir should lose like 1 potion maybe, or be 2 potions, but just have perma push. I'm not sure if you're supposed to trade that much on Tristana into the Azir, like perma jumping in. Like, I feel like this trade is probably not very good for him, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
You'd rather be playing the long con with the fleet
yeah,
forward,
I think
playing for a bigger recall.
Yeah, like if you play Tristana, for me it's like to scale, and here his wave is very, very hard.
Yeah.
Shifting away from mid. You know, we're just like, oh, there's too much action helping elsewhere. I mean, again, when we saw this mid lane matchup, what was the matchup? What did you just play? You played into a wave.
Way, yeah.
Yeah. Man, that was such, you both absolutely smashed that late game, hey?
Yeah.
But
Way
nice. Is another dirty champion as well.
Oh, is that a solo kill?
I think it might be.
Ivan solo kill.
Gold card flash away. Restart the slow. Wait for this.
Flash out though.
I love the sound effects.
And this is very, very bad for Casey because he also has no TP.
No TP TF.
And Maoka is bot side, so I don't think he will ever be able to get back to top.
Oh, and there's not going to be a counterplay. No dive potential.
He needs Tristana to move, but I don't even think Tristana can help. And here, Kana doesn't know if Ivan is still top or not, so he probably will take the flip.
Are you, if you're Tristana here, are you moving to shadow the roam, like the, that dangerous little passageway?
No. I would just say my top laner probably drift, so I would
You know, we were teaching the audience Korean before, because obviously with your new bottom lane, we got them to voice a little bit of phrases like bot diff, jungle diff, I'm inting. Have you? I know. Law called you an NPC the other day. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, good.
Whatever the phrase was, I've completely forgotten it. Have you learned any more Korean from your bottom lane?
Yeah, my bot lane usually says mid chai, which I think means mid gap.
Okay,
so
yep, we learned that.
Not very nice.
Are you putting words in the mouth, or are they actually saying that about you?
I'm okay. They don't say mid gap, but I asked them like, okay, how do you say jungle diff? And they're like jungle chai, and I'm like, okay. And then I usually say bot chai.
You said Azir. Sorry, change the topic. You said Azir should get a blasting wand early.
Yeah,
Thoughts?
I think his base like gold value was probably not very good, so he just bought the 700. Usually I like to go just full AP because I feel like the attack speed you don't really use it in the early game. And right now he has AP, he has attack speed, so from now on Azir trades back very well. So I would put it in Azir's favor.
And for these grubs, the priority coming out,
I think it's winning for EDS probably because they have a flash on Azir, they have Yasuo 6, TF is getting completely destroyed in the top lane.
Yeah. But it looks like they're swapping up for it. You can see Targamas. So they're going to contest despite the disadvantage that Kana has.
I'm not sure if I like this because Zeri has the push here, so she could push and move. So I'm
she does have tier 2 boots, she can get there pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure why Casey is opening here. Kana is probably dead.
Kana?
Okay, well, Shattering Strike.
Not sure what's going on.
Blow down, crash down.
The knock-up misses, so no Yasuo.
Just flash.
Well, the fight's not over yet. We've got Summer innocent yet. Adam's still going forward. He's got that ulti. The flash commits, and finally Lebrova comes in handy.
The stun.
You're
right.
He
couldn't ult.
Held in place, so Adam couldn't get the chase.
Oh, is that a jump in? Oh, no.
Wait, Dredge line in. Wait, Targamas on a completely different page to Vladdy.
Do you think Targamas thought he was going to leap in as well, like you did?
I'm not sure. I feel like they're not really on the same page here, on like what they're doing. Someone to fight, someone to back off, some flash in, some flash out.
So lots of indecision, maybe because Kana's so far behind and getting knocked out of there.
Yeah, he probably said I'm low HP, I need to base and whatnot.
Still a win for BDS, so 3 grubs. And grubs, your opinion on grubs are the same as this man next week?
I love grubs.
I think they're OP.
Yeah, I love grubs.
So your team 2 Drake or team grubs?
Team grubs.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Play for tier 2s, strong side to side laner.
So good.
Yeah. Good.
What are you playing in solo queue at the moment, Tristana?
Tristana, Corki, Azir.
You're a little Tristana merchant. I've seen it.
Bro, I tell you what, I'm playing Set a lot at the moment. And Set with 6 grubs, yeah, I know it's trash. He says it's the look he gave. What's the look?
He's in silver.
I'm high gold, I promise. It's getting there.
Such a bad jump.
That's what I say.
Yo, we both played it yesterday in FlyQuest.
It did look very bad, yeah.
It looked bad. It was 7. It doesn't help my point at all.
The lane is very rough for Kana here because it's frozen. He has no flash. Adam still has flash.
And Vladdy not going to help him out.
Yep.
Maybe more plays towards the crossbar.
Shio looks dead.
Yeah, he doesn't have 6 available, so Daisy won't help. He's just dead immediately. There's going to be a reset for Vladdy here as well. Labrov out. He used a flash before.
Labrov is also dead. Okay, good play by KC.
Nice.
Not sure why BDS is trying to defend this so hard, but...
Good kill.
Yeah, pretty well played.
Weapon there. What do you think the alternative is? Beyond like the top side map?
Yeah, beyond the top side, or at least like play more defensively because they have no flashes. Oh, is that a kill for Azir?
That's the mana very close, right?
Yeah. Could have sent it there, maybe.
Maybe.
Would you have sent it?
I would send it, yeah.
Yeah.
I can trade 1 for 1 and get some gold.
With your Tristana rocket jumps last game, I can see that as well.
Yeah.
You were sending it.
Bro, you're playing like Cassante with your ankles.
Adam soloing blue.
Actually, on this topic, I want to ask your opinion. Do you think, compared to old League, it's really hard to counter jungle now as a solo laner?
Yeah.
And would you want to bring that back? Because they took away so much damage and put it on to like jungle pets and what have you.
Yeah, I feel like doing blue off is so hard now compared to before.
Would you bring it back?
Yeah.
Makes side laning better, right?
Yeah, it's like it misses something right now in the early game. Or like Zoe with Smite that would come and still do blue.
Oh yeah.
Okay, first Drake for BDS, 3 grubs. That's a pretty good early game.
It really is.
You never really see that, do you? Both grubs and dragon, it's rare.
Yeah, it's very rare. Usually they trade. But that's why I was not sure why KC went topside when they were doing the grubs instead of just doing dragon.
They're greedy. They want both.
And Maokai has an ult here. There's a Daisy popping. Azira's flash.
Oh, Dredge line. Hang on.
I mean, Upset's a little right now, right?
Like,
I'm not sure if this is a good fight for KC.
Oh, 9! Oh my god, he ordered it. BDS ordered it.
This is a terrible fight for KC.
Good shove from Nuke as well. As Niski just said, not good from KC. Losing out 3 grubs. There's the objective. Shayra flashing in for the bubble damage root caller.
Come
Nuke
on!
orders it. Oh my god. How doomed does that feel, giving Azir that early kill and the dragon?
And now this is when like the matchup shifts, because Tristan doesn't have an item yet. Azir already has his item probably very soon. So now the game of KC is very hard. I mean, top behind, mid behind, bot lane even, jungle behind seems rough.
I mean, what's really interesting is Kai'Sa's so I don't think Upset wants to fight this. It's really hard. So multiple fights in this game, it feels like they're just completely off, like target was engaging, someone not. Comms issue maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I watched the documentary and they were talking about how like they need to play with like confidence and whatnot.
Yeah.
So maybe they're in between right now. They're like, oh, I want to fight, and then someone's like, no, I don't, but yeah, I want. And maybe they're not so sure of what to do.
Now, Niski, I've been told only a couple of minutes with you left.
Okay.
Because your time is valuable.
It is, yeah.
You've been absolutely fantastic, bro. Walk me through, round out kind of where it goes from here, right? Because BDS with an early lead, they've got so many objectives, like map state's really good for them.
I would say for KC, they need to get this TF going somehow.
Okay.
Either get an ult, like base, go bot, or try a play, because I think if he's going to be behind, he's going to be very useless.
Is that the last hope they have?
Yeah, I believe the TF is the one that has to carry this game, kinda. And for BDS, it's the Azir. I think if Azir doesn't troll from now on, they will probably win the game.
Okay, super simple. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Niski for joining us for the first 10, 11 minutes of the game.
Thank you.
Absolute legend. I know you didn't get a win today, but man, you're our MVP for sure. Outside of that game.
Cheers, Niski.
Hopefully we get him on another time as well. Aragon and I will try and bounce off that information as best as possible. He's saying Nuke is a big part. Now on bottom side, Upset with a good ulti, but Ice just gets on out. So ulti for the E, not much of a trade, while BDS are getting another objective up in this top side.
6 grubs, and Azir so good at playing side lanes. If they ever play the side lanes with this Yasuo, with this Azir, it'd be quite tricky to deal with because of how far behind the counterparts are on the side of KC. I miss him. I feel like I'm missing something now, you know?
Man. It's nice because you're both absolute, you know, solo queue.
Andes,
yep. Thank you for picking a nice word. And especially when you griefed him, it's nice to have someone on the, you know, reputable on the cast.
You know, as a side note, I think he didn't translate correctly. I think there were a few more profanities in that translation.
Yeah, true. And you are reputable, by the way. I take it back. I love it. You just took it. You didn't even fight back. Just like, well, maybe I am. 450 LP Master Man is going to walk me through what continues happening top, because this is your lane now. 40 CS lead from Adam on this Yasuo top. And I know there were concerns about draft, about not having a front line for BDS, but if your lanes are looking this good, who cares?
It's really, really brutal. I think BDS, they can do absolutely anything they want right now. It's super easy and one-sided for Yasuo to win this matchup at this point. He almost has the board completion as well. And TF is super far behind. So usually this is a bit of a power trough on bought components. Bought components are really weak compared to the whole completed item. This is really on Kana right now to squeeze out as much of a lead as he can. And as Niski says, you have that play on the next dragon potentially to find a reset and then bring TF down bot side and make that man advantage play.
And he also said through mid, I mean, the play's completely shifted for Nuke versus Flatty, right? I mean, those early kills over to the Azir with Nash's early, even though Tristana's able to match in items, it's such a big lead there. And as KC move down towards bottom side, trying to get Lebrob and Ice, they're trying to get this game rolling, at least in a positive direction.
Yeah, I think Kana's really struggling right now. I'm just watching the minimap, and he's like half channeling recalls, half cancelling. He's not sure what to do because he's stuck in the lane. This trade is really nice at the very least.
It is, but I mean, it's all for a turret play, right? Adam's going to base anyway, and the wave's already pushed in, so Aragon, I mean, this almost level 11 Yasuo top lane as Nuke continues to do similar stuff top side.
Yeah, Nash's Tooth completion, really painful. Like Niski said, this is where the matchup sways over. Static Shield completion though, one item across the board, and wow, look at Yasuo's inventory. That is going to be absolutely brutal. Recur Burn, a dagger to a Blade of the Ruin King. These 1v1s are going to be one-sided. I want to see them play for top tower now.
Remember, new Blade of the Ruin King is 3 hits, boom. So, right, and the cooldown, I think, is either the same or a little bit less, but either way, the trading's going to be annoying. Kana not going to have that movement speed to rely on either.
Look at this right now. They are super indecisive. TF was going through mid, then entered bot, and they just don't really know where they're going. It felt like Casey's comms weren't too sure about the lane assignments. They see Yasuo down bot side now, so now they're matching with TF. But it felt super disjointed with how they were exiting the base.
all around these objectives, isn't it? I mean, Herald versus Dragon would be 2 for BDS, but Herald as well, the ability to push down and open up mid for BDS, so valuable. So Casey now moves a 4-man unit, waiting for the next wave, and Sheo just starts off the Herald by himself before Casey move into position.
Adam's shifting up the top side. They want to play with that instant snap engage from the Rel. He has so much setup on the Yasuo.
Look at Daisy zoning for the meantime, though. Vladdy uses explosive charge, not going to get too much, and Daisy will just sit in brush and eventually heal up as a 6-man.
Yeah, it looks like Adam's going to secure this. He can TP down to bot to catch the wave if he wants to as well.
Free real estate.
And they 5-man Herald, and now they're going to secure the wave down bot side. It's a winning play for BDS.
They're observers, spectator League of Legends from KC. Nature's Grass comes out, but look how far away they are. Ooh. Destiny now going to finally come through, and at least there's a play response onto Labrov. That's something. They use that ultimate from Kana, and KC gets something, but I think the trade-off is not going to be worth it.
Yeah, BDS with a bit of an overstay at the end there. Nice capitalized from KC.
But does it
Should
matter?
have disengaged after sending the TP down bot side, but still, yeah, first blood tower, that's a huge deal. Buff
600
first blood tower
gold.
Absolutely mental, so.
Yuck.
Watching for KC though, gonna deny second dragon.
Okay, that's good. So let's talk about the positives. Deny second dragon, pick goes over, gold in the right place as well. KC audience look a little bit happy. But now for Herald as it gets pushed through mid, and Ice tries to zone them off. All about letting Herald crash up. They're not solving for the time being as Ice just electrocutes them in place versus 4. He's now got his backup. Ooh. And Ice ulti zones them off as Herald's looking for another charge.
But look at top. They've got mid push with Herald and top. They've sent KC have sent 5 mid, sending so many numbers, over-investing resources. And now they're going to miss waves down bots. Like Vladdy is going to catch it, but Nuke can, with those 6 grubs, he can just keep hitting the tower. 5
they are
rather.
dizzy. They don't know what to do. I mean, for Vladdy, he clears the wave. Nuke's already done the damage. Remember, 5 grubs is so much. BDS, it's a macro masterclass where KC, from the damage that came through Ice alone, they get zoned off their mid inner turret. They're going to lose their jungle.
Red buff as well. It's all terrible. And now
is a horror.
I don't think they're going to be able to get tier 1 down bot side, but they can just go home. They can spend all their gold. Their escape is certain with this blast cone, and yeah, BDS are out.
Surprised Sheo didn't smite the red buff there. Just gives it over to Closer in the end anyway.
Wow.
Chooses to hold onto it, and
I mean, I've got to give props to Adam this game. Picking out the counter pick, even though it's compositionally not a huge thing, they say, you know, we're going to sacrifice some composition for your isolated counter pick.
Yeah, true.
And he's absolutely pulled through. He's made such sick plays in the 1v1 as well as going from side to mid to find engages. Yeah, Adam having a really good performance today.
He really is, and I think, again, like, when we know that this guy is the master of different type of top laners, like we've already seen the Mordekaiser that 369's you know, manhandling over in the LPL, that a lot of other LPL top laners looking at as a matchup in Niscana. You know, we know that Adam has his Gods champion, memed at Worlds, but definitely a very serious threat. It's great to see him pick out some of these unique picks here in this game that leads them up to 4 wins and kind of show, like, how much better he is than even this import T1 top laner, who, yes, on the worst iteration of T1 historically, he was the top laner, but nevertheless was still good enough to be called up into T1 originally. Kind of having a bit of a hard time this game, as we said, 50 CS down, 1k gold down, and almost a second item now for Adam with his individual lead leading into an Infinity Edge soon.
Yeah, gonna have to bridge that with a BF sword, but as you said, so impressed with Adam branching out from last split, picking up champions like the Rumble, the Karma, the Aatrox, and what have you, because the gods aren't the best spot. Kana
ghosts away.
Ghosting away here.
Bye.
He's so scared of the instant snapping edge from the Rel into a Yasuo, which is just such a one-shot at the moment. So has to ghost away there, but Adam, more gold injection. Gonna get close to that IE.
As the turret goes down, as you said, that gold leads us to 5k. It's slowly whittling away for KC. What are their next chances here, Aragon? It feels like we talked a lot about what Kana can do in the side lane. I think Vladdy upset, obviously, natural pieces to the composition here as well. But if they dive in, I mean, they are going to be electrocuted. They are going to be on hit, held by Nuke.
The problem is, the compositions are very similar, right? You have front-to-back team comp for both sides with side lane win condition as well.
Yep.
And it just feels like BDS's comp, because they're ahead, they just do it better, right? So even though you have this dive win con from the potential Kaiser as well, it's just not going to be enough. And with the commanding position that BDS have, I don't think there's a clear win con that KC have. They're going to have to force some kind of numbers advantage play, send a bunch of people to a play, try to find picks and convert that. They have a TF.
They do, actually.
So maybe finding a pick, push inside and collapsing is the avenue.
I just realized I forgot to call Nisky Nesquik. He allowed me to on broadcast.
You even asked for permission.
And he gave it to me, and I didn't do it. Next time. There's always a next time. It's actually nice having him on show. I mean, you guys just yap, 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 yap. Lots of a boba between you two, honestly.
I love when, you know, color casters like talk with a pro player. Like, what's the point
I was
of me
right
being
all
here?
along.
Bro,
oh my god.
there's no point in me, but I just sit here and be like, yeah, Azir's picked. And you guys are like, well, what do you think about that? All right, let's look at top. What do you think about this, Aragon? Because it is looking like a trade here.
Ooh.
KC can't defend.
It's about as good as a top tier 2 trade for a tier 1 can get.
Yep.
Onto your weak TF top lane. It's not a great trade, but it is a trade nonetheless. Dragon coming up as well. They're going to all reset, get onto the map. No shot for a potential pick on the resets here. So it looks like BDS on the map first as well. Full control of bot side. And I wonder if KC are just going to send it. They have a lot of Baron damage. Are you just going to send it with your triple auto attackers and rush the Nash? Because it's really bleeding out of control.
Make some hero move, right? I like it. Look at the setup here. They're actually going to be out on the map first, or maybe not, excuse me. The reset comes through from upset, so ignore my point. Instead, it's the push that Vladdy that sustains them through top. They're going to get priority up here, get the shove in maybe. Nuke is there to receive, but at least KC moving up to this objective to see what they can do, at least in vision control for the time being.
Yeah, you could see BDS sniff out the potential Baron start as well. They all went topside to catch the wave, and the Azir's going to shift down as well. But the vision plan, rather, was hit onto the Nash just in case, because I do feel like a Baron start is KC's only play here. They shift their attention down, BDS, to the Dragon, and I don't think KC can do anything about it.
The shielding's disgusting. Sherry just keeps pressing E for the meantime.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got Moonstone Renewer as well. Like, this Ivan's usefulness cannot be understated either. While closer with the Leandries, he's going to have a bit of damage, but that guy will be shredded mega quick at this point in the game with the damage already up and running here for BDS. Dragon going to be started third of the game. It's Chemtech Soul, and we'll see if KC just give this one up, seeing as they are late to the show.
Yeah, classic BDS fashion. Going to stack up some dragons, get the soul point, and win a team fight. I feel like that's the formula we've got.
That does sound familiar again.
They do have a lot of Baron damage as well, so maybe we see some kind of Baron start with the 2-item Azir and the Zeri and the Yasuo, and then you have a fantastic turn with the Rel. But knowing BDS, it's probably just going to be a dragon stacking angle.
KC need to find some kind of angle. We keep saying it. I mean, it's been a rough debut year. Let's be real. Like, I know KC fans are very passionate, but they have struggled to make an impact on the league. Now the roster changes have come through. They've got closer, you know, previous 100 Thieves, legendary jungle in the LCS, Kana, previously from T1, let's not forget Dumb One as well. And I think their upgrade in mid is massive. Vladdy, you and I watched personally over recently in EMEA Masters. And Vladdy, some of his Azir games were legendary, where he felt like one of the only standouts. So they've tried to play around roster moves, haven't they? You know? Yeah. And I'm not sure if we can call like it's working. You know, the game against Mad was a little bit to and fro. I feel like Mad really threw away that game. I want to see a really convincing game that's Staples, and right now I am losing the opportunity to see that with this game being so far behind.
I thought there was a potential angle there with Targamas collapsing on Nuke, but he could always just EQ away and nothing can be done there. It's a pretty big stalemate right now, but again, like you were talking about with Vladdy, I'm surprised that the KC banned Taliyah. I think Taliyah was Vladdy's best champ, but
it is.
Gage comes down.
Let's see what he can do in Tristana in this fight. Depth charge is there, but it's onto Labrov. They're using everything onto Labrov. Targa isolated, and he's caught out. He flashes to Neverland, and he's just not Peter Pan. BDS have got their pick that they wanted. They're in front of the Baron, and it begins.
No Yasuo committed. They have so many turning tools now. Does KC feel comfortable? Look how much vision control there is for the side of BDS, and their turn is crazy. I think they've got to give it.
The Baron damages so much as well. Kana's going to try at least gold card someone. It's on to Adam here, but Nuke shuffles them away. Doesn't hit anyone. Nuke with a bit of a whoopsie. They go for the ult. The last breath over the wall is good, though, and it brings it back as now for the all-in. KC get a response, even though Baron goes down. Vladdy, W's on the spot pretty much. Oh, KC struggling as Ice flashes forward, but to be fair, BDS, that wasn't that clean either.
KC find the dream fight with the long chasers coming out now. Kana can play with the gold cards, but I don't think they have the gas on KC.
Yeah, get Daisy. Take it out on Daisy. BDS are running away. They've still got 4 Barons to play through.
Yeah, it really was the perfect fight for KC. I think BDS fumbled. Nuke tried to go over the wall with that shuffle to create a setup for the Yasuo. Take a look at this. Watch Azir shuffle over the wall, but this is the initial turn.
On Labrov.
Yeah, I think the idea is this is where we have the most item parity. Targamas falls, no Yasuo committed, so the fight is really dicey. Maokai is committed as well, so they have no tools to enter the river, but they managed to find it anyway. And watch Nuke's ultimate. Oh, Adam is also stunned, so he can't take advantage of it, even if the knockup came through. And in the end, he managed to find one, but yeah, Vladdy
nice
comes
from
in.
Upset.
Yeah, nice from Upset as well. He finds the pick on the end of it.
As you said, you know, best case scenario for KC, and I like that mention. Like, maybe this is the best timing for item disparity. You know, as you said, maybe there's a couple of completions on the second items, but Red Bull Baron power play picked up nevertheless, 7k gold lead. And BDS are a couple of steps away from ending this, moving to 4 wins themselves. We were talking about it a little bit before. You know, Fnatic just moved to their 5th win, the 5-0 here at the halfway point of summer. And BDS, with this win, they wouldn't be too far behind.
Yeah, I think Casey's trying to find, sorry, not just a halfway point, but this is important. They're trying to find a pick onto Adam on the side lane before the siege starts, and then they can recall and defend the rest of the siege. Now, can this dive work?
They win more. Actually, he's turning out. Wait, last breath not going to come through. Flighty gets away. There's the dive. As you said, Twisted Advance, Bramble Smash, Nature's Grass, everything in the kitchen sink of the damage. Finally enough as Lebrov dodges away himself, kind of flashes from the crush down as Flighty has to rocket jump and nuke. Goes on a magic missile himself on the top side. Meanwhile, bottom is getting taken. Ulti burned onto Upset. He has to disengage while Casey continuing the fight up here in a 2 versus 3 is good because Nuke, his ult is only a 1-man. Flighty gets the clean up. He's taking words right out of my mouth. The base is going to be in shambles, but Casey, what more can you ask for when you're this far behind?
The base is in shambles for Casey, but nice proactivity coming in, picking on that Baron siege, diving Adam up topside, maybe overestimating his tankiness.
Oh, Upset jumping on in, he gets root call it out, but is it too much? I mean, Ice is still big enough, even without the ulti, he flashes away with an Ivan by his side. I mean, Ice is almost unbeatable.
Yeah, no flash now for Upset for this 3rd Dragon fight, but tier 2 turret gold is absolutely massive. Gonna go on 2 people who need this gold very much.
Bro, it's a -300 Baron power play.
This is a huge play for KC. They really had a proactive play onto BDS here.
I mean, maybe the inhibitor would have been another blessing in disguise as well for KC. Just ragging on them, saying this game felt almost unwinnable. This turnabout play.
It's such a weird, peculiar decision from Targamas. You don't have to hold the tier 2. You can let it die whilst you make a play and send numbers topside to kill Adam, and then defend the tier 3 if you can. Regardless, though, nice juggling with the rapid fire cannon and the gold cards from Kana up topside.
And Nuke with this early lead, I mean, it's 2 plays in a row now that he has not felt as useful with that ultimate. Right, Nuke struggling a little bit here, even though this guy is 3-1-1 and he's got 3 items himself. This here is massive, but Vladdy's usefulness on the Tristana has been really good. I think as well, with Kana getting back into this game, using numbers advantage there for KC and topside, brings them a little bit closer. But Soul Point now acquired, and as Lebrov thinks about Hex flashing over the wall, KC defend their position and see if they can defend their own jungle here as they get pushed back to their own base.
Ooh, Chemtech Soul with the empowered healing, with an Ivan on the screen, that's going to be painful. So
very true.
That siege from mid to bot, not quite Chemtech Soul level territory yet.
You know what the Ivan E sounds like? It sounds like boomers from Left 4 Dead. You know, the ones that explode, or like, yeah.
To when I was 10 and played that game.
Or flashbangs, yeah, true. It's such a familiar sound, and every time I hear it on that Ivan skin, I think, sounds like something from a gun game for sure. Now, BDS are able to get in eventually. They blow up the inhibitor. Maybe not the end of the world if they can't do anything with it, Aragon, because when they have so much side lane threat, the gold going to Vladdy, I feel like is not the worst.
I mean, at the very least, the super minions down bot side are going to help them secure this Baron that's coming up in a minute 30. They're so damn strong, and their Baron turn and Baron take is so incredibly quick.
It is.
Especially with that Yasuo on the Rel ultimate that we talked about a lot. So they can just recall, get a bunch of vision, let the minions pour into the base through bot side, and play for the vision in top.
And we can start bringing up the topic of compositions now more and more, can't we? Because the game's still going, because BDS haven't been able to close out. Yes, bot is open, but that gold play topside, you said it before, the difference in tank and I guess how they can play a front to back for KC compositionally. Are you still on the like train? Because I know, again, we talked about this top side pick, and what it can do in this game now is going to be critiqued a little bit more, considering it's not a tank.
I think there's skill of execution, especially from Kana and the whole team, to play around these gold cards and find uptime.
Right.
Vladdy has a bunch of gold now, 3 items across the board for both carries, and the double AD carry comp is definitely potent if they can find this uptime.
Okay.
However, I mean, if you noticed in the inventory over here of the Azir nuke, he already bought a purple pot. I've completely blanked what that's called.
The purple pot?
You know, the 500 gold elixir. The elixir. He knows this game is over, so I imagine on this Baron.
Blue. Isn't it blue?
Blue pot, yeah.
Purple pot. Bro, what game are you playing? Right.
But he already bought it, so he knows this game is over, and I imagine they're going to immediately start this Nash.
Yeah, as you said, it goes down really quick. You said double AD carry on the side of KC. I mean, there's also like triple AD carry, you feel like, with the Azir mixed in the bag. You know, especially with how quick it goes down. Yeah, I mean, he might have a QSS, but Infinity Edge will be enough for the pickaxe on the side as well. Adam level 16 as well. Wait for that last breath as KC have to walk into trouble. Baron sits there. It's watered out for the time being. BDS are trying to lure them in.
Yeah, QSS now for Adam as well. He's going to be completely unleashed. Even if he gets gold carded or Maokai rooted, he's going to be able to find those ults because that's been a really key dynamic in these fights. Adam has been stunned for a lot of them when the knockups come through. Really good juggling from KC. And he hasn't been able to find the ultimates because he's been stunned. So QSS coming through now. The turn is here.
Targo's going to spot this out. Let's see how quickly it's been done just with Adam. The whole team moving into position. KC need to steal closer, needs a hero action, but at 3K it's way too late. And just like that again, BDS Baron is in their pocket. How easy it was. Again, the damage was nuts, and KC are playing spectator for a little bit longer.
It's just so difficult. Now they can play simply mid to bot, sync up the waves and crash, hit the tower with their 5 grubs, and that should be all she wrote. Unless KC can find some kind of engage onto a side lane, the numbers advantage, but you can already see Nuke is shifting over to top side. With that mid-wave crash, they can 5-stack top.
This is showing to me that BDS still have that flair. I mean, this has been a much more competitive game, bar the pick up in top side. I feel like, you know, BDS, I said it in Niski, been a little bit lucky with their games. And lucky, it's not the greatest word, but let's be real. You know, some of the games, some of the throws, BDS getting away with it. As they push in topside, this one is looking a lot more concrete. You guys can articulate my words. The Sun Turret goes up. BDS with a 5-man stack, still pushing in. Look at bot slowly coming in on the way, while BDS by the time of KC top lane.
Yeah, they're just playing with time, right? Super minions coming in down bot side. They had 2 cannon minions there empowered hitting the turret, and it's already done half HP. One more wave here. They could opt if they can't take this tower.
Daisy.
They just take the dragon, but that's gone.
All right, the 6th man returns. Daisy's playing I don't know, basketball, quarterback, no. Center defense. Striker, yeah, striker in basketball, that's it. All right, go Daisy, go striker. Onto Targamas at 1K, just getting brutalized down. There is a knock-up, but the whole team has abandoned Daisy, and that's a foul, I think. BDS is still pushed in, double inhibitor down, and now looking towards mid as the wave pushes in there as well. Underneath, Nuke gets out over the wall, and Shao and Adam, there's going to have to be a double flash. A little bit janky. Destiny going to be used as well. Over the wall, LeBron pulling an engage. Your team just flashed out. Shao root callers back in. What are BDS doing?
What was that? They shifted from top to mid, used all their spells. Notice that Azir used QE to get to mid lane. So immediately KCC that and say, guys, we can engage now. Azir has no spells.
This is not cinema yet, but I'm sure it will be. Last breath, closer, about to die. Adam sets it up. I mean, they had numbers, but BDS got so much gold. Upset finally gets on him, but into ice, and this Yasuo, I don't think you want to be there. Flashes away as Vladdy takes out Nuke, and a small win, but Dragon eventually given over. There's the soul. And even with numbers in their back pocket, KC don't finish off the play in the way they like.
At the end of the day, a little bit of a blunder from BDS, but Soul secure now. And that Chemtech Soul with that Ivan is going to do work.
I'm going to need a replay. I'm going to need a replay of what happened.
It was a really strange miscommunication because the Rel engage comes through, but there's no Yasuo ult. And I don't think he wants to ult, to be honest, because Azir has no spells because he's trying to get away and maybe set up Dragon. So, yeah, what a peculiar one.
Well, you're that far ahead. Maybe you're just like, yeah, whatever. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen.
No. But again, a nice fight from Adam off the back end as well. Now with Soul up, I guess the last hurrah we give for KC. Well, it's not the last. There's a couple of different hurrahs, but Elder Flip definitely feels like a way you can snatch this game away from BDS.
I feel like that's always the cope take. They have to be able to do that. And they're going to have super minions in base. They could maybe trade Nexus for Elder. That's a situation.
Oh, that's okay. That's never a good trade, but Nexus for Baron we know, but Nexus for Elder, that's a dirty trade.
Yeah.
You know the thing as well, like non-disciplined teams or teams that maybe aren't in the upper echelon, BDS wait and look for a lure. No one's here though, trying to catch the wave. Is that Elder trade happens because teams either can't finish the game, you know, struggle to play out side lanes. I think that's something that like a lot of mid-tier teams in the LEC can actually come up to terms with. Damage this game. I mean, Nuke has done a lot, yes. The Azir has been ahead quite a lot of it. But nothing really stands out for you, does it?
No, they're just going to siege mid to bot. The wave clear is there for the side of KC, so they can hold on when BDS don't have this Nash, but they're just going to walk in. I think they can face stack absolutely everything. With the shield and the healing that's coming through, they can just walk forward. There's the ult from Maokai.
There's a TP coming through as well. Hex Flash used back on the spot as Nature's Grass now already used as well. Adam joins in. 5 members of BDS sitting in their own brush as Inhibitor is going to drop once again. Kind of looking for an angle, looking for a gold card, but there's a wind wall in the way. Adam just holds on to it.
It's just a bit of a strange decision. Adam's in top, escorting a super minion wave instead of being in mid and then having a wave to play on a mid if bot lane gets taken. Regardless though, they secure the bot lane inhib. And the next objective you can imagine is that Nash. With those super minions in bot side.
Maybe we need Disky
once
back.
again.
Maybe we need Disky back. Disky, what would you do here? Kana. Who does he see? Gold card, yep. Nuke is not getting out. Like I said, he's had a strange game. For a very Fedosier, he's had a very strange game.
This game overall has been a little bit strange, I think.
It has been odd.
But now that death, I don't think matters too much. I mean, Baron spawning in 50 seconds, they can at least use that death to set up the vision around the top side.
I mean, he doesn't have TP, he's got to walk to Baron if it makes a difference. No TP, 40 seconds, and 40 seconds till the Baron as well. Nuke losing that summoner feels maybe impactful.
The problem is, I think they could just stall until Nuke heads over there. They're so damn fed that even if Nuke is 10 seconds late, they can buy the time.
True.
Also, they have to deal with the super minions in both top and bot lane. So I think this pick, rather than doing anything else, it just stalls for Casey.
That's better than nothing, right? Again, we already talked about the composition over and over. Last game of week 2 is very bizarre. I love how we've gone from the bloodthirsty head-to-head to this with a lot of questions coming through as Baron once again lurks, breathes life into Summoner's Rift. KC are on spawn.
It is a fast Nash. They do have double AD carry with a TF as well, and might as well be triple AD carry. Can they buy time? Can BDS
But are they going to be flipping this? Are they going to be flipping this? I mean, Sheo with Smite is the question. Daisy comes over, you said it's fast, running in now, the flip, no, at 2k, at 2.5, they're gonna flip it at 1 HP! KC, why? Why do we do this? Tagged up, upsets ulti, is ready to charge in. He's got that W on cooldown here, but Adam able to absorb with the shield, and they're way back in the game. Has just been another way for BDS to sustain their own way too.
Sometimes the 50-50 is the best chance that you do have. I don't blame KC here.
Okay.
Don't manage to secure it, but it really does drop to 1 HP. They're too scared of pushing Adam away. He has the wind wall and he's so damn fed, so they have opted to burger flip it instead of trying to zone away the jungle or hold it on a decent amount of HP. And in the end, yeah, the 50-50 goes off to Sheo.
Upset Snipe Slabrov at the end of the play. Okay, so you're saying I shouldn't blame them, Aragon. Look, with a big flip over, I mean, look, let's be real. Gold going back in might not still be the end of the world. Casey have a lot of damage here, and what did I say before, eh? We talk about flips. Maybe I'll hold my mouth and I set us up for the Elder in a minute's time. It's happening.
It can't happen.
It's gonna happen.
It's not happening.
It's happening.
Mid-top siege now, I think this should be the game. They have Nash. They can play for the super minions on bot side. They can send someone down to bot as well if they wanted to empower their super minions. It can't stall to Elder.
They've still got Nexus turrets.
Surely.
Inhibitor stands. BDS are going to move their way around between top, between mid, as you said, between waves. Bot slowly pushing in too. 45 seconds. I'm keeping an eye on in case this fight goes a little bit wrong.
I think there's about to be an explosion here. Surely there's an engage now with the Rel. Lavrov can pull the trigger. They have so much instant engage.
Send him away. Nature's Grasp comes through. Targamas looking for a dredge line. It roots. There we go in front of their base. The clan's out. Depth charge. Like I said, Targa sets it up nicely. Casey now with more members, and Targa doesn't care about his health bar. He can reset in front of base, and BDS at the back away. Aragon, what should we look at next?
I think the Elder, they clear out bot wave. They clear out bot wave and go to Elder Drake. It's spawning in less than 10 seconds. They have the DPS, they can do it again. It's another 50-50 flip.
All right.
But it might be an Elder for a Nexus trade. You can see Azir Nuke is staying topside. He might threaten the end.
Did you say there's wards in base?
He doesn't have a wave. I think the wave comes too late to threaten the Nexus, so he's going to have to TP in. Nuke doesn't have TP though. He's going to be there late. This is an Elder for KC.
20 seconds on that TP. He's actually just in top lane now, running it through. KC in front of the Elder to take this game back in their own hands. It'd be a miracle steal, but Targa absorbing damage ain't good. He's just going to die straight away. The engage down. Nuke at the base's door as well. Last breath on Dakana. KC spread out through the Elder is not how you want to see it happen. It's double TP now, or at least 2 members in the fray. Vladdy's the next target. Nuke goes golden. Adam's trying to clear the wave, but Nuke just in the middle. outplays his hand a little bit. Vladdy's space is good too, but Elder goes down to BDS. If Vladdy walks in, he dies. If Kana walks in, he dies. Windwall denies. And even though BDS, it's been messy to get to this point in front of the Nexus to get their 4th win. They'll blast it down, but no, Minions! Minions not taken care of. KC can't hold on, and BDS moved to 4. After what a game that was.
It wasn't pretty, it wasn't clean, but in the end it's a BDS win. At the very least, the early game was, and I've got to give props. The early game was a long time ago. Adam played really damn well using this counter pick, finding a huge lead on Kana. And wow, that's a game to end it on.
That was a game to end the week on. Holy, unfortunate. They kept them on the chain for quite a long time. I think BDS will look at that. They'll be upset because they had that game, you know, through top div, through mid. Don't forget, you can vote for your Kira. Play the game at LEC on X. Is it Shayo, Nuke, or Ice? That is a good question.
That's a good question. Why isn't Adam there? You know what? I'm going to say it. I'd vote Adam.
I would vote Adam, actually.
Put a vote in the comments.
Adam hears, he's like, wait, I wasn't on the MVP? Adam was sick. I mean, Lebrov as well.
Lebrov engages.
Lebrov engages, always good, always a good time. I mean, I think Lebrov is another, you know, another support who, you know, we kind of highlighted many splits so far in this year. That was strange. I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I was too harsh on BDS. I don't know if I was too harsh on KC. I don't know if I wasn't harsh enough. What just happened? It was a strange game, especially after coming from SK Fnatic. I think there was a lot of macro and there was a lot of base, like, we could track that, you know, where, like, the thought process from KC and both BDS at times, there were some question marks.
Yeah, I think at the very least, KC almost came back. They had some nice moments, getting numbers advantage, capitalizing on the engages. But still, that early game, I think BDS just beat them with their wallets.
Yeah. Well, if it was my birthday, I'd be happy with the day. You know?
True.
Shocks, happy birthday. If anyone didn't hear before at the start of the show. Yeah, we got so many birthdays this week.
We do.
We had...
It was Law last week, right?
Yeah, no, Law's earlier in the week. We got Shocks. I don't know if I'm allowed to say someone who starts with M and was on the analyst desk before. I don't normally say people's birthdays without asking. I don't know if that's a thing. Happy birthday,
Happy birthday, Medic!
His is tomorrow. So yeah, a lot of June people as well. June, a very special month, and hopefully for BDS too as they move to 4-1. We've got an interview on stage with Law with... I can't see because the camera's... It looks like Adam. The camera's in the way. Thank you. We'll throw it over the interview.
It is Adam, indeed. Adam, why am I calling you Adam?
Adam?
Yeah, Adam.
Adam.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
your name,
Adam,
actually.
Adam.
Congratulations, félicitations
you.
on taking down KC. I feel like it's always an anticipated matchup, but mostly for the what you see on socials and the interactions between you, KC members. I know you had a special message for Kote, who works at KC. This is your camera if you want to say something.
Like Kote, he likes to trash talk so much.
I know.
But he needs to fix his team first, right? So hopefully better next time.
So I brought the logs, of course, here, because when Kana got recruited at KC, you said, I will translate the best way I can, because there's some bad words here. I used to educate Kana ever since I was at Fnatic for my Worlds 3 years before that, but now he's gonna get educated again in the LEC. So tell me about this lesson, this education that you gave Kana today, with an amazing counter pick on top of that.
I mean, he blind speak TF, so probably in Korea he doesn't know much about Yasuo, right? Because Korea is like Kasante meta, but here you have a lot of like special picks, right? Like you could see, please don't show this play naturally.
We're going to talk about this play right after.
No, it happened. It was first time volleyball on stage. I was trying to find good answer into Rumble. Rumble is a bit broken.
Yeah.
So yeah, but he plays TF, and I like Yasuo into TF specifically. And we could see 60 CS behind. He cannot play. He cannot even lane. He doesn't even want to go top. So just top gap.
What a lesson. And what a comeback, actually, because the video we just saw now is from Worlds last year, where I think it was Kana who educated you. We're not going to show the replay again, but I want to know, what did you learn from this specific matchup and the first time you played against him when you were at Fnatic? Because it did not go well for you, Adam, the first times you faced off against Kana. So what changed? Outside of the counter pick, what did you learn on this?
What changed is probably the fact that he doesn't have Rumble, aka the most broken pick in the top lane, the champion that gives a lot of career to a lot of top laners, And, you know, I'm not this type of guy. I don't need to play a champion that gives career, so yeah.
Sure. And you keep on innovating, and I know that there's this discussion often around the fact that if you ban 3 champions against Adam, he's not going to have any options. But you keep on finding options, learning new options. So how comfortable do you feel on the top lane meta right now, especially given that it's the most diverse in the game and in the LEC?
Yes, that's true. I mean, my biggest change coming up into this year was really to diversify myself in terms of pick and also to be way more flexible in terms of draft for my team. So I had to practice, like for example, the Gragas that we could see. I play a lot of Xante, so I try to be like more useful to my team in general, while trying not to forget too much my natural gameplay, which is the carries, right? And we could see last year my main core was only my Gods champion, but this year it's really different, and hopefully it still works, right? So I hope to make words with this kind of gameplay to see if I'm really washed or not.
2-minute tricks up your sleeves and keeping on shutting up the haters, which I appreciate. Of course, we have Nuke waiting in PGL with Shocks. Do you have a specific message? Because I keep on seeing TikToks from him and really interesting videos. Anything in that area? Do you like what he does on social media right now?
Yeah, I mean, Nuke is the goat of content. You know, when we need Nuke, he will be here. So good job, Nuke.
Good job, Nuke. And good job, Adam. Thank you so much for the interview. And we're going to wrap up this week 2 of the LEC with a beautiful PGL with Nuke and Shocks. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Indeed, Goldberg is also here, but the beautiful PGL as well.
Just average looking, my bad.
Just kidding. Congratulations, Nuke.
Thank you.
You want to reply to the social media thing? Because indeed, and it's some risky, how do I say it? You know, like risky TikTok sometimes, right?
Yeah, it's really risky.
Yeah, it is. It's like, I mean, they're based on others, of course.
Yeah.
But do you like doing them?
I mean, I have fun, obviously, right? Every time they come at me at the end of every match, whatever, if it's loss or win, no matter my mood, I have to do the clown for them. So I'm happy I have this role, right?
I feel bad because I asked you to do a TikTok last
No,
week as well.
I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
Okay.
It's okay, it's all good.
Good. Talk to me about this game, because you sat down and you were like,
Yeah.
why?
I mean, we had such like a good state, right? I think we played the game well. I mean, they didn't like really do much, but we played well the side lane. We got a lot of leads. We got the Nash pretty free, and then it just started to go down and down, like the top fight where me, Labrov, and Adam died. Then after, the game is a bit different. They're playing TF, who can press ult and cheat, kind of like the rule of the game. So it started to be a bit more complicated, so yeah.
And we've seen a lot of plays like this as well. Why do you think the LEC teams get so messy at times? Because it's not always clean lately.
I mean, personally, it's a lot. I think it's about like BO1.
Yeah.
I think this format is really punishable and in best of 3, and that's why I think in playoff, for example, in LEC, we see the level like going higher. I think it's related. So I think this is one of the reasons.
Okay. Do you want to look at that Baron, GV?
I'd absolutely love to look at that Baron
It'll be
because
over there.
it's coming right over here. I've seen so many of these Barons coming down to a 50-50. Nuke as a pro player, you gotta explain to me, why does this keep happening?
I don't know. It's crazy. Like, we were resetting bot side, and then I'm like...
Oh?
Then,
is that the whole thing? Yeah.
Then TF just press ult, and I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like, Nash in 1 minute, I will die for 1 minute, it's over. But we won the 50-50 against Maokai, thank God. And yeah.
It's kind of their comfort zone, for KC.
Like really late game, yeah.
Yeah, it is. So.
I think they could have been a bit fast on it as well, actually, because they did have triple AD, and then ultimates come out, and they kind of back off. But I think when they're in the moment, it felt like they wanted to say, wait, don't flip it, but it's already too late to not flip it. Exactly, and that kind of allowed BDS to take it.
It did. Let's take a look at the standings. Nuke, yesterday, unfortunately, you got your first loss, but that's not that dramatic, right? Okay. If you look at everything, because you're still 4-1. You are very, very close to locking playoffs already. Fnatic just did. I mean, with absolute certainty, that is, because I feel like you're in a pretty good position. And I would love to know, I think we look at Team BDS a lot and we get really excited about what we see in the regular season. We get also excited at what we see in the best ofs, and then we wonder where your ceiling is and if you're finding ways to keep evolving. And I want to know how that feels for you right now in summer, and how many gears you think you have left, and how much you think you're diversifying your play, that you can be great for the postseason, and of course that you make it to Worlds, which is of course the ultimate goal.
I mean, I think everyone saw that we were trying to like change a bit the pattern of how we play the game. A lot of AP jungler, AD mid,
swap lane. We try to like be very versatile. So enemy team is like perma thinking of what we can do, right? And today against KC, we really wanted to win, so we came back to this old BDS style. But obviously this style we know it really well, and all the other we keep practicing it, so we can be like a way more threatening team in the playoff, obviously, to reach Worlds.
I can't say how much I actually love hearing that, because there is always a time where you look at BDS and you guys are really good, as you say yourself, at that one specific style. You look super coached, team fighting around the objective, everything works. But it's also sometimes what I feel like stopped you guys, because if you want to beat a team like G2 by the end of it, right?
Yeah.
You need something that can match that versatility and flexibility that they have. So I've really loved everything that you guys have brought out in week 1. It's actually excited me to watch BDS a lot.
I mean, I feel the same. I feel like BDS is a very easy team to like because of the cool content you do as well. You know, on top, I think that does help for fan sentiment, and the fact that you're consistently at the top of the LEC. And I think a lot of people are excited to see what the next jump is going to be. Yeah, we'll see, I guess. Yeah. We'll see. Could we get the standings back, please? I'm so sorry, Jasper, that I didn't bring it up, because I would like to talk about it. Because we are past Goldberg, now the halfway point already in the regular season of summer. And we have a lot of things we need to think about. The race for Worlds, which means you need to get to the season finals. Then, of course, people want to get to Munich. Who's in danger of not making it based on score and play, you think?
I think it's a bit critical right now. I probably would have said GX if I had not seen that game against MDK today, actually. I think Rogue for me is probably the hardest to evaluate. They really need to turn the ship around ASAP if they want to make it work. But to be fair to them, they did have Fnatic and G2 in this week.
Yeah.
So it's a bit hard not being able to deliver on that front. But it's so crazy to me how many teams we have towards the bottom. Like G2 and Carmine, there's a very real or Carmine even, there's a very real chance that Heretics, Vitality, Carmine just make it if they get one more game almost with the way that the bottom is panning out. Yeah.
What do you think happened to MDK, Nuke?
I don't know. To be honest, like in previous split, I thought they had a really good macro, actually. They were playing really well mid-game, like with how they hover side and how they play the map. But I feel like they kind of lost themselves, like in this split. I don't know if it's the draft read or I mean, everything can take into account, right? But I don't know, to be honest. It's a bit shaky.
Okay, as a neutral, yes, I am a neutral. Stop. I'm really excited about what the table looks like, because there's a lot of possibility, as you say, right? I mean, the KC run is still possible. I really hope for them that they can get enough wins so that they can get into playoffs. As an example, I think GX showed good things, but I don't know if it's going to be on time. Vitality is a team that I really, really want to see succeed, because they should, but you know, that's not how the cookie crumbles. Will anyone be mad that I didn't mention them? I don't care.
I mean, I'm going to mention SK, though, because there's a very real chance that they're going to make it to the season finals if they finish the top 3. And also, suddenly, I know we're very early into it. I'm not going to I'm not going to completely overreact, but just think about it. How crazy is it to think that we might have SK at Worlds, right? Like, if they make it all the way to season finals.
It's been a while. Between them and BDS and
I know, but
it's
been a while since that has been like something you could actually bring up on the table.
Absolutely. We'll see how it goes. I also would like to remind you that there is information about the tickets for Munich. You can pre-register for pre-sale access to tickets for the EMEA Masters and LEC Finals in Munich right now at lec.gg/Munich. And as you all know from Montpellier last year, this is going to be really, really amazing. This is the big show that we're all working towards and that all our players really want to be at. Yeah?
Right, Nuke?
No, of course.
Of course.
Obviously.
Yeah, Nuke is just sad it's not in France again, but yeah, it's okay. Okay, well, I'll sign off. Thank you both very much. Congratulations on your win. And this is week 2 from summer. We will be back next Saturday. But of course, stay tuned, because our friends over at the LCS are also taking credit for inventing things that they actually didn't, beginning with Best of 3.
Whoa, love.
Greetings, LEC. Today we bring you the latest in League innovation. In an unprecedented, never before seen, definitely have never ever had this before anywhere else, especially in this very league you're about to witness, a whole new way to watch. Best of 3s. That's right, the LCS Commission has cooked up yet another novu, cutting-edge, sparkly, brand new invention to enhance your LCS viewing pleasure. This completely new format features up to 50% more games than there used to be. That's just math. We thought we'd celebrate this groundbreaking innovation that no other league has ever realized until it was invented by North America in 2024 by showcasing some of America's other fine inventions. The light bulb, the printing press, award-winning video game League of Legends, football, but for your hands, and caps. After bringing you live patch action, turbo drafting, JoJo Prince Twitter, and the WPM of defending champion Yappa, we're sure you'll enjoy yet another great North American addition to your esports viewing habits. Up to 50% more LCS starts right now.
I think I make it. We win.
Go Poppy. Talia. I go. I follow you, Vito. I follow you, okay? Yeah? Well played.
Poppy.
No flash, Poppy. Well played.
I think I just ult someone. All out. Jumping on Renekton. Leon as well.
Okay, kill Leon and then get the wards.
We are chilling.
We are chilling.
That's fine.
Really nice, Wunder, okay? You are the goat.
Okay, Talia is up with flash, okay? And I don't give a I will one shot him as he's flying in, bro. I'm a faker.
Go cancel at all costs.
Blitz is basing him. Yeah.
Blue the base, so you see them. Blue the base. Okay, I guess it's
Like, just go over him.
You end?
Unless.
We end. Oh, maybe not. I'm running to you. We end. Jump. What the f are you doing? I didn't see you, but jump.
Kill Jinx, okay? Focus Jinx.
They TP.
Focus Jinx.
Yeah. Close.
Jinx. Yeah, she's dead. Kill Ivan. Oh my word, 1 minute.
Ivan.
Well played, bro. Is that ult me?
I'm ulti. 1 second, brother.
You're gonna jump.
Ivan is owned.
Nice, good. Pick him up. Tempo base.
Still chasing through. They take a blast cone. They deceive them. They push over and get first blood. A 1-for-1 is irrelevant.
Look, connect. I got it.
Get out.
Okay, I flash out. Just run.
Get out.
Run and Drake. Okay. Go there. But these guys, I will base. They're playing again. Good job, somebody. I want to go base. Like they're playing against the best fighter in the world. Like I don't know what the f is going on.
You win though.
We finish. Wait, we don't finish. By
It's okay, we will finish.
Oh my god.
It's okay, we just finish.
Let's go. Oh, we chucked so hard by the crazy.